dialogue, Sierra Leone introduced the Energy Transition and Investment Plan, which aims to attract investment for 1 gigawatt of power. The Energy Transition and Investment Plan is not just a roadmap for energy development. It is actually a way for us to show our national commitment to transformative vision, and it embraces innovation, resilience, and sustainability, and tells a whole new story about us. Central to this vision is an ambitious, low-carbon development pathway, which is aimed at integrating and supporting various key national priorities. It is closely aligned with the goals of our National Development Plan, our flagship Feed Salon program, the National Electrification and Clean Cooking Strategies, and Sierra Leone's nationally determined contributions. By consolidating all of these essential initiatives under a unified strategy, we ensure that our energy transition directly supports our country's broader socioeconomic development. Our energy transition and investment plan emphasizes a stronger focus on renewable energy sources, especially hydropower and solar technologies. These renewable energy sources will lower our carbon footprint and improve the resilience and reliability of our power supply. However, to truly realize the vision of sustainable energy for all, we must address critical barriers, including limited financing, which has been referred to here, infrastructure gaps, and capacity constraints. To effectively scale sustainable solutions, we must foster strong international partnerships, drive technological innovations, and enhance climate finance. The energy transition should be inclusive, just, and equitable. Developing nations, particularly in Africa, have historically contributed the least to climate change, yet suffer the most severe impacts. We must ensure that the transition to sustainable energy uplifts the most vulnerable and does not deepen inequalities. This necessitates strong policy measures, enhanced funding, and the exchange of ideas, knowledge between countries and industries. I urge our global partners, governments, and the private sector, and multilateral institutions to enhance collaboration on clean energy investment in Africa.
Thank you.
That was President Julius Maada Bio addressing the opening ceremony of the Sustainable Energy for All Global Forum in Barbados. Now, access to proper health care and other basic social amenities remains a huge challenge for many people and communities across Sierra Leone, and it is especially difficult for rural communities where poverty sometimes even compounds the problem. This is the exact problem the people at Kakumba, Koinadugu district are faced with. A community of 18 villages can only boast of a tiny, under-equipped and under-resourced health post. The SLBC's Nandewa Thronka traveled to Kakumba and compiled this report.
This is Kapaki Maternal and Child Health Post in Kakumba village, a facility meant to serve thousands, yet it is not only tiny and under-equipped, it is also struggling for essential medical supplies. The whole village itself is short of connectivity, making communication difficult if not impossible. Patients from surrounding villages have to walk more than 8 miles to get here. Before the construction of this health post, people at Kakumba and those in nearby villages used to walk for miles to get to the nearest health center. That journey was particularly painful and dangerous for pregnant women who will often go into labor on their way to the facility.
It may not happen. Sunday, when they put some power on the way from Obafu, they either die in a road or born a road. The previous time, na waka then they waka from here to Obafu, they went at 12 miles.
Ramatulem Ansari said she gave birth on her way to the clinic because she couldn't reach on time.
They suffer back here for hospital. Now village they are born, not going to hospital because the place is far.
There are no proper beds. Patients have to be laid down on wooden benches, and pregnant women in labor have to be laid down on raffia mats due to the lack of the living beds. Medications are scarce, making treatment almost impossible.
So we not get no furniture, no get bed. The woman we want get and drape person at the scene and a bench, then we improvise. Don't if you want deliver, look the matter and now they pray it deliver.
Nurse in charge of the health post, Miri Kamara, said the situation was critical. Without internet, it is extremely difficult to communicate with the headquarters in Kabbalah town during emergencies. Adding that, they sometimes have to climb up hills just to get a signal.
Well, they claim this hill here about 1.5 miles. Now they will get internet because not get internet. About 2 hours before then they reach here. At times they take 3 hours because in the rainy season the road is terrible.
The shortage of healthcare is not the only problem the people of Kakumba village are faced with. The community also lack access to clean water. Presently, the village has a single source of water which is not even good for human consumption.
Where woman born safe, now that water the way they run, now they go get for let the woman see but in safe. Now they wash the woman out. Where be say the water not safe. Now they drink, now they brew, but who they now so when they sick, now typhoid because of the water. Belly they distend, the belly they make like a swell. Because the water warms then they on the typhoid. That's it, all the money they now.
Chief Idrissa Mansare said his people are suffering, and he called on government and organizations to ease their situation.
Consider the passing green pants up stick, go up before he will net up. All them villages are waiting there around now. Only this hospital and they hope. So we move about 20-something villages, no hospital no they pass here.
The people of Kakumba village are appealing to government and NGOs for immediate intervention before it is too late. Slbc News, Nando Atoronka reporting.
The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, recently hosted a joint training session for international non-governmental organizations in Sierra Leone. The focus of the session was on the Finance Act and the pay-as-you-earn system, and it's provided a platform for dialogue, understanding, and partnership between government and international NGOs operating in the country. Esther Sako was part of the training session and now reports.
The training brought together country directors, HR managers, and financial secretaries from various international non-governmental organizations, offering them the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Finance Act's implications, particularly regarding thresholds for payments and other key provisions. NGO coordinator Eric Masali said the session followed a previous resolution made by INGO representatives calling for such a training to address specific areas of confusion surrounding the Finance Act.
According to the NGOs, they were not familiar with these provisions in the Finance Act. So it was resolved that we should get a training, a public education session, and also a training on what are the thresholds for the payments. And you were there, you saw what NIA did, they classified payments, who is to pay what percentage and the amount and everything. So they said there is need for them to better understand what are these thresholds and of course the calculations of the POI.
According to the representative of the Commissioner General of the National Revenue Authority, James Tembe, and the Deputy Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Reverend Dr. Titus Williams, the session was crucial for better understanding of the legal frameworks surrounding taxation. They stressed that withholding taxes could significantly impact financial management and clarified that taxation was an essential part of the nation's development process. Deputy Minister of Finance, Bokari Kaloko, emphasized government's prioritization of duty waivers, which are crucial for reducing debt and supporting domestic revenue generation.
I'm pleased to speak about the Tax and Duty Exemption Act 2023, a groundbreaking legislation that underscores the country's commitment to fostering conducive environment for NGOs function with greater effectiveness and efficiency. This act is designed to streamline the process of granting tax and duty exemptions to NGOs, ensuring that more resources are directed towards their core missions rather than administrative burdens.
The training session also included presentations on the Finance Act and pay system, highlighting the specific tax obligations for both resident and non-resident staff, exemptions, filing procedures, and withholding taxes. One major highlight was the discussion on the Tax and Duty Exemption Act 2023, which specifies who is exempted from taxes and how it operates. During the session, concerns were raised by country directors and finance officers about taxes deducted from international contact workers. Country Director for Goals Sierra Leone, James Riak, praised the session for its clarity and value, noting that it significantly enhanced their understanding of how to operate in line with the government tax regulation.
As an organization, and these are things that we believe, are able to help us move forward as an organization to understand the law so that we are not caught by surprise, and also understanding the law help us to protect ourselves, protect the people that we serve.
This session marks an important milestone in strengthening the relationship between INGOs and the government of Sierra Leone. It provided key stakeholders with the opportunity to better navigate the complex landscape of taxation and finance, ensuring that INGOs remain compliant with tax while contributing to the nation's development goals. Slbc News, Esther Sako reporting.
You are watching News Hour, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We continue with more stories. As part of efforts to strengthen financial accountability, SEND Sierra Leone and Budget Advocacy Network, with support from ActionAid, have looked at various audit transparency and accountability mechanisms in 13 local councils across the country. The survey identified transparency and accountability issues with proposed actions to address them in a position paper. Ibrahim Samura takes up the story.
Local governments in the country played a crucial role in delivering essential services and fostering community development. But weak accountability mechanisms have led to inefficiencies, corruption, and mismanagement of public funds. Despite the 2022 Local Government Act, which contains provisions on financial oversight and auditing, gaps in the implementation undermined local governance, as captured in the Fixing Audit Survey authored by SEND Sierra Leone and Budget Advocacy Network in 13 local councils across the country districts. Abdul Rahman Sisse is a Senior Program Officer, Budget Advocacy Network, or BAND.
So we see a complete exclusion of the councillors that are inclusive of women not participating on audit accountability issues. And this is a legal provision established by the Local Government Act of 2022, which provides that elected councillors are to be put into subcommittees to help the operations of the local councils.
Head of Governance and Gender, SEND Sierra Leone, Brahma Mansouri, said the report underscored the need for public accountability and strengthening audit accountability at local government level in the country.
We realized that for budget monitoring, only a handful of stakeholders are generally invited or specifically invited to by the councils in the budget preparation processes in all the districts that we visited, but exclusively they left the women. Many of the councils left a substantial number of the women out. Yeah, but mostly they can handpick 1 or 2 women that they include in those processes, which for us was also not good. As reported earlier by our colleague, we have established women governance networks across the 16 districts.
The survey findings recommended that the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs and the Fiscal Decentralization Division in the Ministry of Finance should enforce the immediate formation of audit committees consisting councillors in all councils as required by the 2022 Local Government Act. Local councils should prioritize the establishment of committees to ensure proper financial monitoring and governance. SLBC News, Ibrahim Samura reporting.
In alignment with government's 2023 Safe School Policy, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has received 2,400 first aid kits from the Norwegian Air Shuttle in partnership with UNICEF. The Safe School Policy underscores the importance of equipping educational institutions with the necessary tools to respond to medical emergencies. Emmanuel Samura was at the Freetown International Airport and compiled this report.
At around 4 p.m. on Tuesday, Boeing 737 MAX 8 Norwegian Air Shuttle landed at the Freetown International Airport carrying 2,400 first aid kits meant for government and government-assisted pre-primary, primary and junior secondary schools in the country. Coordinator of the Free Quality Education Project, Ambrose said the first aid kit is part of the package of the government's Free Quality Education Program aimed at providing emergency medical aid to about 8,000 schools nationwide.
The ministry will ensure that 5,410 primary schools, 1,460 pre-primary schools, and 1,317 junior secondary schools will benefit. And with a total number of 2.3 million children that are going to benefit from this item.
The Deputy Minister of Health, Professor Charles Senesi, commended the donors for the support, highlighting that they are building effort on child health, with the provision of first aid kits is in line with such efforts of theirs.
We know what it means to have first aid kits in schools, and we as the Minister of Health, I think we can pledge that we will make this continuous. When these consumables fail out in the first aid kit, I think it's the onus as the custodian of the health of the country to make sure that we continue to replenish these kits in the schools, and with that I think we also levy on our development partners to support us, the Minister of Health, to make sure that we have continuous fill up of these kits from our National Medical Supplies Agency.
For the UNICEF country representative, Rudolf Schwenk, the provision of the kit reflects partners' collective commitment to promote safe and healthy environment for children to learn in Sierra Leone.
Really commendable. So children's ability to learn and develop depends upon their safety and welfare. And through this special initiative, we are ensuring that schools are better prepared to provide emergency medical aid when needed, especially in an environment where access to healthcare is essential.
Receiving the first aid kits, the Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, said the arrival of the kit is a significant contribution to enhancing students' health and safety in the country.
The distribution of these first aid kits will be part of the government's commitment to prioritizing the well-being and safety of students in our educational institutions. Each kit contains a comprehensive array of medical supplies.
The delivery of the 2,400 first aid kit is the first of nearly 8,200 kits procured by UNICEF for the Free Quality Education Project, funded by the World Bank, FCDO, ActionAid, and the European Union. Emmanuel Samura, SLBC.
The Deputy National Secretary General of the All People's Congress Party has resigned his position from the APC. Honorable Usman Timbo said he is resigning because he wants to maintain the integrity of the party's secretariat as he wants to embark on another leadership journey. Here is an excerpt of his resignation statement.
Today, on this 12th day of March 2025, in this holy month of Ramadan and Lent, I address you with a heart full of gratitude and a strong commitment to our shared dream of making Sierra Leone better. After deep reflection and a sense of duty, I officially announce my resignation from my position as Deputy National Secretary General of the APC, effective immediately. My journey in this esteemed position has been one of service, learning, and dedication to advancing our party and our nation. This decision to step aside at this moment has not been an easy one, especially considering the pivotal role I have been playing, but it is a necessary one. I have always lived by the principle of fairness, and with the upcoming activities within the party, I believe that stepping down from this position will help maintain the integrity of the Secretariat and ensure a fair and level playing field for all. Let it be known that I am not leaving politics, nor am I leaving the APC. I remain fully committed to the APC and will continue to do my best to support and strengthen the party. Although my time as Deputy National Secretary General has come to an end, this marks the beginning of a new chapter in my political journey. I will focus on my next steps and look forward to engaging with party members, stakeholders, and the general public in the coming days and weeks. In the next few weeks, I will inform the nation about my next steps.
That was the Deputy National Secretary General of the APC, Honorable Usman Timbo. Now, the Humanitarian Aid Organization Sierra Leone, in collaboration with International Humanitarian Help Netherlands, has donated 1,000 food packages to vulnerable groups in Freetown and Makeni. The move aims to bring in support to the needy, including children from orphanage homes in the country during the Ramadan season. Abdul Mansare has the story.
According to members of the International Humanitarian Help Netherlands, the organization has been supporting over 120 countries across the world, including Sierra Leone, with the aim of supporting vulnerable communities, especially in the holy month of Ramadan. In Sierra Leone, the organization distributed food packages across Freetown and Makeni. The project, which was carried out in collaboration with the International Humanitarian Aid based in the Netherlands, provided 1,000 food packages to families and clothing to orphanage homes, and each of the food package contains essential items, including 10 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of sugar, and a gallon of cooking oil. The distribution targeted two key areas in Freetown, Kisi and Kalbaton, where 700 packages were given to families facing food insecurity, and clothing to orphans children in Makeni. Board Chair, Humanitarian Aid Organization Sierra Leone, Gasimuja explained the purpose of the donation, noting they provided items to support Sierra Leoneans in the holy month. He said the distribution started in Freetown and later in Makeni.
I said our country The cost of living, it's a challenge here. Everyone must accept that because, you know, the cost of rice has gone up. Thankfully, this Ramadan, government has intervened and it's come down a little bit. So that's a good sense. But also, generally, I mean, the wages in Sierra Leone comparatively is one of the lowest in the world. So if there's an opportunity for people to be given free food in this package that we're giving today.
Country Coordinator IHHNL for the Gambia and Sierra Leone, Musa Jallo, highlighted the importance of such initiatives in combating hunger and promoting the welfare among the most vulnerable people in the country.
So these things we are giving out, we don't wish to have it. I wish we can come to Sierra Leone today to come and pick it from Sierra Leone. Because naturally they can do it. They can do it. You are well gifted. Look at the landscape of Freetown. When I come there in the night, I looked at everywhere, I almost cry because you are gifted. Sierra Leone is gifted.
A beneficiary, Ramatu Bangura, expressed her appreciation and prayed for the donors.
I feel happy. Very much. I feel much happy, 100%. May God bless him. May God bless him for me. Nobody knows. Some people are not going to ask me for a long time to wish out for me. May God bless him for me. Remember, we don't remember that. God grant it to heaven.
The distribution was witnessed by stakeholders, including imams and community members. The project is part of a broader effort by HAO and its partners to address food insecurity in Sierra Leone, particularly during the month of Ramadan. SLBC News, Abdul Mansari reporting.
You are still watching News Hour, coming to you live from the SLBC. Still in the news. ActionAid Sierra Leone has presented its 2025 budget and annual plans to the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development to its donor partners at an open information presentation ceremony held in Freetown. The action was part of the organization's accountability system to stakeholders in the development sector. Ibrahim Samura reports.
On behalf of development partners, all development partners supporting ActionAid, present and not present, I am pleased to present the 2025 plans and budget of ActionAid Sierra Leone to you for onward transmission to their beneficiaries.
The open information presentation was to enhance better understanding of ActionAid Sierra Leone operations, collaboration, participation, and holding ActionAid accountable to their commitments. Executive Director ActionAid Sierra Leone Fode Basi Soare said for the past 17 years they have been openly shared their budget and annual plans to their stakeholders to foster transparency and accountability. Their donors, the state and institution. Mr. Basi Soare catalogued their priority areas for 2025.
The first area we'll look at is around our work on inclusive education. We'll also be focusing a strong work around our inclusive and participatory governance, because we believe we need the space, we need to create the mechanism for the state, non-state actors, citizens to have that interface in discussions that affect them, particularly that have to do with service delivery. Work on climate change and sustainable livelihoods is also very central to our work.
Monitoring and Evaluation Manager, ActionAid Sierra Leone, Varen Momo, gave a detailed presentation of their achievement for 2024, noting ActionAid Sierra Leone has contributed to inclusive and empowering education, improving participatory governance for sustainable development, and climate resilience and sustainable livelihood. Madam Momo said their priority areas were aligned with the government's Big Five game changers. She also outlined their total budget for 2025.
Totaling the donor-funded projects and our sponsorship allocation for 2025, we have a grand total budget for 2025 as 76,569,919 billion for 2025.
Deputy Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Reverend Dr. Titus Williams, lauded ActionAid Sierra Leone for such an initiative, noting open information fosters accountability and transparency in driving service delivery. He said accountability was a key enabler to the actualization of the government's Big Five game changers.
The government of His Excellency the President, Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, plays a crucial role in promoting transparency, accountability, and inclusive development in the NGO sector through various policies, regulations, and partnerships. The government, through the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, has institutionalized the NGO policy framework, which regulates NGOs to ensure compliance with national development goals. The government requires NGOs to sign the service level agreements with their respective line ministries on their projects and activities, fund resources, and ensure that at least 70% of funds goes to direct project implementation and at most 30% for administrative costs.
Board Chair ActionAid Sierra Leone, Slango National Coordinator and representative from the Parliamentary Committee on NGO, appreciated ActionAid Sierra Leone for such an openness, while donor representatives from the EU, UNICEF, Irish Aid, and a beneficiary from the community lauded ActionAid Sierra Leone for demonstrating their commitment towards accountability. Ibrahim Samra, Freetown.
Well, it's now time for our segment, beginning with the international news.
This is international news. I am Aminata Fofana. The UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has said that the UK would keep all options on the table as US President Donald Trump's tariffs on import of steel and aluminum kick in. Sir Keir said the UK was taking a pragmatic approach and was pushing for a trade deal, but the Conservatives said Labour has no plan to steelmakers raised concerns about cheap steel being redirected to the UK because of the US shifts. In contrast to the UK, the EU said on Wednesday it will impose counter tariffs on £26 billion of US goods. The UK exports hundreds of millions of pounds worth of steel to the US per year. Trump hopes the tariffs will boost US steel and aluminium production, but critics say it will raise prices for US consumers and dent economic growth. A Palestinian student activist who the Trump administration attempted to deport is due to appear at a hearing on that effort's legality in a Manhattan courtroom on Wednesday. Mahmoud Khalil, a U.S. permanent resident and Columbia University graduate, was a participant in last year's protest at the college over the war in Gaza and U.S. support for Israel. President Donald Trump said Mr. Khalil's arrest was the first of many to come after pledging to crack down on college protesters who he accuses of sympathizing with Hamas. Mr. Khalil is a green card holder and is married to an American citizen who is 8 months pregnant. But when speaking to reporters on Wednesday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio claimed that the U.S. could not deport visa and green card holders for virtually any reason. 4 men arrested at sea as they tried to smuggle cocaine with an estimated street value of about £100 million into the UK on a fishing boat have been convicted. The men were found with more than a ton of the drug on board the Lily Lola off the coast of Newquay, Cornwall in September last year. Michael Kelly and Jake Marchant pleaded guilty before trial, with a jury also finding John Williams and Patrick Godfrey guilty at Truco Crown Court on Wednesday. All 4 were convicted of conspiring to smuggle a ton of cocaine. National Crime Agency Branch Commander Derek Evans said the operation had prevented a huge haul of cocaine from hitting the streets of the UK and wider Europe. He said it would have blighted countless lives and communities. And Nigerian authorities have confirmed a meningitis outbreak in the northwest was behind the death of at least 26 people over several weeks. The spread of the disease in the state of Kebbi began lately January with over 200 suspected cases. Sokoto State Commissioner of Health Farouk Abubakar said residents should take precautionary measures and seek immediate medical attention at the nearest health facility if they are experiencing symptoms such as high fever, stiff neck, and severe headaches. Meningitis, more common during the hot season in Nigeria, is a significant public health challenge in Africa's most populous country that affects the protective membrane surrounding the brain and spinal cord. That's the international news. I'm Aminata Fofana.
From the international news, let's move over to something entertaining.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Sulaiman Babature. In this edition of Entertainment News, Bakiteno releases video of song titled Freetown to Accra. Shaq the Unstoppable and Boy 16 hit TikTok with Ramadan freestyle. Papi J6 released song titled Waterloo and it's going viral on social media. And finally, Jamaican reggae artist Coco T passes on. And now we all know Mr. Problem online. Bakiteno is in Ghana, Accra. Well, during his arrival, he released a song titled Freetown to Accra, and the song is dope. We know Bakiteno to be a lyricist. Of course, he released dope songs and the bars are tight. Let's get the song.
I see man and just a D-goal, so I took a flight to boost my ego. Feeling like the next video. Baby said slowly at the top, make a show man out the middle. I mean one not this league, I see no competition. It's me versus me, I hope you see the vision.
Another dope rapper, Shaq the Unstoppable, is going viral right now on TikTok on song he did with Boy 16, a very small boy, but he's also a hardcore rapper. They released a song, freestyle for the Ramadan, giving knowledge, ideas, what you should be doing during the Ramadan and what you should not be doing.
Assalamu alaikum, Barakmatulai.
Fast guns don't come, na for cuts the lie.
Woman for hijab, no makeup or style.
No scammer or kush, na for stop the tie.
As fast skin cam, you say you get ulcer.
We know they call him, please na for stop, sir.
Also, Waterloo, there are rappers and singers in Waterloo and they have been giving us vibe. The latest is Papi J6. His song Waterloo is going viral on TikTok. People are vibing to the song. It's nice, it's dope. It sends a message about Waterloo, the good aspect of Waterloo, and also some of the bad things that happen in Waterloo. The song is dope.
Waterloo, 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 Waterloo. Not change, but not change.
Mama na the landis, where I find peace. Land of the cassava bread and fry fish. Smile how we face it's not they ever done riches, but if you bring funny, no go come here in peace. Land lose I hard working, mama them pack. If you think I'm lying, check Tumbo Park. And they hustle from the morning, take the place dark, and I actually find girls them park. So turn up for Waterloo. United we they go before. Stand up for Waterloo. Me and you know say no place like home.
Finally, according to reports, Jamaican veteran artist Coco T has given up the ghost. The report stated that the singer died in a hospital in Broward and that the singer's wife, Malvia Scott, confirmed to the Glenna that the veteran singer passed away following a cardiac arrest. Reports stated that the 65-year-old late man was initially diagnosed with lymphoma in 2019, but for the last 6 months he was also struggling with pneumonia. Coco T was one of the greatest reggae singers who have ever lived, and his work will stand the test of time. Coco T was known for his sweet, melodious voice as well as his powerful chanting. His last performance, report states that, was 3 years ago on the Welcome to Jamrock cruise. Born in Rocky Point on September 3rd, 1959, Coco T started making his name in Jamaica from 1985 with hits such as I Lost My Sonia, and sweet, sweet cocoa tea. He became successful worldwide since the 1990s and expanded his fan base, thrilling with songs such as Israel's King, With Them I Go Do, Can't Stop Cocoa Tea, Holy Mount Zion, Rockin' Dolly.
I call you, you must come. Leave out of the slum and come. Hurry up and come. Hurry up and come. Hurry up and come. Holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home to you.
In 2003, Cocoa Tea started the annual New Year's Eve event, Dancehall Jam Jam. It ran until 2009, with plans to resurrect it in 2015. In March 2008, he released a song titled Barack Obama in support of the then US presidential candidate who subsequently won the elections. Cocoa Tea is survived by his wife, Malvia, and 8 children. Well, we say rest in peace to Cocoa Tea, rest in heaven. But that's all we have for this edition of Entertainment News with me, Sulaiman Babature. Thanks for watching and keep watching the SLBC.
For my entertainment desk, let's join sports for some recent updates.
For the latest in sports in this edition of the news with me, Francis Barnett, Grafton Spring Water has unveiled Sierra Leone football legend Mohamed Kalon as its new brand ambassador. The former Leone Stars captain, now head coach, philanthropist and owner of FC Kalon, brings his wealth of experience and influence to the brand. Let's join Jonathan Toner for more on this story.
Mohamed Kalon, widely regarded as one of Sierra Leone's greatest footballers, expressed his excitement about the partnership, emphasizing the importance of radiation and healthy living for athletes and the public.
FC Kalon do for the last 20 years in Sierra Leone football. I think one of the things we convince the CEO of Grafton that the fact we give opportunity to look at to the young, underprivileged kids, ghetto kids, slum kids, and we see how many children that we don't give scholarship, we don't promote, we don't graduate, we don't have lawyers, and we don't pass through with our hands, and we continue for that as well. Now we build a fantastic academy, we pay over $3 million, and that will bring hope to the young one who have to play football as well from age 4 to age 18. I think one of the things that we convince Grafton to associate themselves with me.
Grafton Spring Water HR and Communications Patrick Samabania hailed Kalon's impact on sports and youth development, stating that his contribution aligns perfectly with the company's vision.
Grafton is a household name, Mohamed Kalon is a household name. So definitely it will benefit all Sierra Leoneans because Mohamed Kalon has a lot to give to this country. He has always been giving. He has a foundation. He has his youth. He has been empowering youth. And all youth in this country, their dream is to be like Mohamed Kalon. So for us to have Mohamed Kalon to have us, it's a success for kids in this country. That the only way out is for you or Grafton to come together as Mohamed Kalon has already done, to come to us and say, okay, let's be together and fight this cause.
The announcement marks a major endorsement for the brand as it continues to expand its presence in the markets. For SLBC News, Jonathan Toner reporting.
And away from that, earlier on today, Patrice Motsepe has been elected as president of CAF for the second time after he went unopposed. Patrice Motsepe will run African football for the next 4 years.
Dr. Patrice Motsepe has been re-elected as president of the Confederation of African Football CAF, securing a second 4-year mandate from 2025 to 2029. The election held at the 14th CAF Extraordinary General Assembly in Cairo, Egypt, confirmed Motsepe's continued leadership. The South African billionaire is now expected to accelerate the development of African football with a strong focus on women's football and grassroots initiatives. Many anticipate significant improvements to the African Cup of Nations and aiming to elevate its prestige and address the criticism of the African game. Congratulations, Motsepe.
And away from that, former president of the Sierra Leone Football Association, Aisha Johansson failed to secure a second term as FIFA Council member. Well, with that, we bring the curtain down for sport updates on the news with me, Frances Bernard. Thanks for watching and keep watching the SLBC. Goodbye.
And now to end the news, the main points again. President Julius Maada Bio has addressed the opening ceremony of the Sustainable Energy for All Global Forum. The president reaffirms Sierra Leone's commitment to sustainable energy and climate resilience. Residents at Kakumba, Koinadugu district have appealed to government and non-governmental organizations for proper health facility and water. The community of 18 villages can only boast of a tiny, under-equipped health post and no good source of drinking water. And the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, has engaged international non-governmental organizations on the Finance Act and the pay-as-you-earn system. Well, that's how we wrap up this morning edition of News Hour. I am Esther Susanette Bassi. Thanks for watching.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, the program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer, the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all they pass like stranger them, but we all don't dare from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom. A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown. Freetown.
Freetown.
Freetown, this is our welcome you to your breakfast program. Good morning, Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on Channel 31. Of course, this program starts your day with analysis and divergence of views on news and current affairs happenings in the country. Today happens to be Thursday, 13th day in March 2025. We are your presenters. I'm Dennis Rizan.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Our quote of the day is from German theoretical cyclist and Albert Einstein, and it says, "Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is not to stop questioning."
And certainly, the point is, of course, life in itself is a journey. You keep questioning things, you keep changing paradigms, you keep shifting.
And that's why we'll be questioning the president of SLAJ in this program today. As the world observes World Kidney Day, we'll learn more about Sierra Leone's treatment and care of kidney disease patients.
Parliament passes the Counter-Terrorism Act 2024, a law designed to combat terrorism and enhance national security. amid serious concerns raised by civil society organizations and journalists.
And Honorable Usman Abdatimbo resigns from his position as Deputy National Secretary General of the All People's Congress, APC. We invite you to participate by sending your comments and views to the number 030-073-719, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. This is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House in New England Vale. Back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, and we invite you to participate. You can do so by sending your comments and views, questions to the issues discussed there to the number on your screen, or you go to our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We start with our program. President Julius Maada has addressed the opening ceremony of the Sustainable Energy for All Global Forum. The president reaffirmed Sierra Leone's commitment to sustainable energy and climate resilience. Here's an excerpt of his statement.
Sierra Leone is dedicated to its commitment to sustainable energy. Our government has prioritized renewable energy as a catalyst for economic transformation, resilience, and social equity. We are progressing towards universal energy access by implementing policies that encourage investment in clean energy, expanding mini-grids, and forming strategic partnerships, all of which are necessary for success at the end of the road. In November 2024, during the Climate Resilience and Energy Transition Dialogue, Sierra Leone introduced the Energy Transition and Investment Plan, which aims to attract investment for 1 gigawatt of power. The Energy Transition and Investment Plan is not just a roadmap for energy development. It is actually a way for us to show our national commitment to transformative vision, and it embraces innovation, resilience, and sustainability, and tells a whole new story about us. Central to this vision is an ambitious, low-carbon development pathway, which is aimed at integrating and supporting various key national priorities. It is closely aligned with the goals of our National Development Plan, our flagship Feed Salon program, the National Electrification and Clean Cooking Strategies, and Sierra Leone's nationally determined contributions. By consolidating all of these essential initiatives under a unified strategy, we ensure that our energy transition directly supports our country's broader socioeconomic development. Our energy transition and investment plan emphasizes a stronger focus on renewable energy sources, especially hydropower and solar technologies. These renewable energy sources will lower our carbon footprint and improve the resilience and reliability of our power supply. However, to truly realize the vision of sustainable energy for all, we must address critical barriers, including limited financing, which has been referred to here, infrastructure gaps, and capacity constraints. To effectively scale sustainable solutions, we must foster strong international partnerships, drive technological innovations, and enhance climate finance. The energy transition should be inclusive, just, and equitable. Developing nations, particularly in Africa, have historically contributed the least to climate change, yet suffer the most severe impacts. We must ensure that the transition to sustainable energy uplifts the most vulnerable and does not deepen inequalities. This necessitates strong policy measures, enhanced funding, and the exchange of ideas, knowledge between countries and industries. I urge our global partners, governments and the private sector, and multilateral institutions to enhance collaboration on clean energy investment in Africa.
Thank you.
Back to the program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on Channel 31. Remember, you can also catch us live on Facebook at Slbc Tv Live. The program continues, and now we usher in our guest to further discussions on the program. As you must have heard in the news, Parliament has officially passed the Counter-Terrorism Act 2024, a law designed to combat terrorism and enhance national security, while the government hails it as a crucial step in strengthening security measures. The bill, which is now an act, has sparked intense debate with opposition lawmakers and civil society groups raising concerns over potential political misuse. The act, tabled by Deputy Minister of Justice, Madam Saptu Elizabeth Sakor, faced criticism, particularly from the All People's Congress APC, which is the main opposition party in Parliament, which argued that certain provisions could be weaponized to silence political opponents. Similarly, the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, or SLAJ, has formally submitted its position paper to Parliament, highlighting grave concerns regarding the potential impact of the proposed Counter-Terrorism Act 2024 on freedom of expression and press freedom in Sierra Leone. While recognizing the need for robust legislation to address national security threats, SLAJ emphasized that the broad and vague provisions in the proposed law could be misused to criminalize legitimate journalistic work and restrict public discourse. But for more on this and other issues regarding, of course, Sierra Leone Association of Journalists and their position paper, we've been joined by no less a person than the esteemed president of SLAJ, Ahmed Said Nasrallah. Good morning and welcome to the program, President.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here.
So then is it because he's your president?
Of course, actually, we have to I take exception to that bias, but I have to. President, it's a pleasure having you on the program this morning. Of course, you presented a position paper, raising a red flag as to, the proposed law with some of the gray areas you are not well in line with, and of course, in some areas you deemed, as possible areas that it will be used to weaponize or muzzle free speech in the country. You mind taking us through?
Yes, thank you very much. Just like we did with the cybersecurity law, the concerns we have is the same concerns that we share. One, we have to make it clear that we're not against the law entirely. Just like we are not against the cybersecurity law. We are not against the counter-terrorism law, because every country needs to have these laws to protect the country against terrorist activities or terrorist acts.
Okay.
But what we are concerned about is that there are certain provisions, usually in these laws, which have good intentions, but with those provisions, there is likelihood, there is potential to undermine freedom of press, freedom of expression, and also people's fundamental rights. So that is our broad concerns. And for this particular law, we, like you said from the intro, there are vague and broad provisions that we think should be reviewed so that they are clear and concise and they are not, they will not be used as potential tools to clamp down on dissent, political opposition, vibrant civil society activists, and the work that we do, because those terms are subjective. They are open to interpretation by those in power at the time, and so definitely they will use that to ensure that they are protected and to silence anybody that want to criticize them, whether constructively or otherwise.
Before delving deeper into the discussion this morning, we would like you to really take us through, because quite before now, it was open for position papers to be presented. During the time when the Act currently was in the Legislative Committee in Parliament, there was the provision for position papers to be presented, and of course recommendations to be made to the drafters of the said Act, or for even Parliament to take action. One might be thinking, especially for our curious viewers, they might be thinking, is it not starting on the wrong footing? Is it not rather too late to bring for the position paper?
Well, it's not rather too late. It's better late than never, they say. This is a very technical law, and it's large. As an executive, we don't have the capacity to look at this law technically and draw conclusions and put out a public statement or a provision statement to Parliament. So we have to consult our lawyers, our legal team. That's what we did. We were in constant touch with the Legislative Committee in Parliament since they opened up the process for people to come in and submit position papers, and also put in their concerns. We are in engagement. We told them that we have a position paper, we are working on it, and we'll send it. And they said, yes, okay, that'll be fine. We're looking forward to it. But unfortunately, we submitted a position paper at the 11th hour, but they still acknowledge that. And they also looked at our concerns and said, yeah, your concerns are journeying, and we know we already addressed some of those concerns, all of those concerns in our discussions, and those are going to be incorporated in the final document. So we have that assurance, and we also have assurances from the Attorney General's office that yes, he narrated this bill, and he also had those concerns, and he's made them clear to Parliament that whatever they do, they should ensure that the final document speaks to addressing those concerns that people are raising around the potential to undermine fundamental rights, and also the work that we do as journalists.
So, Prezo, since Parliament expunged Part 5 of the seditious libel law, we've seen the emergence of other laws that are really critical for the practice of journalism, especially if you want to practice freedom of speech and the others. We've seen the cyber law, which we are just talking about, the cyber security law, and now we're seeing this terrorism act, which people think also has the tendency to silence journalists. So don't you think SLAJ need to engage these people even before some of these acts or these bills are taken to Parliament? First of all, were you informed before being taken to Parliament? Were you part of the process?
Yes. The door was open for everybody to come in and submit. Yes, just like you said. Yes, I have been praised for, commended for the repeal of the criminal libel law, because it happened under my tenure. But I'm also concerned that I'm very cautious to celebrate, because immediately after the criminal libel law was repealed, the following year, we had the following 1 or 2 years, we had the enactment of the cyber security law. And people thought that, most people who are social commentators and political commentators, so that the government has taken one freedom, and they come again with a modernized law to stifle that freedom again. And so, for the cyber security law, we were in the process. We put out the provisional statement. We engaged the Minister of Information, whose ministry was tabling the bill in Parliament. We engaged the international community, and we engaged Parliament as well. And they opened the doors. We sat down, they looked at our concerns. We brought lawyers to give us their position, both for and against. And then we made our own conclusions and submitted that we had problems with not the law entirely, because every country needs to have the cyber security law to protect the country from crimes that are happening online now, because that's where the crimes are taking place. And so, but we had concerns with certain sections, Section 44, which has the criminal offences, and they are vague, they are broad, and they are subjective to interpretation. And we know from the history of our country that laws are interpreted differently by different governments when they are in power. and they have loopholes that they can use to silence dissent, to silence opposition, rival opposition members, to silence critical journalists, to silence critical civil society actors. So we raised those issues. But then Parliament, we sat and they took most of our concerns together with the bar association. But then we still have many problems in the final document that they passed. We have problems with Section 44. And after they passed the law, we continue to raise our voices. Every time I make a statement, I will mention that section. Every time we engage with international partners, we raise the section. Say we don't have to wait another 50 years to review those laws. So it's not just about responsibility. The law is not only affecting the journalists or media people. It's affecting everybody. As long as they're a citizen, even politicians, even the government itself, they are citizens. They will not be in government forever. And they're not above the law. Parliament is not above the law. The executive is not above the law. Nobody is above the law. And so once they are laws, they put them there. Definitely there are loopholes. Somebody will come in and abuse them against them at one point or another. The same thing with this one. The same thing with this one. Yes, we had the opportunity to submit our proposals despite coming late, but we still make our voice heard so that we raise the issues. That there are sections that we think are a threat to the work that we do. But not only for us again, but also for ordinary citizens, for civil society actors, for politicians, and for everybody. And so we continue to raise these issues. But we need coalitions. We need everybody to come on board and talk about this, and so that we raise our voices, and then they will hear, and then do the right thing.
Okay. As the president of SLAJ, people will say yes. SLAJ has always been advocating on behalf of journalists. However, you also have to caution your members, because sometimes people think we as journalists, we go beyond our mandates. We sometimes do things that we are not supposed to do, even though we are supposed to be watchdogs. However, every responsibility goes, every right goes with a responsibility. So if you have a right, you also make sure the responsibility that goes with that right is well maintained. This has also been a concern, that journalists should also maintain their lane, if I could say so. They should maintain the ethics of journalism so that they will not get into problem with the law.
Yes, we continue to emphasize that. Every time. That's why part of our job as SLAJ is to ensure that we provide training opportunities for our members. Continuous professional training, because you need that. Because the line of work that we are is very dynamic. It changes rapidly than most of the sectors. The media is very dynamic. It's changing rapidly with the advancement of technology, and so we have to keep abreast with the way we do our work as professionals. So that's why part of our job is to provide training opportunities for our members and provide opportunities for capacity building, so that you can further your education and become professional. But in every profession, there are people who always make mistakes. We are humans who make mistakes. There are people who do that deliberately to achieve, because they want to achieve certain goals, or because they have vested interest in certain things. So for those ones, we cannot control them. Even though we have this large code of ethics, we have the IMC regulations for print and electronics media, people still violate. Even when we have laws in the country, national laws, people still violate them one way or the other. So we don't want to take responsibility for that. But what we want to do is to ensure that we continue to ensure that we appeal to our members to practice professionally, because you're professional. As long as you're a member of SLAJ, we knew that you've gone through the formal education, you've gone through the practice, and you know the do's and don'ts, and we expect you to apply that when you're doing your job in a responsible manner, professional manner, ethical manner. That's what we want. So we continue to preach that and always ensure that we do that. But if we have become very notorious of violating those issues, we also have instances where we can take action. We have the disciplinary committee, and you have the IMC as well, that has a unit that looks at the work of the media and bring them in where the public feel aggrieved about what they are doing as professionals. So we continue to do that.
Very well, President. Let's put into context, the seriousness of some of these concerns you're raising. In fact, it is, of course, no secret that, in fact, we are regarded as the fourth estate. It is not by any mistake that, that particular accolade is given to the media. But again, looking at the much public interest that this particular act has generated, in fact, there is no gainsaying. Members of the public are on their toes to really see what is going to become of this particular law that has been enacted by Parliament. In fact, we must as well alert even our viewers that based on, because of the importance of this particular bill, and with the permission of our producer, we will be dealing exclusively on the Counter-Terrorism Act this morning. That's why we have Prezo here, which means some of the discussions we are supposed to hold this morning is not going to be part of the program. But again, over to you again, Prezo. Take us through, what are some of these, gray areas that are really of interest to, of course, our work as journalists? Because looking at, of course, you cannot take that away again from Parliament. One thing that they could be given thumbs up for is that throughout the process in Parliament, there was open dialogue session when it was in the committee stage. A lot of consultations were held, even with members of the opposition. Yes. And so it came a time when even when the deputy opposition leader in Parliament, Honorable Kakumba, came back and said, because of the exception clause that was, added into, of course, the act, to suggest that dissenting views or even protest or industrial strike actions are not going to be considered as terrorist acts. But again, we know how laws have been implemented in this country, and so what are the fears of SLAJ, if you mind to tell us?
Yes, I'm happy that you mentioned that there were consultations and then the opposition MPs raised concern, and then yes, and there were steps you are taking to ensure that those addressed your concerns. Yes, we are addressed. Those concerns were addressed. Yes, what we got from both the opposition and the AG's office was that there is an African Union model of this law, which the African Union they put together. They encourage member countries to adapt if they want to legislate this kind of laws. And so they told Parliament, they insisted on Parliament to adapt that model. Okay. So to adapt that model, we know that we should be safe, and we should not be too concerned. But again, in terms of implementation, that's where the problem comes. The laws may be good, but there are always loopholes. Even with good laws, you have legal people who will interpret them in different ways to suit their own situation or their own interests. So that's a fear that we have, because knowing the history that we have with laws, the implementation is always subjective. They don't go by the letter of the law or the spirit of the law. It's how they want it to be interpreted. And they have the institutions and they have the people there who will support those ends. So that's where our questions come from. So I'm happy that you mentioned that. Okay. And you also talked about the exceptions, clauses, which have also been added. And so the AG told us that these have been added, and so most of our concerns have been addressed in those exceptions. But for sake of record, let me just go through the concerns that we put in our position paper. Okay. So we said the key concerns that we have. One is that the Act includes big terms like actions. If you are involved in any actions that will be prejudicial to national security. So the only sense of our concern is that where do we draw the line between national security and people's fundamental rights, including our own rights as journalists and freedom of the press. So that's the concern. So we say that one is vague. Actions that will be prejudicial to national security. Because the government prioritize national security. When they want to take advantage of you, they say we are doing this in the interest of national security. They could even come here and say this program is a threat to national security. They will come and close it. They have the power. So that's why we are concerned. Okay. And so the other one is that it opens the door for subjective interpretation. That's the key phrase there. Subjective interpretation. So what suits them, that's how they're going to interpret it. What their motive or intent is, that's how they're going to interpret it. That could criminalize investigative journalism, reporting on protest, because we report on protest, we want to investigate journalism always, and or exposing government's wrongdoing or misconduct. So in those instances, when you do that, there's a potential with the provisions that they will take offense and can come after you. Come after the media and come after the journalists. So those are our concerns. The other one is that the criminalization of information dissemination. In the bill, it is criminalized. The sections impose a minimum of sentence of 25 years for distributing information that may, in quote, encourage or induce terrorism. You see? So encourage or induce terrorism. So they will be the ones that will interpret that section. That what information that you put out that is tantamount to encourage and induce terrorism. You see? And he said, journalists reporting on terrorism threats, protests, or government responses could be at risk. We are humans who make mistakes, and and sometimes our intention is genuine, but then we made a mistake, and then government will see it differently, and they will take action. So these are our areas. Social media reporting could also be criminalized under this provision. You know, social media now is a new space, and everybody is putting out information, audios, all kind of formats. They don't care about the regulations. They just express their opinion. That's what you expect in a democracy. People have opinions on everything, whether they serve certain interests, but they want to say it, they want to express themselves. And so this law it has the potential to. And so we also have concern about the harsh penalties for journalistic activities in sections 12, 13, and 18, and 19. Minimum 30 years sentences for interviewing or quoting suspected terrorists. You see? Investigating misconduct by security agencies. Reporting on protest movements. This creates a climate of fear and self-censorship in the media. The other concern we have is the risk of misuse against journalistic covering protests, of journalists covering protests. We say section 12 and 15 criminalize acts that disrupt essential services. So if we are in act that they think that it is disrupting essential services, then it's an act of terrorism.
So for example, if a security officer is doing what is not right, and then as a journalist maybe you go to check him, they will tell you are disrupting essential
we see what is happening. We see what is happening with the cyber law. Now we've seen journalists being arrested under the cyber law, and citizens being arrested under the cyber law, being detained under the cyber law, and all the politicians. That's what they use now. So the laws are now being modernized in a way that to control all of these areas.
So from every indication, this seems, for me, it seems even more complex than the criminal libel law.
Yes,
it seems more complex.
Yes, more complex, yes.
And so because this has the caveat to it, it's a matter of state security.
State security, that's the danger, because it's state security. The same cyber security law is about the state security. So that's where they hide. There's always a thin line between that and the freedom that we enjoy as citizens, not just as journalists. And the other one is and the risk of misuse against journalists. Okay, so we say section 12 and 15 criminalize act that disrupts essential services or compel a person to act or refrain from acting. Journalists covering strikes, protests, or security crackdowns could be accused of aiding terrorism. So if some people are protesting and then you go there to cover and you report it, or you take it and put it on social media or TikTok and you're going viral, then they could take you in as somebody aiding people who the government will describe as terrorists.
So this will leave one to wonder, with all of these mind-blowing revelations you are really pointing towards, that are being captured in this all-important counter-terrorism act. One we want to imagine, wasn't Slbc engaging in his duty to really add, bring up all of these as grey areas that, the drafters of this particular law could have looked into, because as it stands, it's rather too late, because the law has already gone to Parliament.
Yes, it has been enacted, but it's not too late. I assure you that it's not too late. There is still a window of opportunity. We are still in engagement with Parliament, and also the window of opportunity now lies with the final stage, which is the President signing the document for it to become an act.
Maybe this is a government bill.
How strong is Slbc and other civil society organizations to make sure?
Okay, let me lay this one. The MPs have assured us that, and the AG office have assured that they've addressed all these concerns. They've seen our provision paper, and they said they've addressed all of these concerns.
Do you trust them?
That's what I'm saying now. So we are waiting now, because the Parliament has enacted the bill into law in light of the amendment that have been made. So now the clerk office or the law officers department will go again and put a final document together incorporating all of those amendments, and then we'll see that final document before they go to the printers.
Okay.
So if we see that final document and we find out that our concerns have not been captured and there are still loopholes, then we'll raise a louder voice to ensure that the President hears us, and we'll even request for a meeting with him or an engagement with his office to ensure that we put these concerns, so that when the act comes to a table for a signature, he'll be able to take the decision to send it back to Parliament and say, go and do more consultation with and address those concerns. That's the window we have now, and we're going to make use of it.
Certainly we hope for the best. He is Ahmed Said Nazgala, President, Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, and we have been discussing on the Counter-Terrorism Act 2025. That has been enacted recently by Parliament. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We'll go for a short break, and the program continues shortly after.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold natural cocoa powder, Sunny Gold brown sugar, meat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Hello, and this is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Welcome back to the program, and you have the opportunity to ask questions to the president of SLAD. He's here with us this morning, and we have been talking about the Counter-Terrorism Act that has been passed into law a few days ago.
Yes, certainly. It was on Tuesday.
Yes, in the House of Parliament. We'll continue with the program, and now we go to something different quickly before we go back to the president of SLAD. So if you have your questions now, keep sending them. We'll definitely read them if they are in place. Dennis.
Yes, World Kidney Day is a global health awareness campaign focusing on the importance of kidneys and reducing the frequency and impact of kidney disease and its associated health problems worldwide. World Kidney Day is observed annually on second Thursday in March, and this day is intended to raise awareness about conditions of kidney, although many are treatable and they are secondary medical concern of the greater population. Kidneys are being shaped organs responsible for filtering blood, removing waste and excess water as urine, and balancing body chemistry, located on either side of the spine just below the rib cage. The kidneys remove waste, extract water from the blood as urine, help keep chemicals as sodium, potassium and calcium balanced in the body. Well, the kidneys also make hormones that help control blood pressure and sustainable bone marrow to make red blood cells workable in the body. Well, for more on this, we earlier on spoke to an expert on this particular subject, and this is what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Dr. Miranda Logan, Associate Chief Academic Officer at Mass General Brigham, and these are the most commonly searched questions on chronic kidney disease. What is chronic kidney disease? Chronic kidney disease is a slow decline in your kidney function, generally greater than a time period of 3 months. Over the course of the day, as you're eating, you're drinking, you're exercising, your body is doing a ton of different metabolic processes. And these metabolic processes create waste. That waste has to be cleared from your blood. And your kidneys are the organ that do that job. The kidneys clear waste and toxins from your blood, and those wastes and toxins exit your body in the form of urine. So the kidneys make urine. How do I know if I have chronic kidney disease? Chronic kidney disease can catch people by surprise, as it's often diagnosed by blood tests when people have few or even no symptoms at all. It's very important to know if you have chronic kidney disease because you may be eligible for therapies that could reverse or delay the progression of your chronic kidney disease. This means that you could live for longer with kidney function that allows you to not need an advanced therapy. Signs and symptoms of chronic kidney disease often don't manifest until you've reached the later stages. Some of the signs and symptoms include
nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, fatigue and weakness,
difficulty sleeping, difficulty with concentration, changes in how much you urinate or the color of your urine, swelling of the feet and ankles, itching, muscle twitches and muscle cramps, chest pain, shortness of breath, foamy urine, and blood in urine. The signs and symptoms of chronic kidney disease can be what we call non-specific, which means that these signs and symptoms could be signs and symptoms of a lot of different diseases. So if you are having these signs and symptoms, the best thing to do is go see your primary care provider, let them know how you're feeling, and see what testing is appropriate. Is chronic kidney disease dangerous? If left untreated, chronic kidney disease can progress to complete kidney failure. The kidneys are essential for maintaining life. But if you do develop full kidney failure, there are therapies, such as dialysis or kidney transplantation. So how is chronic kidney disease diagnosed? There are two main causes of chronic kidney disease, and they are diabetes and hypertension. Diabetes and hypertension are very common conditions. It's very important that if you have a family history of diabetes or hypertension, that you get tested for them and then also get tested for kidney disease. There are several different ways that your healthcare provider may diagnose chronic kidney disease. This could include blood tests, urine tests, imaging studies such as an ultrasound of your kidneys, and lastly, a biopsy of the kidney. So how do you treat chronic kidney disease? The most important thing is to understand what is the underlying etiology or cause of your chronic kidney disease or kidney failure. Some of those causes are treatable, others are not. Some of the therapies can include medications, but it can also include things like lifestyle changes, so losing weight, exercising, quitting smoking. There are many different potential treatments for chronic kidney disease, but all medications and therapies can potentially have side effects. So it's important to take the medication or therapy that's specific to the cause of your chronic kidney disease. What can you do to prevent chronic kidney disease? Some risk factors are smoking, obesity, family history, advanced age. Some of these are modifiable and some of them are not. You can't change your family history, unfortunately, but some risk factors are modifiable, however, such as obesity and tobacco use. So what should everyone know about chronic kidney disease? I would say that treatments are available and the science is advancing. Certain causes of chronic kidney disease are preventable and or treatable. So if you have risk factors or you have symptoms, get tested. Know your status. So what are the best and worst things I can do for my kidney health? The worst thing you can do for your kidney disease is ignore it. The best thing you can do for your kidneys, it's to live a healthy lifestyle. Eat healthy, exercise, see your doctor for a regular checkup. Thanks for joining me today. I'm Dr. Miranda Logan, and we are Mass General Brigham.
That was some fact about kidney disease. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We still have the president of SLAD in the studios with us, and he's here to tell us more about the organization. Now, Mr. President, away from the Counterterrorism Act, we know you are going to continue to follow up on that particular issue, especially on your position paper that you've sent to Parliament. But let's talk about other areas of SLAD. You know, in recent times, SLAD has come under some scrutiny, especially among its members, that you have not been speaking out on certain things that you should be talking on. First of all, we want to know how independent SLAD is.
Well, that concern is coming mainly from the public, from some section of the public. We understand where they're coming from, because not the members know exactly why they form SLAD and what is SLAD responsibility and role. Public. And so, yes, people accuse me of saying that under my leadership, SLAD has been very silent on national issues. And I wonder, when has SLAD in the last 15, 20, 30 years, has SLAD dabbled into national issues? Never. We've never seen under the Honorable Alaji Abitago, no. Under Uboro Fofana, no. Under Kelvin, no. I actually started it. All SLAD has been doing is to raise their voices when it borders on freedom of the press and freedom of expression. That's where they make their loudest noise. That is our role. we are not an opposition party, and I'll be that clear. I am the first president of SLAD, I can say, that I've dabbled into national issues. Remember the August 10 incident?
Yes.
I raised my voice and I went there and spoke in front of the president. After that, the issue of the suspension of the Auditor General. Yes, we should have received it because we believe in the office and we believe in the people who we are manning that office and the kind of track record the officers have gotten in terms of ensuring that government fundings and finances are judiciously utilized in the interest of the public and for providing services and those things, they will account for them. And we also remember during the elections when the SFPP candidate for the mayoral for the mayorship spoke about some things in the place of worship.
Yes.
You could have received me. Okay. Because I thought that beyond just protecting freedom of expression and free speech, we also have responsibility to protect the peace and stability of our nation. That is our responsibility as media. So I took those steps for the first time. But in the history of SLAD has never dabbled into issues of putting out press releases for blackout, press releases for cocaine scandal, press releases for the wrong doings of government. No, that is not our job. That is the job of the opposition, and that is the job of the civil society and the public and the media. That is why we train you. The media's role is to hold government to account, not SLAD. SLAD is a professional body of members. Certainly. And our duty is to defend freedom of expression and defend the work that you do, and to train you to be able to work professionally to hold government to account.
So you also have other people, members of the public, who think SLAD has been doing better as compared to other associations. If we all could recall when the Sierra Leone Bar Association had their issue in Kenema and all these issues that led to the formation of the Lawyer Society, SLAD has always been praised or been right up there to say, oh, even some lawyers will say we admire SLAD. And you always get different opinion, especially when it comes to public issues. But now let's look at issues surrounding SLAD, especially journalists and media houses. For example, the Africanist press, it has been on the spotlight for a very long time from bringing out some information. Sometimes SLAD is even accused by the Africanist press. Let's talk about it. What do you think about it as the president of SLAD?
Well, let me start by, for the first time, commending him for raising the red flag on this counterterrorism bill, because he has been very consistent in raising that this bill, we should be concerned about it as a nation, to raise our voice and ensure that Parliament did not act the bill. But he's just one person. Just one person, and we are SLAD. SLAD is an institution. We don't just go out and we are not a social media influencer. We are not a blogger or a single person. We are an institution. So we are guided by rules and regulations. As a president, I have my responsibility and all my powers and stops, and whatever I do, it has to come from an informed point of view. So that's why we have our legal team. That's why we send there. But I commend him for raising the flagship, and we knew, but we're not going to. We're not in competition with him. And I respect people's opinion about SLAD, because in the context that we are living now, and we can see that most of the democratic institutions are very weak. So with SLAD, well structured, and doing our job with professionalism and with good leadership, people are turning to us to take up some of these national issues. But we can't do that. It's a dangerous path to follow, because once you go there, how do you come back to your base and do what you are supposed to do as a professional association? So that's why we're very careful where we put our mouth and look what topics we take on and give our views on. So that's, we're very careful about that. And so yes, I will commend him for that. He's doing his own job, and that is what democracy is about. Everybody has a role to play. Yes, and we take his comment about SLAD in good faith, although we don't agree with him on many occasions, even during the elections, when we verified some of the claims that he made against the national elections commission, CSL. He took offense and started blackmailing us. But we respect free speech, we respect democracy, and we respect. And
that's the beauty of democracy.
Yes, everybody's right to. We've had so many. We've been victims of so many accusations and so forth. But I think it's a way that we have structured ourselves, and the way we have gone about our business. That's why I don't know what is happening to other professional stations.
Okay.
We don't know their issues, but that is well structured, and we don't see anybody as an enemy. We engage with everybody, we partner with everybody as long as it is in the interest of what we want to achieve as an association.
Mr. President, in June, you'll be holding elections to usher in a new administration for SLAJ. This is coming at a time when the new media is a threat to the traditional media. You know, just now when you are talking, you spoke about the emergence of the new media and the some of its disadvantages. Now you are working hard to get a new administration to run the affairs of SLAJ, and the new media is a challenge before leaving office. What are some of the things are you putting in place so that the legacies you've worked for will not just be sent into the day?
Okay, I don't see the new media as a threat to traditional media. I always tell my members, the new media has never been a threat. We should not take it as a threat. It is an opportunity for us. It's a space. Space is there for everybody. It's not exclusive to anybody. It's not exclusive to anybody. So I don't see it as a threat. It's something that is challenging us to do more as traditional media, to go into those spaces and make our presence better, because we are the professionals and we can do it better. And we need to go there and populate that space and put out content that are factual, that are verified, that are appealing to the public, and that contributes to enriching the conversation on national issues. So we'll do that here. So yes, definitely, over the last 6 years, because I've been in SLAJ, it's 12 years I've served SLAJ. It's a national service. I don't get paid every month for that. 12 years. I served at SecGen for 3 years, for 6 years. And then I went for the presidency for 6 years. So it's 2 times. 12 years I've dedicated myself to doing a lot of work for the media. So our focus was to build the structures. And over the last 6 years we've achieved so much in terms of media development. The framework. We now have a national blueprint for the media. It's a document that anybody intervening that wants to intervene in supporting the development of the media salon, that's a document that you should look into. We have the media manifesto, which also summarizes our aspirations for SLAJ and for media development in the next 10, 15, 20 years. That's also a document that you can look into if you want to intervene in the media. So we have our priorities all sorted out, and we have a clear roadmap where we want to go. And so, as I leave office, I would want to see an executive or a leadership that will build on these gains and consolidate them. And we are things that are not achieved, for example, getting a secretariat for SLAJ, and they will embark on that, and getting other, and working on the welfare issues of members, and trying to get the industry to re-engineer. Those are things that the next leadership will challenge themselves to do. So I look forward to people, or a group of people who will come into the executive, both national and regional, that will take up these responsibilities, and not to come and reinvent the wheel again, because there's a clear roadmap that we put together. Just come and build on it and get SLAJ moving in the right direction.
Now, President Nazigala, in fact, still talking about your legacy. In fact, I, for one, I've always take exception to really be one person that will always blow your own when it comes to how you've really, strategically positioned yourself to draw a distinction between you being a president of the Journalism Association and a professional media practitioner in Sierra Leone. In fact, the name, the monk, is so daring, not only as a president of the association, but as a member that has really gone through the ranks, climbing up to the ladder to become a president of the association. But in all of these accolades that have been coming, both nationally and internationally, of course, we saw the other time when the international journalists came into conflict with members of the security forces. We saw your swift response, how you were able to navigate. I've been following you closely, how you really navigate your way through even the corridors of power, how you are able to sell truth to power. Devoid of all of these facts that are really pointing towards, you also use a particular column in your journalistic work to really hold government accountable, a satire to really hold government accountable, government in, government out. But again, talking about public perception, SLAJ as an organization has come under public criticism as an organization that is currently in bed with the government. What have you to say with that?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that stems mainly from the subvention. The moment the government started giving us subvention, people said we have mortgaged our independence, we have we are supporting the government, or they even ban me as SLPP. Yes, that's what they said. But there's always a defense to that. Okay. Now, I've not mentioned this before, but if you look at the TRC report, the TRC report after the war, and part of the catalog all the reasons for the war, and they catalog the media under the one-party system, and the kind of things that the kind of troubles that we underwent as media, and during the democratic dispensation and those sort of things. And they recommended that it is the responsibility of government to support the media, especially community media, so that they will be able to provide information for the public, not just in the capital, but also in the rural areas. It's serving a good purpose. It's the responsibility of government to do that. So my defense for that is large. The executive, what we try to do over my 2 terms, because I've been with 2 sets of executives, and I've tried to get them together, and so that we work as a team and to be apolitical. That is positive. We don't involve in politics, but we don't see government as an enemy. And so we do not tell government to give us subvention. They promise that they will give subvention when they come to power. They met us. I was Secretary at the time. They came to our offices when they people in the 2018 elections, and they talked about a whole lot of lists that they want to do for the media. And I admired them for that because that was the first time a political party has come to us to ask us what our views are. Sometimes they don't sit down and do a manifesto on media, and then they tell us this is what we want to do about the media without even consulting, without even knowing our needs. But they came, and then we engaged, and then we talked, and then after they won the elections, we follow up on those promises.
Fulfillment of
yes, all the promises. And so the president assured us that he, under his government, started going to receive subvention. And the subvention is not a secret. It's not a secret. Every time government gives us subvention, we announce it, that this is from government, and it's for a purpose. The subvention is for SLAJ, and its regional bodies, and its structures, and its affiliate bodies. It's not going to SLBC, it's not going to AYB, it's not going to Radio Democracy, it's not going to EPIC, it's not going to Liberty. So we don't interfere with the work that yeah, but people want because people say because we are receiving that money, so we are not saying what should we say? We are saying every time a journalist has come in conflict with the law, we have stood up to them, and we have ensured that we protect freedom of expression and freedom of the media. Yes, because that is our responsibility. But our responsibility is not to talk on national issues. That is the job of the opposition. That is the job of civil society with those thematic areas in governance. That is what they do. The media provide the space. You provide the space. You call them here every day, they come, you interrogate them, you ask them tough questions, and they answer. That is the role of the media.
Continue to stay with us in the program. We'll definitely come back to you as we close. You seem to be very enthusiastic about your legacies you are leaving behind. I mean, in an association we are also well pleased with. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Over now to another segment in the program. We move over to reviewing of the front pages of our local dailies. For that, I begin with Africa Young Voices newspaper. It opens with a banner headline: Nigerian innovator wins 2025 Commonwealth Youth Awards. SLPHA Yakuba Askaibio conducts sports check. Massive ships continues free surgeries, medical training until 2026. Also, you can find on AYV newspaper.
From the AYV, we go to the Awareness Times newspaper with so many stories, but it opens with a banner headline: Honorable Usman Timbo steps down in an official letter to Lansana Dumbuya, APC National Deputy Scribe. And also, NRA and Ministry of Finance collaborate on INGO tax compliance. ECOWAS and NACSA strengthen partnership for regional human capital development. The stories plus more you find in the Awareness Times newspaper.
My next pick, which happens to be my final pick, is Concord Times newspaper. It opens with the banner headline: Judge urges state prosecutor to expedite treason trial. Dr. Ibrahim Bangura position to unify APC. 16 customers benefit from GT Bank keep for the Bambai deposit and win promo. These are all stories you can find on the front page of the Concord Times newspaper.
And the final one for today is the African 24 fasting and March sun blaze. Sellers agree. A march towards 2028, 28 in for APC flag post. These stories plus more, including sport, you find in the African 24, but we must remind you that views expressed in these newspapers does not in any way reflect the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing what is in the newspapers. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We quickly go back to President Nasrallah, even as we close the program. Now, Mr. President, quickly, a quick update on the the murder case of former journalist Samuel Brahma. You know, the matter came up yesterday, and we want to know.
Yes, unfortunately, I have not been briefed by the Secretary.
Okay.
The Secretary went there yesterday, and we have not seen each other, have not communicated.
Okay.
So he's supposed to be on another program on this Thursday. But definitely, once we get the information, and we'll put that to the public. But we've been monitoring, we've been monitoring and following up all the cases.
All right. Thank you very much for being part.
Comfortable with the.
All right.
Thank you very much for being part of the program this morning. We so appreciate, of course, the pleasure of your company this morning, serving as a guest in the program this morning. And we so do believe that, of course, part of your position on paper is going to be your legacy. You're going to be living there.
And definitely, we are going to host him here to give us his report card. We are going to read his report card here before June.
Yeah, certainly. Well, that's why we go down the curtains in today's edition of the program. Good morning, Sierra Leone. Many thanks to the producer, Daphne Zainab Kamara, and to the rest of the production crew, Dennis Fraser.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Wishing you a wonderful day. Many thanks to our guest, President Ahmed Said Nasrallah of SLAD. Have a lovely and wonderful day. Good morning, Sierra Leone. Returns tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Chronic kidney disease, or CKD, describes the gradual loss of kidney function. The primary function of your kidneys is to filter your blood, to remove waste and water. However, over time, conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, or even other diseases like autoimmune and congenital can damage the kidneys and weaken their ability to filter waste and water from your blood. Now, depending on the disease that is causing the kidney dysfunction, you may be diagnosed with conditions like diabetic nephropathy, polycystic kidney disease, hypertensive nephrosclerosis, and when we use the term CKD, it applies to all of these conditions. The two most common causes of chronic kidney disease are high blood pressure and diabetes. So people with these conditions are at risk for CKD. Other people at risk include those with a family history of renal disease and those who take a lot of painkillers, even over-the-counter products like ibuprofen. CKD tends to be a silent disease, and in the early stages of it, there are usually no symptoms. As the disease progresses, some symptoms may include changes to how often you need to urinate, feeling tired or drowsy, losing appetite, swelling in the feet and in the hands, a feeling of itchiness or numbness, nausea, vomiting, muscle cramps, and darkness of skin. Often, kidney diseases are discovered through routine testing of blood or urine. The major blood test that is performed to diagnose CKD is the serum creatinine, which estimates how well the kidneys are removing waste products. The serum creatinine, along with other factors such as age, race, and gender, are used to estimate the glomerular filtration rate, or GFR, which is a measure of kidney function. Unfortunately, there is no cure for CKD, but treatment is designed to delay the progression of the disease. There are some medications that can help slow down the progression of the disease, but the main interventions consist in controlling the underlying condition. People with reduced kidney function should see their doctors regularly to keep their blood sugar and blood pressure levels under control and avoid taking painkillers or smoking. Treatment options for patients with very low kidney function or in the end stages of CKD include dialysis and kidney transplantation.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, meat for full flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
My government has unanimously approved a safe motherhood bill. This bill will include a range of critical provisions to ensure the health and dignity of all girls and women of reproductive age in this country.
I was 16 years old, and at that time I would go to school. But during the time I would go to school, I ended up fucking belly. So I go to my friend after school, I go back at time. I said, so what you want to do now? Follow me, no. And I said, pass I go back, go buy medicine, why are the probably belly? And I said, okay, I see no problem. I went to my call, I go buy the medicine. When I buy the medicine, I can do it. But during that process, I almost lost my life. I bleed a lot to the extent I want to die. Pastor the rush me to go to the hospital.
I've go to school from thinking I've been but I not know about prevention. So I not know about that, so now I can't get belly. Then I born the pikin. Say I'm not able to go to school again. I've been a victim of rape. It happened a couple of months ago. When that door happened, my mother see the signs and permit tell me say I don't get belly, they deny. So from I get the belly, so I need to go to school again. I stop my school. My friends they mock me and they laugh me. I'm able to go to school because I'm unable to explain the person. I'm able to pull the belly so up till now I get the belly out soon. I don't want to pick for men.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television. This is News Brief with me, Dennis Fraser. The people of Kakumba in Warawara, Bafodi achieved on Konadogo district, are appealing to the government and health authorities for a proper health facility and other social amenities, including water. Kakumba is a community of over 18 villages, yet it can only boast of a tiny under-equipped health post, which is also struggling for essential medical supplies. The village itself is short of connectivity, making communication difficult, if not impossible. Patients from surrounding villages have to walk more than 18 miles to get there. Before the construction of the health post, people of Kakumba and those in nearby villages used to walk for miles to get to the nearest health center. A journey which is particularly painful and dangerous for pregnant women who will go into labor on their way to the facility. There are no proper beds. Patients have to lie on wooden benches, and pregnant women in labor have to be laid on mats due to the lack of delivery beds. Nurse in charge of the health post, Mary Kamara, said the situation was critical. Without internet, it is extremely difficult to communicate with the headquarters in Kabbalah during emergencies, adding that they sometimes have to climb up hills just to get a network connection. The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, recently hosted a joint training session for international non-governmental organizations in Sierra Leone. The focus of the session was on the Finance Act and Pay-as-you-earn or PAYE system, and it provided a platform for dialogue, understanding and partnership between government and international NGOs operating in the country. The training brought together country director, HR managers, and financial secretaries from various international non-governmental organizations, offering them the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Finance Act, implicators, particularly regarding thresholds for payments and other key provisions. NGO coordinator Eric Masali said the session followed a previous resolution made by INGO representatives, calling for such a training to address specific areas of confusion surrounding the Finance Act. The training also aimed to clarify some unexplained sections of the Act to help INGOs ensure proper implementation. Country Director for Gold Sierra Leone, James Reak, praised the session for its clarity and value, noting that it significantly enhanced their understanding of how to operate in line with the government tax regulations. He also expressed excitement for the duty waivers available to INGOs, which help streamline their operations and foster stronger collaboration with government. As part of efforts to strengthen financial accountability, Sierra Leone Budget Advocacy Network, with support from ActionAid, have looked at various audit transparency and accountability mechanisms in 13 local councils across the country. The survey identified transparency and accountability issues with proposed actions to address them in opposition paper. The head of governance and gender, Sierra Leone Brahma Mansari, said the report underscored the need for public accountability and strengthen audit accountability at local government level in the country. The survey findings recommended that the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs and the Fiscal Decentralization Division in the Ministry of Finance should enforce their immediate formation of audit committees consisting councillors in all councils as required by the 2022 Local Government Act. Local governments play a critical role in delivering essential services and fostering community development, but weak accountability mechanisms have led to inefficiencies, corruption, mismanagement of public funds. In alignment with the government's 2023 Safe School policy that underscores the importance of equipping educational institutions with the necessary tools to respond to medical emergencies, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has received 2,400 first aid kits from UNICEF. The Deputy Minister of Health, Professor Charles Hennessy, commended the donors for the support, highlighting that they were building efforts on child health, which the provision of first aid kits in line with such efforts of theirs. For the UNICEF country representative Rudolph Schwenk, the provision of the kits reflects partners' collection and commitment to promoting a safe and healthy environment for school children. Receiving the first aid kits, Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education Conrad Saki said the arrival of the kits was a significant contribution to enhancing student health and safety in the country. The delivery of the 2,400 first aid kits is the first of nearly 8,200 kits procured by UNICEF for the Free Quality Education Project funded by World Bank, FCDO, ActionAid, and the European Union. And finally, as a way of motivating Muslims to be reciting the Quran during the holy month of Ramadan, the Know Your Quran Foundation has held a Quranic memorization competition for various Quranic learning centers in the east end of Freetown. The competition was graced by prominent Islamic scholars who engage Muslims to imbibe the culture of reading the Quran extensively during the holy month of Ramadan. The competition among the young people was intense as they demonstrated knowledge in various chapters in the Holy Quran. Islamic scholar Sheikh Ilal Amin Turi encouraged Muslims to be engaging in reciting the Quran during the month of Ramadan. The holy month of Ramadan is considered by Muslims as a month in the Islamic calendar when Allah sent the glorious Quran as a form of guidance to mankind. In this regard, Muslims are encouraged to recite the Quran extensively. And that's the end of the news brief, which came to you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on Channel 31. Keep watching.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes to waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We last test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know waiting best for we picking them, now you make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice and nutritious, a healthy and it's sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salome.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want more
say you want for go na street. Because the last EDSA credit when me buy na ya asidom wey I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy?
But I no get QCell more.
Now make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It will be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man. Yes, use the QCell top up and buy EDSA Lite anytime, anytime. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell, Salon Pride.
My government has unanimously approved a safe motherhood bill. This bill will include a range of critical provisions to ensure the health and dignity of all girls and women of reproductive age in this country.
I was 16 years old, and at that time I would go to school. But during the time I would go to school, I ended up forgetting belly. So I go to my friend after school, I go back at time. I said, so what you want to do now? Follow me, no. And I said, Pastor, I go buy medicine, why are the problem with it? And I said, okay, I see no problem. I go to my call, I go buy the medicine. I buy the medicine, and I can do it. But during that process, I almost lost my life. I bleed a lot to the extent I want to die. Pastor, they wash me to go to the hospital.
I will go to school from 3 I get belly, but I not know about prevention. So I not know about that, so now I can't get belly. Then I born the kid. Say I'm not able to go to school again. I'm a victim of rape. It happened a couple of months ago. When that door happened, my mother see the signs and permit tell me say I don't get bella, they deny. So from I get the bella, so I need to go to school again. I stop my school. My friends they mock me and they laugh me. I'm able to go to school because I'm unable to explain the person. I'm able to pull the bella so up till now. I get the bella so.
I don't pick for men. They go to school. They can end up forget belly. I vex. People and talk to me say I left her. End of the day, go get one bad party, they go advice and say, they go pull the belly. But me no. When I let someone I come, I see the cry saying belly, they are not waiting the one watcher. I see the bleed. I say, what's happen? I begin to cry, I rush, I begin to cry, and I say, what's happening? They do so. He say, auntie, I'm afraid for telling her, one is company who they go to school, and can me go to outside and go pull the belly. The tell her they rush to Ghana for go cottage. The doctor then try the level best, but the beginner will make him. He end up dying.
My name is Fatima Masai. I got 5 begin. My first begin at the age of 17 years now born, and because of another prevention. Don't let my things hard for me for taking of them beginning day. I had a stream for taking of them beginning day. It's not easy for me for take care of them.
Tere abigedi bele, I no be dey na town, I be dey na village. Later I go na hospital, I go do the test, na bele. I be do 2-3 business there, so I no be get time for go to the clinic every time. But luckily, when me time she carry for born, when the mommy check me, then say you picking a foot in the couch. You see na foot she dey born with. And so okay, let's try all the way for let the picking go turn in aid. They're not able. They torment the picking, so they strain the picking till what can born now, my picking die.
We can get some picking there where na incest. Now the family they be, in most cases the 90 kids na the family, the neighbor. The one way na the family, something na the daddy gi ambele. And no one the belly. So no way, pass go drink medicine. Way, and no one the belly. And because of no one this belly and I daddy and belly, pass. At times they go police station. Then go report. At times they go for talk and us. But we not to us talk, not to chief talk. Na police talk, then can go na the police station. Then police go give them referral. Then come na the Rainbow Center. And when they can come at the Rainbow Center again, especially when at the daddy give the belly, the picking can knock you one the belly. But we can talk to them, counsel them for their life.
One of the best things that can happen to any family, now forget picking. Now for let woman get belly and then it deliver the baby safely. So in a salon, we don't do everything we can for make sure say the woman then we get belly, then they carry the pregnancy and deliver safely. So we go on bill now in our parliament, we parliament they consider for passing to law. We say every belly woman, we for do everything for her so that it remains safe and let it deliver safely. Who don't want that? I think so we all want that. We all want that because alone years and years ago, we have in the country where they can say you're free to forget belly now. Because you very likely say either you die or the pikin die or not to die. So over the past years, we don't dramatically change that one. So in fact, first time we over 1,000 people and they die, below man and they die for every 100,000 pregnancies we get. Now we're able to reduce our need to about 717 by 2018. Now, just last year, they announced we're going to reduce them by 400 to 443. And now it don't count on even more. One of the important things that we're able for allow we for do this. Now this law within our parliament now we then for pass, we then call the Safe Motherhood Bill. Now bill we say all the below money, all the comrades, then for safe, then for be cared for, then for be protected, for let them deliver safely. Again, we make sure say people that we know and get belay, then get an unwanted pregnancy, we're able to protect themselves. We give them all the tools that we will make they don't get pregnant if they don't want for. So we make commodities available, affordable, and accessible for them. So that good law is that good law will be able to protect all of the women in this country. And we will pass this law. We go there on the path for we get zero preventable maternal deaths in this country.
This bill they say we woman get belle, government for do all things possible for make this belle safe, let born picking safe, let the woman be picking safe. It also they say woman we not want belle. Will they provide services for them for let you not get this belly so we not go get unwanted pregnancy then. It also they say that government is responsibility for provide comprehensive health service for women them we get for do anything with woman business. So like them cancer, them breast cancer, cervical cancer, you know what they call infertility, woman we want get picking, not get picking, treatment of infection, they including HIV/AIDS. This bill they make all them provision in there. Last, the bill they say for woman them we astafulai, the rape, or girl picking them, we subjected to incest, the one that the papa they give belle, uncle give belle, or belle where doctor don't say this belle, it come for kill this woman if we not pull her, or where doctor don't say picking inside this belle, even where born her, it not go survive, or belle where they threaten the woman in health or in life. This bill they say, the woman then they, if they want, or then girl picking them if they want, under their condition and they no more. We will offer them safe termination of pregnancy. We will offer them, say, if you want police belle, we will pull them on safe side. We are one of the countries where the most restrictive laws where they govern reproductive health care rights in the world. So now this bill will they put forward, especially with the amendments that we don't make so, it fully aligned with this Maputo protocol. It they say all women get right for get comprehensive reproductive health service, and they say in their special circumstance, the unfortunate circumstance where woman get belle from rape, incest, or belle where go can kill her, or threatening health, or where the picking doctor already say this picking not get for survive. In their instances, then they offer the woman the option for go pull this belle safely if he wants for. This bill fully aligned with this Maputo protocol, but more importantly, it's fully aligned with President's view in legacy as the president we can champion the health and the rights of women in this country, as the president we don't do the most for women in this nation than any other president in the history of Salon.
If we go back to 1861, we say we get the Offenses Against the Persons Act. That now 163 years ago, we get two provisions there. We really restrict the choices where women them for make. You know, now we only talk about cases in which somebody could be raped, somebody could be a victim of incest, you know, or somebody get like critical medical condition where for make a move on with a pregnancy will cost in life. Under that old law, you know, get option. We want a society who say people are able to enjoy them fundamental human rights. People are able to protect their own health. People are able to born picking when they want and government keep a responsibility for make born picking business be safe for the mommy. This now waiting the Safe Motherhood Bill about.
The Safe Motherhood Bill, now law, we simply do for make we save woman and girl picking their life. Every year, too many girl picking them women in this country, they die because they don't get access to basic service. We then get belly, then they die. We then born picking, then they die. This law, it puts together all the things that we need for make sure say we reduce waiting with man called maternal mortality. That now women they die because with anything related to we get belly. I know say plenty people will ask questions. But this law, can't for promote anything bad. In fact, it can't say we for regulate if person say, paupa, you don't want to keep that belly, you don't want to let the person die because the state's responsibility. Now for ensure say we regulate, we provide services, we make sure say it's safe, we control, and ultimately for save the lives of the people that will get now with the citizens of this country.
Love the A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from 10. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
It takes its name from the Arabic word for emptiness, Al-Sahara. But the Sahara is really a collection of deserts, and the most remote is the Tenere. I set out to cross the Tenere in the way caravans have done for 1,000 years. It'll mean a journey of 1,200 miles over rock and sand by vehicle, camel and on foot. And it's a dangerous journey. For in this sweltering, desiccated furnace, death strikes the weak, the ill-prepared, or the unlucky. They call it the land of fear. My name is David Adams, and as a photojournalist, I've made a point of going to some of the world's most remote places. My journey starts in the African Republic of Niger, a former French colony, where the Tenere meets the Aya Mountains, which is why I'm in the ancient city of Agadez. Agadez is a mud city, and there seems no end to the patterns that clay and straw can achieve. It's also a holy city of Islam, this mosque claiming to have one of the highest mud minarets in all of Africa. It's a city that got rich on trade. Less than 100 years ago, slaves, gold and ivory were sold here in the Agadez markets. Just love the chaos of these markets in Africa. You can get absolutely anything and everything's being bargained and it's all over the place. Sugarcane, onions, grain from Niger, and then there's this stuff, salt. It's actually been the mainstay of this whole area of Africa for probably more than 1,000 years. And it's the great salt caravans that bring it here. This is Caravan Central, first port of call after crossing the wilderness. From north, south, east and west, they converge on Agadez because it straddles one of the great desert crossroads of Africa. Everything about these markets is geared to caravans. Clothing, footwear, headwear, even a haircut. Meat, drinks and fruit for a lengthy desert crossing. And of course, food for the camels too. Doesn't look very happy, does he? I think he's probably really upset because he can't eat it. It's sort of the reverse of having a carrot hanging in front of you. You've got lunch on your back and you can't do anything about it. This is truly stepping back in time. Here we are at the dawn of a new millennium, and there are still people wearing swords. They're called the Tuareg, not people that you'd want to mess with. Only 18 months earlier, they were in full armed rebellion against the Niger government. So if you want to travel to the desert and survive, you need their help. Which is why I've got to go 120 miles to the north. That's 200 kilometres to Chimia, a place famous for its camel races. Here I'll find the people I need to get me across the Tenere. So these are the people I'd come to meet, the legendary warriors of the desert. And they wouldn't look out of place in a Star Wars movie either. The Tuareg once ran an empire that controlled the central Sahara. No caravan could pass without their say-so. There are many theories about their origins. Some say they're one of the lost tribes of Israel, others that they were originally Christian, hence the prevalence of the cross as a Tuareg motif. But today they're Muslim, and in stark contrast to the Islamic norm, it's the men who cover their faces, while the women leave theirs unveiled. The Tuareg are fiercely competitive, many of them riding up to 4 days just to take part in this race. And today that's all it is, a race. Not long ago, they'd have lined up like this for a warrior's charge. They're off, and there's lots of jostling for the lead, which sometimes leads to accidents. What an awesome sight. These are descendants of desert pirates who as recently as the 1990s were still raiding caravans with lance and sword. Somehow, I don't think nature ever designed a camel to gallop. It's more of an awkward, lollop, half-canter, half-trot, not very comfortable for the rider. And it isn't a race for the faint-hearted. The course is just over 2 miles, or 3.5 kilometres. Plodding across the Tenere with a caravan won't be quite like this. It takes 10 minutes to cross the line. And when they do, it'll be to the cheers of their women and the jeers of their rivals. It's going to be interesting crossing the desert with men like these. There'll be many races today, and in between, the dancing. A chance for the warriors to let off steam, and for me, a chance to take some photographs. It's actually perfect moments like this, when there's an amazing picture and your camera breaks. This is my panoramic, and it's not working. This will never happen again, so I'll have to go and fix it. On they dance until the prize giving. And this is the prize.
Whoa, fantastic.
The legendary sword of the Tuareg, the Kakumba. And it's certainly not a toy.
They use Kakumba for fighting, because it's something who every man, every Tuareg man will have a Kakumba.
But today they're more for show, he says, a symbol of manliness. But for a weapon that's just a symbol, it's extraordinarily sharp, the perfect prize for a warrior. So these races are about more than just rewarding winners. They're about creating legends. It's as if we're back in the Middle Ages, in the time of the Moors, Crusader knights, and tales of chivalry and honour. I'm preparing to cross the desert. To help me, a team of Tuareg will show me the way to the Tenere and beyond. Is there anything else for up here? Yeah, lots. Camping equipment, tools, spare wheels and spare parts, diesel fuel, medical supplies, rations for 3 weeks, and of course, plenty of water.
Okay.
We decided not to take tents. It hasn't rained in the Tenere for 15 years, and it isn't likely to for another 15. But I did bring these.
Can't go anywhere without the old skis.
We're heading north into bandit country. Our route takes us through the heart of Niger's Aya Mountains. This was a Tuareg stronghold during the rebellion. It's desert all right, but just in case you're wondering where the sand dunes and mirages are, well, relatively little of the Sahara is sand dune, and a hell of a lot of it is mountainous. Some of these arid peaks are over 7,000 feet high. I wanted to explore them. I wanted to go deep into them where no European had ever gone. And to do that, I had to start in the isolated town of Ifuan. Here, everything's improvised. Buckets become drums, wires become toys, and an old plastic container will do as a soccer ball.
Look out, watch your fingers. That's good, huh? Oh, I think it's rotten. Ha. I don't know how long this thing's been sitting in the sun. It doesn't taste very good.
If I'd have been walking down these streets 18 months earlier, there's a fair chance I'd have been kidnapped and held for ransom. This was a Tuareg headquarters during the rebellion. Today all is quiet, and I'm just a figure of curiosity. Word was getting out that there was a stranger in town. Maybe I'd like to ride a camel. If so, wouldn't I like to buy a saddle? Or maybe one of those murderous Tuareg swords.
This is a really old one. Looks like these are the old alchemic moon symbols, which you only find on the really old swords. No, not Poma. I don't think these guys take no for an answer in selling anything. But why would I want to buy it when I can get one made to order? These must be some of the world's last swordsmiths to make swords for combat. A blade of the finest cutting steel, which 500 years ago would have come from European cities like Toledo or Padua. Today's takaba is more likely to have been forged out of Toyota bumpers. Parlez-vous anglais? Speak English? I'm looking for a guide.
I'm a guide.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because I want to go from Iloane across the air mountains into the Tenere.
I can do it for you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have camels?
I have camels.
Because I would like to go either today or tomorrow, if it's possible. Yeah?
Tomorrow perhaps, but now you have to wait. I buy a cell for my camel here.
Okay.
Yeah? You can wait.
Yeah, I can wait, sure.
Yeah.
And that's how I came to meet Hoya Abdurrahmana, a man who'd become my guide and mentor, a man who'd helped me to understand more about Tuareg culture.
Out in the desert, Hoya's family live a nomadic life, moving from camp to camp with their animals in search of feed.
So the family has been here for 3 weeks?
They need to be near water, but not too near. An old custom forbids Tuaregs to camp nearer than 5 miles from water, lest their children grow up taking it for granted. It's rare that one gets the chance to meet the Tuareg at first hand. And what a greeting.
Hello. Bonjour, David.
It means how are you, how are your parents, your family, your children, your grandparents, and so on.
That's a fantastic handshake. David, bonjour.
Can you go and greet my family?
Yes, yes.
This is my sister. Yeah.
Bonjour.
The two here are my sisters. The third one is my wife.
Bonjour, madame.
His name was called Abzau here too.
Abzau here too?
Abzau, yeah.
Abzau?
Abzau.
And what does it mean? What does Abzau?
They give him this name depend to his color. Yeah.
So Abzau means white?
It's white. Abzau is white, but not very white. It's not very, very white. It's near white. Yeah.
Abzau.
So it's on Abzal that I'll ride into the Tenere, perched on a Tuareg saddle with what look like sharp, trident-shaped handlebars.
And Hoya, what are the spikes for, these ones?
This is protection for Kakumba.
From the sword?
Yeah, from the sword.
Oh, so when they were fighting, this is so that you didn't get cut?
You go behind and Kakumba, you stay here.
Because I thought it was for me to hang on to.
Not for taking. Not for taking.
Saddlecloths, provisions, and a traditional water bottle made of goat skins. But there's something missing.
And where are the stirrups? There are no stirrups? No stirrups. Okay. And there's something I remember about camels and committees. And this one looks particularly well designed. It's also got a very good temperament, I think.
Now this is the easy way of mounting a camel. If you want to do it the Tuareg way, just grab its chin, climb up on its neck, and spring into the saddle before it bites you. Easy. So off we ride into the mountains towards one of the highest peaks in the Aya, Adra Tamgak. As we go, Hoya sings me songs about his Tuareg heroes and their exploits in battle.
يلوان تمسير الزمان شاعت نينا تيزلا نقار شقاتي جنقنا نزار
We're heading up a dry riverbed through the Tamgak corridor, the start of a major caravan route to the Tenere. So it's a bit of a surprise to get our feet wet quite so soon. It was the last water we'd see for over a week.
Slbc Tv kumbatisia ba nyame Ibrahim Madoa de vengama kepengu de koma
ngabeta yugumu sanga dia utuma
na habele mfumalama ta ati ministry na planning
and development kumbatisia ba tibe bona ministry na bo hunde sia ba tuwa na teka go mebona agia international no governmental organization na we kumbatisia seta bula tidalo kuma na bo hunde sia dueju kebe vi ko we tu pa wa diabu na we hin sen salon batita tibe bo jama budget advocacy network na we hin batita aris aim ko we tu daga kini blal kuma na bu hindi na sia ta butu gaige gege hindi sia ba na we hin local council bu ma hon chawa doe ko we gege hindi sia ta bula tidal kuma bo sia bena go abe Ministry na ana planning and economic development ngbatesia ba tibe na ministry na ana na bu hunde sia ba tugo na te ka gume wa agia na we international non governmental organization na we ye hinde sia sia ko to bi financial act ngbateta ko we tugo ti dalu kuma duejo to ye komedi tugo na tibe agia ma NGO sia na we na bu hunde sia sia dagula ti dalu kuma ye ge hinde sia bi ko we ka gu me kitabi o poma e duejma digoma hande chia vi o la kuma vi pada duejo to ti amelo na ti de ko meju ke ye finance activista ko we to ngwe bi na we sa na chia ma ho to da kuma o poma e duejma ina bu hande chia o la kuma duejo to ye ngwate jigu hunje numuna na we NGO coordinator age ye ngwate jigu hunje Eric Masala ogulo nata ogugwa gitia ye kumeju ye ke ngbatiji na we ka agu ni tita tukuma ye pupugu ale ko we to bi na buina na we daga yiki gege hindi siapa na we agu okoma ye doejima ko we activity to jala to ye ngbatiji gu hunje numuna na we country director age go salon ngbatiji siapa Jim Eric ogulo nata ogugwa gitia ye kumeju ye ngbatiji ti dama mapupugo ale esiego lo bi ye ngbatiji ye to ye na we tu lo to dalo kuma na bo hunde na sia na we taxi ba bima ye ji akoma ye duejima na we hingige hindi sia vi ogu ola lo kuma bi para dueju to ye ko lo hunje ko we tu go tuluko he gometi ngbatiji aba na we shuku hunde sia tugulo na to ye fe hande na sia na we ka gu mi na sia na we abu okoma gai school hande sia bi ogu ola kuma dueju ministry na basic and senior secondary school education ngbatesia ba ogu na ahakaga ma doga na we abu okoma gai school hande sia ba ma gata go era ya hakisia jika go era atauji fele 100 na we ye hande sia ko we tugutu dalo kuma dia UNICEF ati siama tuloko hi pomidibu to ye pomidibu hungi numuna na tobu ministry agi kahangwande siapa professor Charles Senesi tabe gulo na agugwa gitia ye pomidibu ye pomiji sia na we hitama jo agia na we hindono atie ye pupubu ale ye tubu yugo bi ko we ye hande sia bi tubu tidalo kuma na we dege sia tele bu hundi sia agu ola kuma dueju ka dege sia ta masuku sia ko we ye pomiji sia ba tubu tuma jo tele bu hundi sia agu ola kuma bi para dueju to ye humbateji gu hunji numna na UNICEF country representative agi ye humbateji gu hunji Royal Swing agulo nata ogugwa geti ya yeku hunju yeke ka hambon de sia bi ko wetu ko yibu yetu bu yibu bi ko wetu to bi dege na sia na we hinte mal masuku sia ko wetu le bu hundi sia bi ogu ola kuma bi para dueju to ye humbateji ta Bomeji sia timaju na we ministry na basic and senior secondary school education ngbatesia ba konestaki ogulo nata ogugwa gitia yekuhunju yeke hakeji sia na we timaju dege sia ba shukun de sia ba na we api shukun de sia bi ogulo kuma dege sia tele bu de sia bi ma gata go ela ye hakeji sia ye jika go ela be atauji fele 100 na we timaju agia UNICEF tuloko yibu ko witabi free quality education ngbateta bi project sia ogu ola kuma dueju to dia World Bank na we see at the pet we go ActionAid European Union the pet look we hilo you come you ko we di go ma handi sia bola kuma vi pada dueto to ye ko lo ndi ko we na bu handi sia vi gege hedi na sia tata lo kuma dia na we hi sensalo atie ti be go budget advocacy network kumba te sia ma tu wana ati ya gutu go ma adia na we ActionAid ko we to bi hi na bu handi na sia abu ola lo kuma ta audit ba bi ma ko we ye hedi sia abu ola lo kuma bi dawita local council pu ma chawa ko we ye hedi sia te ya hando tu gutu da kuma to ye mbati ji gu hunde gu huna na we na gometi mbati sia ba gender sense salon mbati sia ba brahma masare ogulo na ta ogu ba giti ya ku hundu ye ke mbati ji te da malu kuma ko we to bi hi na bo hindi na sia na we ana duegun ye ge hindi sia ko we ye di sia bi tu tu da kuma na we o ti assign sen henda ga ogu okpo ma ye salon di dubla to ye mbati ji gu hundu ministry na local committee mbati sia ba kebe vi community affair humbatesia tugulo na tuhe gutugoma yeku hunji kowe tu ndaga kini la magia bimabla ati nawe hi ye humbate jitavi ko to tovi hi councilors ya councils ya nawe ye humbate ji act 2022 local act humbatesia siatagula tijala to ye mbati jigu hungi local government mbati sia vi ko to bi ye de na sia tabula to mbebe gege hende na sia na we tabu to dalo kuma ogo okpoma ye duaji ma na bu na sia na we ta ma yo ye gege hende sia ba sia tabula to ga ye ko we ogo okpoma ye duaji ma na we bu honda be bego e bu disia yimi ha vele go fu la uma kepenge yali ana sia ni mo ko ma ne bu ba ke ma na ha vita yi musia le ga ma ga ta one mo ta aje ministry na planning and economic development mbati sia ba kebe bi dia na we hi ministry na bo hu di sia ba tu go na to ka gu me wa aje na we hi international non governmental organization ko we yi ge hindi sia na bu na sia ta gula ti aga yi kebe bi dia na we hi mbati ji ko we to sense salon ke dia na we hi budget advocacy network tibe go ActionAid ko we to ndaga kini na kuma na bo ti na cha ta ga yi audit ba bi ma na we local council pu ma chawa ko we ye ge hindi sia bi tu gutu da kuma ogo ma e do ya jima mbodi sia jimi ha bere go fu la uma obama Slbc Tv ho bate sia ba nyama Ibrahim kuma go do ya ho benga ke amolo
Iko ika gwanse no gbafu ake mu no Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television de minen am seni ama Mr. Singa ka tori atara atisrade kala ake mu kan buti sa ma sheku an siki anto yi kono tsokone dodi ko kontone an kontone yi ka ake mu kan buti sa an kala o angangi apu kontone kanka fi kama ngbeli tasa kakran salata kama tori eni kia enje yi muka tot of taba so aiti kikira ne ma pantmangi ka onto fosu yoko ka tsoi amalo ma kakle kama ba kabutsa foso ka buti sa ka bantia kanen eni ki atela ansen Sierra Leone i budget advocacy network i amarani asoto ku ka ActionAid kimongangi ampo click ma pantame ka ken beng ta enquirement shank ma pant ma mi ngangi mayo kanka agbolita tu anga IT kikane butisa ka titi kwante kane ku kama pant ma mi apoyo kabi katong akia ka ofino wati kala ake nkane butisa mashika anto ya sike kono skati kama pa ta ko kidi ka gontone angontone yi ka ake nkane butisa ankalai o ka atanawi antila magbane mi atila manye mi be mi tsaka nan tuma tasali ka karan salata eni gianju e buka etofeba atila international non governmental organization o ayangi tu ITK kane mapantman ka antofosu atisu mayo mitmo mani hawa mi bet kanang salata taxi ngani anti kitira mi try anti kirene e payate integrity taxi atla molo muno sota yanti kama tlampi wa yanyi ibe tikanan ke kama gbali ira kama soktane kama ngasoi e payi keme sokna tu anti kirene e butisa te yanyi ka onto fosui ka amit matamani o ami be soi taka sosota de ambana ku ka eninki ya NGO shen kanto I ainga shafum kama pant anto I anyi mana tebu tsan kalais kama nga soi angbali ta tu epa yi me konei ka mitamani metma ame pi mo boy fino tesumi anga tinga tanga so nga so danguli park chimpaki ko poli ko mi tu ainti kene ebu tsaka tetere me taxi ati tagbeti uma tuntanga pi amolo matimanti ka anto fosui loko kati so wingora able to say enjoy mo Eric Masalini kono so ka for fake ka fina ni ka pai o e pai di ka ontonga tanga ngim choi chai ti e kala ngama taxi bi ayanyi yibe tkaneke kama awas kenga tongi chu atatan titi kona tapi o loko kati tai ti di ati pi chu so na fino okay amitami atila mitongi o angangi di atiguli yoto en kama awas kenga ka fino ati kama tu IT kirene appartement ka onto fosui owi yo konti director ka ango Sierra Leone mo James Rekangi kono so kokuri amitami atilami kopa o mi mitna me pi mo boy mo fino tisumi o mi be matba kankanga ni ai pai keme sok na tu IT kirene appartement tagbiti ka click be kai taxi IT tikara mi tu IT tsanane e shirayati wa bone kokuri ka for fake ko fino so dibet kan ke tu IT kirene appartement ka onto fosui amala kakli ati an comment nan ampote ka dina kan kakli ka kama tachin tsiguri ka wutsa ka anto yi etoyati tagiti kakli ka yin kunderi wa di apo kli ka so ba ka wutsa fino ami pimi so mata ba she ba pami politcom ka ebutsia kadama doko kati ka akin kan ebutsia kadamri owangangi ampoko pasne ma ampoko pashi matami asumangangi pi matami ma rum sanaka butsa kayin kundai mi moloma ewuli temetali I apoko pikar okoka apai apoka yesi oye fato okapo kaka kem kan ebutsa kayin kundai mo professor Charles Senesengi ona so kokoi matami apoka mi yesi ka anyima pumpane ingangi kotela pa pepito na ki atana ma fino mama ni o manyi wi ko gontone yi ta teteni ngoyo ma go isoto to mo fino mama ni kotela pa manyi antulop sananga ka fino kanka pi kama taichina tsuguli ka ti ma klene atani oyi yo country representative ka UNICEF yimo without shrinking kono so kabika for fake ka fino kuka ati afuka ati ma yetmatema kotela pa manyi mi be ko gontone moyo ngangi ma gbali ka matema ma me ibe tkanaki kama gbali but ma fino ka butsa ka ye kumene ka kabika ka karan tagwiti anka andi ka bashi ma yetmatema ni okapo yi ka akin kane ebutsa ka kan yimo kona sakenyi ko telma pa ma matemi public ko yeti kono so ko telma pa mani matsuga shagba parimi ambolit kome ka kai bude butsati ka onto ka su ka clear kiwukati ko so telma so ka pa ame pu bi ko mi si matemi o ami mai moto to ko ka matemi atika bi mi tiki moloma ewutam tesa si temetran yi yatika matemi malum sene ta ka clear ka kai moderi matema pa anyi but ankalanga ka epa yanyi ayanyi yi ayi sefi yepo yo wibete ka bumpana yi ebo tsa ka karan kubono fu anyi kontone pinga ngabutambala ngatanyi ka World Bank anto yi AFCDO Irish yi European Union agbonto ne ka butankalanga en kawai maret matema amala kaba ka but foso kama tight finance goli ka ebutia ka gonte kana tagbeti ampanga ankalai ani kiengi atela ansen Sierra Leone I budget advocacy network I ama angi asoto kuka Irish edi ngangi apo kuka ati apo kli kama pant ame Tarati ta eluka kwament ma eluka kanso ti pour yo shanki moloma topot se saska antofosu o apimo ana kdim tami pi aiti kulumpus kama tachin tubuli duku kati na yo ayo mitmo mi kuka atingang apunan kado fo tunga ma la kirane ma pan tagbiti kagbante kana tunga ma chichi kirane ma pan man katri na tiputasi ngai ngayo ngai anak te ka uta ti fino kai kaya ti bet kana kama guli ba ka but fino kama pan matema owi okubon ko kai but sa commentanto i Jean Market kuka en Sierra Leone i mo brema masarini kota ma ko paon ku o kuka atara ati ka kim ben tara tan kwamen shenka tingan ambanti tio tanyi mama imengi kama tachin tuguli mo tantagwe TPP mo tsiam party inti kana kama bante kana kana mai kama tachin tuguli duku kati yangi ibe yi payan yipi ewo ya finoi ka klikli duku kati tungang ala kiane mo pantma tamani di da ka so choiso tolom so ti anti kana tagwe tika kim kan usa luka comment anto yima tamilomi loko catch agbapanyi ka kim kan utsan kalai pi so IT ka so kana so pantane pi ma pantamani an kanselo anto yi afmalomi ambe ampo yi loko kati pi ti ka anto ngatanga tela an luka kwa mentala tun ka ken ka tsini kakli loko kati ma pede tara tatani ti so tete gba she agbapanyi poli ko me kono ma pan ka ebe kachesu kama tachin tubuli doko kati anan ka pai ka otonari pa yeklei ewe doko kama patma tisumi bi anan ka pa tati le tipi twai tifino nyibe ngoyoi mayo mitmama kukati anan kri pa ya makuma kuma to yan fuma lome kachilum sanen kala ka tati antiklum sanai ibe pa ya ti ka nan kuka tati tamati me kanka alum posebu tisate kadi motong atai ka kim kan ebutsa ma shek anto ikono tax ka kokodo di ka kontone an kontone ka kim kan ebutsa an kalai ngangi an kontone ka ka so bi kadi ka karang libet kanaki kama agbali chori to eni ki anju yemu ka to toba to anti kirane ma pantman ka anto fosu doko ka chamala ma kakli ka so bumpane kama taiton tibuli ka ebutsa ka bante kanai an Sierra Leone an budget advocacy network anto yama ngi asoto kuka irishidi ngi kakli ankli ka erika ti tarati ma ti chama pan ma ti pa ya ti ni afi ma an pa taiti de ti IT katantisi yan ina yan yi dibet kana kama taiton tibulidi akia na datane akia umuna Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television alseni alamisise itipato ana
Kalau bina siapa ken sumbawa isi masih mana kata sumba kaken kulukari ami dumba na bina isi masih mama ba kila koso mina inkiti pita ko renta ne kari kata ni tibe ni ba na hulu ba ko ren ko invito tsebe kata ni tibe ni ba ko bi ne sera mama ba ko kasa tabati ma ksa de mabo hibinde inta ponta hena pa ko eta te pa ken mo bo de na NGO ido ko ren ko salon ba ko kasa mama wale ma katswele ko ba ni ga kotoi kana deke ya koso ba puka kai nombe ni ba kobri ba pobre na Sierra Leone ba no mawali mabda kati ba puka kunkia nonka budget advocacy network ba puka no ba to nonka pobre na ActionAid ba puka de tekari ka ngahe nga hawa ne ba kai sama wali mamete ba ka sama wali mama ba ni koso be ni ba be ni ba na be konda do ba masiru makutema atala ne tebe ni ba na hulu ba ko yenko ibito tsebinde atala uneti beni ba kobi blessera tabantiga makusa de mabo ibinde ba halu ba de tekai non ta konta ko ba ite ba kena me ka kwelen ko ba obile na NGO ba kwelen ko ka salon ba ko katia sarani na bile katima wali ma kena me manka ko tsoi wali ma isi de manka sarani ba te binde ga makusa de mabo ibinde ka no ma wali ma bide do na financial acts ba ko ka tugura no na bide ni wali ka kwelen ko bani au putu pe as you an ba halgo ba kasama wali mama ba ni ga kotsoi kama yu mayu bine mama de wonde te kai kasara ni ba tibine ba ko ka nyamo hari andu mang imba nya ya tia matiti mon kwa menti an mene ko ha ba wile na NGO ba kasama wali ma ken me man ka kotsoi ko yen kumba kama semna tabate makutani magwini besera tabante non bakrani bisibile oga country director human resource management sandara financial sector ga no katupon tanta ta ko ba ite kename besera tabante ba kon kasino no nambe tare ma wali ma kename muna ba bide kutsu ba katsanon ba nyoma hayandu mama kabeni ba kobri ba tibina ko takwa ba katsanon siran ba kename ba kon kameni wali ba halu ba ko tona betugle no peteni ba boy ba kikaya pon hamban ko a NGO ko dito da ko to e masali duga kunkia mama kutani ma boy bina halu na be kaya ko to e non ka mo ma dana de ba pun ka tia sarani ba setama ko ma kenamen ba pun ka ina non obeni ba tibni la sarani ba kenamen na bini uti tsene inka tanwa non ba yuga na taba pun ka na mawali ma mete imba kunka duna papte na non ka hen kumba ka watim de ma ba duna masira ko wa NGO ba haluna be kati mawali ma kena me man ka koto consider to ko wa go Sierra Leone chips ai de kumunu no makutane ma bo ibine mama ba kunka tsena na mete on imba duna yiba kena me ba haluna be kunke be ni ba na ba ni na mne ma halandu ma ba halu ba kati mawali mama ba na koto bentin ka beni ba blet nkumba du tuga wali ma kwa menti ba kata no na tibine mamu ga beni ba saba ye bine ba seta makoi ma kena men non ka bo wa NGO ba lu na ma se ba halu ba kata wali ma kena men ba ku ka kai na ma ya ti ma tseti ba no kwa menti an ka ku ye nkuba ba yo ba kata ma se ma koto ba to ti no mali ma mo kwa menti an ba no an tu da para ni na ura 2023 safe school policy la non beni ba temi la quarantaine be ba sirani ba de ba puka katsama wali mama ndi ba ko yen kumbani ba na ble puke tungune mu ku mu ne wali ba katsa quarantaine be la kotsoi bigo hele ndete kage no mu ku mu ne wali ba puka no mame ma yago abe ba upita koto no ba tala ne tebe ni ba matani ma be doma na basic and senior secondary school kayo tebine non wali ma yo ma wulin kemet kaye e kontokana ka non ba patbi ta ho be ba ka no masira ko ku UNICEF ka du bimino masin ko ba ka sabe ba upita koto non ko ti pati bitu te ka quarantaine bimima into minister wa be ba upita koto ku elenko e bonko e mo wali ma yo professor Charles Senesi ba haluna ti le mamo ko masi udun kuno ko ba malo ma dun le ma ga tsena ba haluna be ku te imba de te ka ya be ba pati bi ka pita koto na hun kai koto non kuma si usu ko mamba katmatani ma ka koto wa kwere ngoma ni self council representative da koto la shwan de duga kunkia non kuma si usu ko bank dun ko minewo ku ya te ho matisi non ba katama wali mama bana koto aluna be pame kala de biga quarantaine be ba du no pita koto bensin kameti ba hawa de ba patibi to te quarantaine be anabende retinon kuma si uduguno ko ba matala ne tibeni ba matani ma basic and senior secondary school korga saki ti mamu na isu masi ko ba katara ba quarantaine be ba pasibiene tutibe ko ba ku kata non na patibi ku se wi ya he be ba ga pete ko na ho kai ra ko tsoi ti mamu non ka ulin kontokai ba non kemekana ko tazo ba pasibi ku se masi ko ba ko yen ko bani ka konto son katsati kemekai kanon ma de dugu masika ko wa UNICEF ba halu ma wali ma na free quality education projects ba to tio bine ba katama wali ma bana ko so no masin ko ma fun ku ba World Bank ko wa FCDO ActionAid men la European Union na sera tamati ba katama wali ma bana ko so ba la ba ta na masirma amambe ki ya ko so ba ka kai no ba beni ba kobri non pobre na Sierra Leone Budget Advocacy Network de donc kubato ba non bon ha ba ni na ActionAid ba de te kai non ka he na ha wan de ga beni ba ma wali ma mete ba penti ba beni ba bless la koto ba ko kanya ma wali kan non metin ko he bat sati non ba beni ba local council ba ko yen ko banda forma ka se de la tarante beni uti ti utse ga ma wali ma ba ko ka to non mete on beni ba de ti ba beni wali ba ka sa non bon ha ba ni ga koto la ko pizza ni de forma kabia bisete mo ko ma kena mi ma ti ne otata koto kwa mi non ba po bi de na gender sense Sierra Leone wenda koto brama masari de ponko ba mawali mama sibne mamba sameka koto no matema de ban yu non ka lasiba pre ko ban ba de tegende kayimba ka na non ka de kaya audit accounting for local government ba haluwa ko ren ko na de kuti mawali ma mete ba koto ko ri te o ma wule ni wali kali kana mbe ki ya koto ti dibinu binebe ti ma mo non pon abani we na Ministry of Local Governments ba non ka na he na hawa na meti bank petemba ene ki kali ba kun kai samwali mama ba ma be katira koto Tala oni tibeni ba covering ka kweren ku ba kun kanya mawali mama ba no masiri non kabisa tema kwe makena men ka kuwa ba ni ba wali ngende ba be ba o cancelo non ka mawali ma to mi de nina ga 2023 ba ka titigende ka ira non ka Local Government Act ka beni ba tibini na fu me ba ka mawali mama ba nya ku tsoi local government de trowe mawali ma ya han ba kun ka tikai ba ka tsanon ka meti ba hawa na ben ka ira kotsoi mawali ma yo na sinne ga tabanti ba katsamon kabeni ba nyo ba tonko ga kweren kumba ana bi se ga tabanti ba te na uba kene me ba tsako ga foto tena pina masini mama ga tsuminta yamba helen ka ke gomina pe ta kweren ta ile kai batala ne tse beni ba na uri imbito tse bi le batala ne tse beni ba ko ri se ga tabanti ba kuka ba ma kutsandi ba no batala ko ba ite ba kene men NGO ba kun kasina na be kasina wali ma kene me man ka foto ana vile que a koto ba kunga kaina ya tema titi non beni ba cobre ba kunga koto metero ina vile ventia tapa cobre do han a sense Sierra Leone de punkede te kai beni ba Gorgeous Advocacy Network ba kunga do no masino ka po wa ActionAid kama na vile tika na henga hagwa ne ba kunga do no wali ma mete na vile kati non kwelen ko bani ga koto tena pina masino ya tasumita ya amidu ya ona do na ina bina forma hada do do inkateneo.
I'll do and cover to the use, but first, the big story and the use. The Ministry for Planning and Economic Development, together with the Ministry responsible for corporate business, don't come together now to organize one big and very important training for international NGO that really operates in the country. And as part of system that they put in place for make different government to place group for Konani to the people there, but government, the corporate then they use in the country. Two organizations then send salon and budget advocacy with Apple and get from ActionAid. Don't look the way man now wait 13 local council then they use the country in couple and then different places there within they operate in the country. Wait here I tell you so plus other one self one no hint about it. All line up now the use with me Raymond Fox. The Ministry for Planning and Economic Development, together with the Ministry responsible for corporate business in the country, they organize one big and very important training for international NGO that will operate in the country. The dream for that training day now for make they all understand what's everything they inside the Finance Act and the pay as you earn pay system in the country. And self that will make the all go up skin together and for make them understand what's everything they happen between government and the international NGO them where they operate who say they do their work in the country. That training they been bring together plenty country director they will work in the country, human resource manager them and finance shall secretary them na different international NGO them for make them all come together, get the same kind of a chance for making them go understand always everything they inside the country in Finance Act more like how then they do it and they do in the country for make all things go find they go lead to development when they talk about the country in corporate business. NGO coordinator Eric Masale talk say wait them put so now for make the all come together now and the international NGO people themselves understand and for make this way they happen so now all them will ask for the internet they for organizing kind of a training day so they don't go understand better one waiting inside the Finance Act in the country. That training they get to that dream when I for make them go explain to them all waiting the inside the country in couple laws so that then go help the international NGO them for me them go put to practice within the practice in the country for help the country. Country director for one organization, Gold Salon James Reak, praised the people there for that kind of a training day for when make he say they don't understand always everything they inside the system more like how he say they don't give them duty waiver now as an international NGO in the country, and say they will continue for do the good one for joining with government for push the work go before. And as written inside government in 2023 safe school policy, we're making now, they don't make adjo now with different things they waiting for use and the different school them for push all things go before. For make all things go fine for the different school them. The Ministry for Basic and Senior Secondary Education don't get but 2,400 first aid kits them where UNICEF give them. Deputy Minister and the Ministry for Well Body, Professor Charles Senesi, praised the donor them for that kind of support and talk so waiting and give them so and for make them help for push the picking them whether at the different school them the well body as in the land book and the school them. UNICEF country representative in the country Rudolf Schwenk talk say waiting do happen so now don't show for true they will continue for promote safe and healthy environment for the school picking them and day. Where they take them for state kits and the Minister for Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, Rob Motse, then kits and the way council don't show say for true UNICEF they help for push the school picking. They help with it to the life go before make well body go there for them. It's in the land book now the different part all about the country. Then 2,400 for state kits as we come and just part of the 8,201 them where UNICEF don't buy for the free quality education project where World Bank don't put copper pan together with other who place them in a FCDO, Irish Aid and the European Union. And self apart for everything they happen so now they don't put system in place now for make different workplaces all about the country for Konani to the people there and for make that possible. Two organizations, the Sahara Leone and Budget Advocacy Network, with help we then get from Irish Aid, they don't look 13 different local council there and they operate for CC, they help for Konani to the people there for say then they use the country in the correct way. That study they then put together now one way all man for no koju waiting on the happen as they want for CC that for the happen. The head for governance and gender na Sahara Leone Brahma Mansari Rob Motsi that report they then put together so it good for them so that they safe now they able for Konani to the people them so then go able for no say then they use the country in corporate business the correct way in the country. That surveying report recommend to the Ministry for Local Government and Community Affairs and the Fiscal Decentralization the Division of the Ministry for Corporate Business so that they go able for form committee one thing and the committee then go form for the look how the local council they operate if I get council of them we come on a different council them all about the country. This is what you see they inside the law when a 2022 Local Government Act. Local government they do big work for CC all waiting they happen so for lead to development and for make waiting they happen so then for able for Konani to the people them so that as then they use the country in corporate business no yuki and wrong side we not go deal with them they use the country in corporate business. Before I don't the use, I remember when we waiting at the big story then at the use. I make no say the Ministry for Planning and Economic Development together with the Ministry were responsible for corporate business in the country they organize one training for international NGO they already operate in the country. I be saying so make no say as part of the good work they put together for make different government will place able for Konani to the people that but the kind of a couple they use for security country. Two organizations the Sahara Leone and Budget Advocacy Network with help where they get from Irish Aid don't go look the way man away 13 local council then they operate now the country with the corporate business. Now all that I get them for now the use with me Raymond Fox.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah. We found our voice again. I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place. We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from them. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say,
the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Telikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and humanitarian stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
By now, I'm getting to know Hoya. Not long ago, he was a wealthy man who owned over 100 camels. But he got caught up in the Tuareg rebellion against the Niger government. It absolutely ruined him, leaving him with just these 2 camels. In the rebellion, many of his friends were killed. As I was to discover, Islam is central to Hoya's life.
When I was praying, it means I was, I take contact with God. I pray for him. I must do this for him, and I will ask him what I want.
That night, Hoya brewed a pot of strong Tuareg minted tea, which has to be poured back into the pot 3 times. Why do you pour it 3 times?
3 times is something we see with our ancestors. If somebody want tea or 2, was not happy, it's not good. It's not a good thing like this. It's a tradition for our ancestors.
Next morning, we've got company. A family of baboons appears from nowhere, in the middle of this Aya Mountain wilderness.
It's a big one here. I see him before. The chief is sitting on this big stone here. The boss.
These are the big black ones?
There are red ones too. But
yeah.
They didn't stay here. They didn't stay together because they fight against.
Right. And that's not a yawn. It's a threat. His way of letting you know that you've come quite close enough. But what's so amazing is that they're here at all, in an arid place like this. As it happens, they're relics from a different age. Oh, wow. That looks like a whole family.
It's a family here.
And how old do you think these are?
Maybe around 8,000 years.
I'll take some photographs of this. This is great. They're animals long gone from this desolate wilderness, yet their images have been faithfully recorded in stone. It just goes to show the power of climate change. When Tutankhamun sat on the Egyptian throne and King Solomon ruled Israel, this would have been lush savanna land with plenty of game for hunter-gatherers. Whoever carved these 7,000 to 10,000 years ago sat here in a very different landscape than I do, because what he saw out on the plains was giraffe, ibex and all the other animals here on these rocks, and all I can see is dunes. There before me is what I've come all this way to see, the great Tenere Desert, washing like a gigantic ocean of sand across the rocky coastline of the Air Mountains. So reunited with my vehicles, we head off into the desert, with Hoya coming along as my guide. Towards midday in the Tenere, the burning sun heats the sand to over 110 degrees. Not good for driving, even for our Tuareg friends. And they're some of the world's best desert four-wheel drivers.
Now it's hot, I think it's not so easy to...
Yeah. Looks like we might be having lunch here, I think. The problem is that the sun is so hot at the moment that all the sand is really, really light, and so they can't get any traction. We may even have to wait till late in the afternoon.
So we let air out of our tyres. Deflated tyres cover more surface area and gain more traction. And once into the real desert, we can get up quite a speed. Once into the Tenere, all the desert is a road, where each car makes its own track. The Tuareg always drive in formation, always in sight of one another. Yet you can get lost in a mirage long before you ever reach the horizon. Here the sand is firm and the drive is easy, but where the dunes are soft and steep, that's where their driving skills really kick in. The trick seems to be to run up to the crest, brake at the very last moment, and then let the car gently slide down, and there you go. But sometimes even the Tuareg get it wrong. It was our first accident, and we're 400 miles from the nearest service station.
Nobody's hurt. What's happened is the bags come right through the back window here fallen down into the compartment when they hit the ground. It also ripped out the tyre from underneath, and when they collected the ground in front, it's actually bent up this really large bumper bar. It's serviceable, but I think it's going to cost us quite a bit.
It was a rather violent introduction to some of the most serene sand dunes on Earth. This is actually a giant meteorite crater, Arakaw, and right now the light is absolutely perfect.
I have to say, I've been waiting all my life to come and sit here and watch a sunset like this across these dunes. These are some of the biggest in the world, and for the next couple of hours and early tomorrow morning, the colours and these shapes will just change and change and change. And for this, taking the photos here is absolute heaven for me.
The shapes are incredibly sensual, curves and ripples made crisp in the red evening light. And as the last rays of desert sun slip over the horizon and the sand dunes cease to glow, I revel in this photographer's dream.
So this is the biggest dune in the Tenerife, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
The next morning, I wanted to have a crack at the world's highest sand dune and do it on skis. My friends thought I was absolutely crazy.
It's my hat.
This sandhill is a little over 300 metres high. That's almost 1,000 feet. And the Tuareg tell me it has never been skied before. The trouble is, the nearest ski lift is over 2,000 miles away, and it was hot, very hot.
Every step I take here seems to be 2 steps back, and this ridge seems further and further away every time I take the next step. I stupidly didn't bring a hat or a water bottle, which is the cardinal rule here, so I'm just melting. But getting up here on the ridge, this view is absolutely incredible. These dark ridges behind me that just burn in this sun, and then dunes away into the distance across this amazing crater, and I can see everything. Very good. Fantastic.
Very
It's harder than snow, but just having got up there and skied down on it, your legs kind of get really tired because you can't move properly. I don't know if anybody's done that before, but my hat off to them if they have. Oh, and I'd love some water, please, somebody. See, I've been really stupid not taking it up. Oh.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else. Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Media in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the Podium. Our quote for today comes from former head of the Catholic Church, Pope Pius X, and it says, to heal the breach between the rich and the poor, it is necessary to distinguish between justice and charity. Well, coming up in this edition of the Podium, we shall be talking to the Ombudsman on his 1 year in office, looking at the successes and challenges. Sierra Leone Legal Aid Board clocks 10 years of improving access to justice for the most vulnerable. And EDSA Director General speaks on load shedding of electricity schedule. You can be part of the show. Send your messages to 030-073-719, or you watch our Facebook page, slbc.sl. Send your comments again to 030-073-719. Our program is a Podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. First on the podium this afternoon, the Ombudsman Tijan Ahmed Israel Jah Esquire has clocked 1 year in office. Until his appointment, Mr. Jah was the acting director of Legal Affairs and Board Secretariat at the National Social Security and Insurance Trust, NASIT. The office of the Ombudsman was established by subsection 2 of section 146 of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. The Office of the Ombudsman has the responsibility to investigate maladministration and injustices of ministries, departments, and agencies of government of Sierra Leone, higher education institutions of learning, among others. But how has it been so far? In the studio, I have with me the Ombudsman Tijan Ahmed Israel Jah. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Podium.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
So how has it been so far, 1 year since you took up office?
Well, 1 year in office has been challenging, hectic, and experience learning. First of all, I want to thank God for His grace and His mercy for seeing me through this 1 year, and also for the opportunity to serve the people of Sierra Leone. I also want to thank the President for appointing me among several Sierra Leoneans more qualified probably than me. And so I am grateful for the opportunity. However, 1 year, as you have said, it's a very long time depending on what you have been doing, how you've been coping, and the thing. So first of all, let's talk about the Ombudsman's office. Like you just mentioned in your introductory lines, the Office of the Ombudsman was created by the Constitution. So it's a constitutional office. We are mandated to investigate maladministration and injustices that are meted out against members of the public or public sector workers, and they can bring that complaint to us whenever they have suffered any of those things. And so that's what the office was set up to do. But as you know, since 1997, when the law was passed, the office started full operation in 2001 when Justice Kawan was the Ombudsman. So since the days of Justice Kawan up to now, there have been, I think, 4 ombudsman. I am the 5th ombudsman in the country. So we have had chains, history of dealings in the office. So building upon their successes, we've recorded in my tenure, at least for this 1 year, I've recorded both successes and of course some challenges have been in the office. So we talk about the fact that...
Let's start with the successes.
Oh, the successes, yes. So when I took up office, firstly, there was an interregnum of a year where there was no ombudsman. And you know, with public offices in this country, if there is no head, a lot of things will go amiss. And so when I came into office, my battle has been to establish administrative structures in the office, to establish accountability structures, to put staff on their toes, and to get people working so that the office will deliver on its mandate. That's number one. Number two, it has been an ongoing battle though. Number two, you know, for a very long time, I remember during the parliamentary session for approval of presidential appointees, I was among them. And speaker after speaker, members of parliament were criticizing or condemning the fact that the office of the Ombudsman has been dormant over the years. Exactly. The office has been dormant over the years. And I believe it does not only has to do with leadership then, but the structures in place, the entity itself, the resources provided, and several other things were responsible for that. So they were not only admonishing me to ensure that the office continue to live up to his expectation, they put it on me that I should ensure that that is done. So when I came, as part of that drive to ensure that the office keeps up to its reputation, is relevant, and people know about it, I embarked on several courtesy visits to ministries, agencies, and departments to talk not only to the heads of these institutions, but as well as their staff and management team. So we had to visit most of them, and also I visited a lot of donor partners, because when I took up office, the complaint everywhere and there was, there's no money in this office. And believe me, several things, like I said,
does not give the office subvention.
Well, government does give the office subvention, but the subvention is very minimal. You understand? And the office was in very dismal condition when I took up office. Like I said, the vehicle I'm using now is over 15 years old. So there are so many things you talk about equipment, and a lot of things were wrong, you know. But the Ministry of Finance did say they were giving subvention to the office. So what was happening to this money and this sort of thing? So that's something else I cannot explain. And of course, with that comes with staff low morale, you know, because of perhaps powerful structural leadership. Staff morale was very low, and you have a lot of things that were going wrong here. So for instance, I took up office, 4 or 5 staff were on study leave. So many things were not in place properly in terms of administration, finance, and otherwise, you know. So I started putting things in place. I'm still working on it, even though when you want to bring reforms in public sector institutions, it's very difficult. You are battled everywhere and there. So that has been a major challenge. So but gradually we're trying to roll out the reforms, including putting structures in place for accountability, putting structures in place to ensure that staff are answerable, and so on, the likes, and the list goes on. I also ensure, like I said, we try to build partnership with donor partners, because I remember from the files in the office, one of the pioneering organization that was mostly helping the Ombudsman was UNDP. But over the years, UNDP just took hands off Ombudsman's office. I cannot tell why, but some people were insinuating that it may be due to lack of accountability and transparency. So I try to build rapport with them, try to engage them. So in fact, as a matter of fact, we are now part of their CPD, country development plan, something like their strategic plan. So we are beginning to position ourselves. So I visited a lot of high commissions, embassies, not only to familiarize with them, but also to garner support as well as resources. Some did render support, others did not, but they gave their promises, and others provided goodwill. So basically that's what I did. And also when I came, I noticed that there was this disconnect between the office and the mainstream government. You understand? So for example, the Office of the Ombudsman had very little to do with the midterm development plan. So I tried my level best to ensure that we do not only plug into the midterm development plan, we became part of their framework, so that we belong to one to ensure that we are accountable, to ensure that we partake in helping government achieve the midterm development goal, and to show prominently our role we play in ensuring that midterm development goal is implemented. So that's it. And of course, like I said, I try to raise the profile of the office. Raising the profile of the office goes with the fact that you have to make the office accessible. So if you look at our website, for instance, it is neither here nor there, but at least it's functional. We try to put more detail, more information on the website so that people can follow us, can contact us, and we also have our complaints email account functioning. We have our telephone lines as well functioning. Those were all dormant, they were all dead. So it takes a lot of time. When you look at even the offices in the provinces, they are in dismal and very bad condition. So we try to put all those things in place to ensure that the office lives to its reputation, people begin to have confidence in the office, and then we continue to engage the citizenry, continue to have more public education and sensitization. So the things goes on and on.
Okay.
So that's what we've been doing.
Now let's come to complaints. You know, what are some of the cases you've tackled since you took up office? Has there been any?
Yeah, there have been complaints. So, for instance, now since 2024, apart from the backlog cases we have, in my tenure, I think we recorded something about between 150 to close to 200. You know, some are ongoing, some have been completed, and including the backlog cases that we're handling. So yes, we've had several cases we've been dealing with. Some have been successful, others are still ongoing. You know, it depends, one, on the cooperation of the parties, two, it depends on the issue that is involved, three, it also depends on what are the things that may be hindering our efforts and the likes. So basically, we've been having that.
So, how many have you won in favor of the complainants?
Well, statistically, I would say at least 20 to 30% of the cases that we have been won in favor of the complainant. But this is not the purpose of complaints, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it does not mean that when you bring a complaint, you automatically right. Yes, we have to. And so many complaints have come, and they do not prove to be some that are tenable. So others have come that have merit, others do not have merit. So we've been helping to try to dissect that, go into the merit of the case, gather evidence, gather reports, gather documents, and the like. So sometimes the procedures are very long, and sometimes due to the lack of cooperation from either the complainant or the respondent, that is the person or institution you've reported, we take some time to get things done.
So now let's talk about your independence in dealing with some of these issues. We know this is a government institution, and most times, most of these complaints comes from government institutions. Your independence.
Well, by law, yes, by law, the Office of the Ombudsman is independent operationally. Of course, not financially, because we are under the Ministry of Finance. But in other jurisdictions and other
so you
places.
have the free will to do your work.
Yes, we have the free will. That's why. Yes, we have. Since I took up office, we've had the free will. Nobody has interfered into our work. Neither have we gotten any direction or directives from anybody how and in the manner in which we do our work. So yes.
Even in a case where it's a government institution that's at fault.
Yes, even like that. I mean, it's a government institution that
it tells you no way, we don't.
No, yes, nobody has ever approached me or told me how to do my job. That's why we have a law. We have a policy on how we should do our investigation and what we should investigate and what our mandates are. So people do not. That's why the Office of the Ombudsman is directly under the supervision of the Office of the President. Unfortunately, the Office of the Ombudsman does not have a board, which is a little bit problematic there. And so we don't need somebody to tell us what to do. We follow the law as it is and ensure that we do our work. With most accountability institutions, they have always maintained that accountability institutions should have their own budget, so that they can manage their finances. But due to the lack of funds, due to the inadequate resources provided, the office has in some way or the other not been able to deliver on its mandate and have starved in some aspects. I am
So
grateful.
what do you
I am
plan
grateful to the current Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary. They have been at least helping us in a lot of ways to get things done and provide the finances. Though I will admit that the monies, the resources that come in are very small or meager.
Okay. So as a young man taking up that office, which had been, like you said, dormant for years, and we know that piles of backlog of cases, and people would say, you take them, you take it to them, nothing will come out of it. So how would you ensure that some of these matters are dealt with expeditiously?
Well, first of all, why do we engage the media? So I'm here today to talk about my office and 1 year. Yes. So.
Well, we've not seen you after your appointment.
You've not. What do you mean? You've not seen me? Seen you how?
Yeah. Apart from.
Oh, okay. Yes, we have radio stations.
Okay.
So yes, we are trying to ensure that people know about what we do. That's why we'll be engaging on massive, or we've started engaging on massive public awareness. So if you could recall, during last year, we visited a lot of MDAs to ensure that, one, not only to build collaboration and cooperation with them, but also to raise awareness or sensitization about what we do. So basically that's what, and so even this year we're going to continue that, including, like I said, in the pipeline we'll be having Ombudsman's Hour, we've been doing publications and the like, so that but like, you know, these things require resources and huge resources. So that's what we've been doing. So we'll continue to maintain that trajectory and ensure that people are aware of what we do. In addition, we usually get what they call in-service intake clinics. For intake clinics, we go to villages or localities where our
Because
office.
I wanted to ask how you coordinate your job in Freetown and the provinces.
Yes.
Now you're bringing it.
Okay, so let me say this. We have offices, or regional offices in Bo, Kenema, Makeni, and Podloko. So, but you know, the regional headquarters have their own district or their own towns.
Yeah.
So that's it. So what we have now is that there are many villages or towns or districts where we do not exist. So what we are doing in addition to the justice sector reform strategy, you know, the Ombudsman's office is part of the justice sector in the country. So we have one of our strategic objectives is to ensure that the office has one or two offices. We have one or two offices in locations in the district, particularly in hard-to-reach areas, so people in the provinces can access our services easily. Because imagine for those in Congo, for instance, if they have a complaint, they have to come to Kenema to file a complaint. So that will incur costs and other things. Whilst our services in the Ombudsman's office are free of charge to anyone, to all Sierra Leoneans and even members of the public, irrespective of your tribe, irrespective of your religion, irrespective of your political leanings, irrespective of where you're coming from, we ensure that our services go to everybody so that they enjoy their services free of charge. So we do not want people who have complaints to have additional burden of paying transportation fare to come to our town. So very soon we'll be engaging NATCOM and other mobile companies to ensure that we have either a toll-free line or a line that can use for a minimal fee, so that people need not come over to our offices in the regional headquarter towns to make complaint, but they can do phone calls, they can do certain things to meet them. Okay. So that's what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Ombudsman, Tijan Ahmed Israel Jah Esquire. For another issue this afternoon, today I am between legal people, so I have to be very mindful. The establishment of the Sierra Leone Legal Aid Board has been a long drawn-out process. It emanated from the Open Society Justice Initiative in 2002 that explored options to support transitional justice in Sierra Leone in the aftermath of the civil war and the general elections that followed. With support from the Open Society Justice Initiative, the then Attorney General Frank Kago worked towards getting the Legal Aid Act in Sierra Leone passed in May 2012. The Act both established the Legal Aid Board and formally recognized the role of paralegals. After much delay in 2015, the Legal Aid Board secured financing commitments from both government and bilateral multilateral aid agencies. Well, the legal aid is 10 years, and we want to know what they have been doing and what they have achieved so far. In the studio, I have the Human Resource Manager, Legal Aid Board, Ibrahim Bangura Esquire. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, ma. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, 10 years on.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
We see the work you do. So for those who don't see, let's talk about how has it been 10 years on.
Well, it's been a milestone. It's a major achievement for us after so many challenges in dispensation of justice and making justice accessible to indigent Sierra Leoneans. I mean, we have a mandate as per law because the Legal Aid Board is a creation of Parliament itself. We have a mandate to provide legal aid for indigent Sierra Leoneans, and that has been our work since the inception, since the start of our mission in 2015 to date. We have been providing legal aid services out of the court and in the court, and we have been providing even legal education, outreach programs. We have been engaging community people, and then we have been educating them on the laws of this country, just so to make sure that they are informed about the law and they operate within the confines of the law. So it's operates on the aspect of the fundamental human rights of citizens into so far as fair trial is concerned, given the fact that the Legal Aid Board has been making legal representation for indigent accused persons who are in conflict with the law or who are before a court of law going through a trial. So what that means is this. Now, the fundamental human right is an aspect that is guaranteed by our very constitution. The constitution goes further to say that every citizen who is facing a criminal trial should be tried fairly. They are entitled to fair trial, and part of fair trial is equal representation. Now you have the law officers department that is responsible for prosecuting on behalf of the state, and then you have the Legal Aid Board that is there to defend these accused persons who cannot afford the services of a private legal practitioner. So it creates that equality of arms in the sense that you have one institution prosecuting, and then you have the Legal Aid Board defending on the other hand, making fair trial within the context of our act, a reality, and then promoting again the rule of law as much as promoting the fundamental human rights which is guaranteed by our very constitution.
Okay. So let's talk about accessibility to these people who, this particular set of people you cater for.
Yes, of course, the board is open nationwide. Our head office is in Freetown. We are at Wilberforce Street currently. We have offices across the country. You have offices around the regions. You go to Bo, you go to Kenema, you go to Makeni, you go to Potloko, you go to Kono, Moyamba, all these places. Legal Aid Board operates there on a daily basis. We have our paralegals in all district headquarter towns. We have lawyers that are stationed in these places that I've mentioned, who on day-to-day basis take up matters and then make legal representation for indigent Sierra Leoneans. And then we have the ADR mechanism, the scheme, and the ADR is another scheme that we operate on that deal with matter outside the courtroom. On a first instance, for example, you have family matters, you have marital issues, property issues. They go to the ADR, and then they listen the parties, and then on the first instance, they give their opinion on the issues, and then they give their advice. And then if the parties are satisfied and if the ADR is met, it is successful, then it stops at that level. Okay. It helps to decongest the courtrooms. So, but they are dissatisfied, and then we, in our own estimation, we think that Mr. A is entitled to this, or Mr. A deserves this, and Mr. B is still insistent on the fact that no, I'm not satisfied as well. And then we assess both parties, which one is fit or suitable in our estimation to be accorded legal aid, then we'll make representation for that person. And then the other person eventually, who has more financial strength, will go out there for a private legal practitioner, and then the matter proceeds to court.
Okay, so let's talk about your achievements, success cases so far.
Yes, a lot of achievements over the years. Firstly, we deal with civil and criminal matters. You know, for the criminal, we always have the serious offenses more than the offenses which are, they are serious in the sense of seriousness, but they are not as serious as those other offenses. So for the offenses that are very, very serious, we have lots of cases of serious nature. So those are the kind of cases that come to us on a daily basis. Say, for example, you have murder, manslaughter, robbery with aggravation, robbery with violence, wounding with intent, lots of these cases. And even recently, we had this treason, the court martial. So for those serious offenses, the offenses that are very serious in nature, our success rates, I can, if I am to examine that on a 100% basis, is I will give 30 to 40% to the board. That's our success rate. For those other offenses, yes, we go 45-50% success rate. But for the civil, it has been success always. You know, we have 60-70% success, both out of the courtroom and in the courtroom.
Okay, so you do cases out of the courtroom?
Yes, that's the ADR.
Okay, the ADR,
yes,
you're
the
talking
ADR scheme
about.
that I've mentioned.
Okay, and also because we know in all of this there must be challenges, you know, to work, because we know most lawyers after graduating, we know the expenses most of you people may have incurred when you were in school, all what you spent. Most would not want to work for less, you know, because I don't think it's free. Maybe you're being paid by the legal aid board. So how do you source lawyers to represent these people?
Yes, like you rightly said, the legal aid board is a government institution. So we are being paid by the government of Sierra Leone. So for lawyers who are employed and they are with the board, they have office space in the board, and then simply they are employed by the board, the government of Sierra Leone pays them. So we have other lawyers that are contract lawyers that handle in most cases, civil matters that are of complex nature, you know. So those kind of lawyers, you will ask clients, you know, to pay minimum instead of the usual fees or the normal fees that they would have paid a private legal practitioner, because there is an understanding between us and those contract lawyers or partners. So, I mean, we give that on a daily basis.
So in essence, it's not totally free?
Well, no, it's totally free. For criminal,
okay.
It's totally free.
Just for, okay, civil matters.
Civil, there are matters, they are categorized.
Okay.
For some, they are totally free. Okay. But if they are above the threshold of those cases that we consider that they should be free, then we send to our partners or contract lawyers for them to handle for reasonable fees.
Okay, so now, and just take us through the process of people getting to you. Like if I have a case now and I want to have a legal representative from the legal aid board.
Okay, so firstly, you have to know the address of our offices, both within the western area and across the county. We are everywhere. So once you get the address, you approach the board, you approach the institution, and then you make your reports. If it's marital issues, maintenance issues, and then family disputes, you make your report, and then we hear you, we assess the case. If it falls within our mandate or realm to deal with, that is firstly. And then after that, we proceed to the next stage. If you yourself, you are competent and you are fit to be given legal aid. So we put you, we scrutinize you. And once that is done, if you are qualified to be given legal aid, then you enter the form. We enter your details in the form, and then we certify you to be an indigent. We take it from there, and then we proceed with your matter.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Human Resource Manager, Legal Aid Board, Ibrahim Bangura Esquire. Well, the podium is going for a short break. When we return, we shall be having an interview with the EDSA Director General on load shedding. The program is a Podium coming to you live on SLBC Television in Freetown. Be part of the program. Send your messages to 030-073-719. Another issue this afternoon, the Director General, Electricity Distribution and Supply Authority, EDSA, has told the SLBC that measures are being taken to restore normal power supply as soon as possible. Dr. Joe Lahai Sumano said due to the current erratic power supply, load shedding will be implemented, prioritizing hospitals and strategic areas. He assured that no customer would go without electricity for more than 3 days.
Load shedding is not really new to EDSA operations, right? We normally engage in load shedding when there is a deficit between what is demanded by our customers and what's available to us. And unfortunately for now, the demand for power, in particular in Freetown, far outweighs what's available for us to supply. So naturally, that makes it necessary for us to do load shedding. Load shedding, briefly, is just a way of managing the available resources so at least everybody gets a piece of the pie. So the reason why we decided to share with the public is simply because sometimes there's lots of misinformation out there in terms of what the issues are. We believe that by bringing the public along, letting the public know what the issues are and what areas may be affected by load shedding and the duration, that will also help the public inform us when there are challenges. So the main idea here is to bring the public along the journey so we can all share in what the challenges are at EDSA, and hopefully by getting feedback from the public, we can make the services better for the people of Sierra Leone. We have received both good and not so good comments from the general public, but as an institution, we are taking that in good strides. We are reviewing all of the comments, and we are trying to see how we can enhance and improve on future publications of our load shedding plans. And bear in mind, load shedding is not static, right? It's going to be a fluid process. As the available power to us increases, that's going to affect the areas that will be affected by load shedding. It will also affect the duration of the shedding period. So my appeal to the public is to take this information in good faith, try to understand what it means, and the main idea here is to bring the public along so they can tell us what is going on in their areas, and we can then in turn take that information and make the services better. You bet there's going to be improvement. I mean, if we're going to be fair with ourselves, if you compare where we are today to where we were 6 years ago we have done significantly better in terms of improving electricity. Access rates have gone up to over 35% now. Our peak demand in 2018 was about 54 megawatts. Peak demand now is way over 75 today, and even that's suppressed. In terms of the load shedding improving, if you recall, what I said earlier was it's the gap between the available power to us to distribute and what is demanded by the public. That's what's making it necessary for us to do the shedding. There are plans on the way to increase the amount of power being generated in the country. So once that happens and that extra power become available to us at ESA to distribute, we will then in turn reduce not only the frequency of the shedding, but also the duration of the shedding. So it's a matter of us as a government doing the best we can to increase our generating capacity, which we are actively working on. And in the next month or so, you will hear that Makot would have increased its output from the solar plants there by an additional 15 megawatts. Again, so when that happens, that's extra power available to us that will allow us to reduce the number of areas that are being shedded and for how long. Also, as a government, we are working on repairing our Watila machines at at Black Coal rather. Again, when that happens, there will be extra power available to us. So when all these additional powers are made available to ETSA to distribute, that is going to reduce not just the areas that are being shedded, but also the duration of the shedding.
Well, that was the Director General of EDSA, Dr. Joe Lahai Sumano. Well, still with me in the studio, I have the Ombudsman, Tijan Ahmed Israel Ja Esquire. Now, Mr. Ja, we know you took up this office a year, and let's talk about, have you gauged the public's perception of the office?
Well,
what do you do?
We haven't. But one of the ways we believe that we can gauge the public's perception of what we do is known in the amount of cases we receive. Because obviously, first of all, you cannot claim your rights if you do not know them. So that's why we have been and continue to embark on public awareness, raising of sensitization. So if the number of cases comes in, we would believe that people are becoming aware about what we do. Okay, that may not be the only determinant, but very soon we'll try to put structure in place to ensure that we gauge public perception about whether or not they have confidence in our services, or whether or not they feel that we can deliver on our mandate, or whether or not they feel that we are truly and independent. So those are things we'll try to put modalities in place to ensure that we gauge public perceptions in those directions.
Okay, another thing that that people would love to know is, like, if I work for the SLBC and I make a report against the SLBC, the issue of if I win them, the issue of me getting back my job, do you ensure that? Because we know most times, these people are discriminated against. As long as you've reported the institution, they do not want anything to do with you, and you just be out there. You will get the justice, but you will lose in the end.
Well, let me say this. If your complaint to the Ombudsman's office is about unlawful dismissal or unlawful termination, and if we investigate that complaint and we discover that in fact, as you have complained, your termination or dismissal was indeed unlawful, of course we will, amongst other things,
that you are reinstated.
Yes, amongst other things, we recommend for your reinstatement. And like I said, I usually tell people that if you talk to 5 or 6 public servants in this country, or civil servants, 2 will tell you that they have come in contact with the Office of the Ombudsman, and the Office of the Ombudsman have assisted them. So that's why when you bring a complaint, we allow everybody to bring a complaint. Your complaint can be assessed whether it falls under our mandate or not. If it falls under our mandate, we have several things we do. if it doesn't fall under our mandate, so for example, we have referral partners, we have the Legal Aid Board, for instance, we have the Human Rights Commission, we have the Anti-Corruption Commission, we have the Ministry of Labor, and several other ministries and agencies of government. So for example, if you brought a complaint and the complaint does not fall under our mandate, for instance, if something that has to do with legal aid, we will refer you to legal aid. And because they have more resources and more office presence in the provinces, most of the time when the complaint goes to them, they send it to us. Okay. So that's how we have been working. So similarly, we want to move in that direction where we also have offices in these regional headquarter towns, in the districts and some of the villages. And if the complaint falls under our mandate, we will give the respondent, that is the person you have come to complain on the institution, the opportunity to be heard. Okay. Because remember, the Office of the Ombudsman does not take sides. We are independent arbiter. Yeah. Okay? That's why during the course of investigation, the Office of the Ombudsman sits with the powers, rights, and privileges of that of a High Court judge. Okay. And we also have powers, for example, to summon the attendance of witness in front of us, to compel the production of documents, to put witnesses and the list goes on and on. And we use, with necessary modification, the rules of court, but not stick to censure as it is applying court. So we usually do that. So we will give the opportunity to the respondent to hear his own side, because of course that's what natural justice demands. So after you've given your own side, we will bring the reports to the complainant and say, this is what the respondent has answered. Do you have anything to say against this? So like my colleague here was saying, the law also empowers us to use ADR processes. He mentioned that ADR processes means alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So we also, before we go to the formal part of investigation, we have the informal part. We conduct mediation, try to settle the dispute, put one or two parties together, try to settle the dispute between them, or we negotiate. Negotiation also comes in. So the easiest example I can cite is that, for example, if a particular staff has been working in an organization for years, and then perhaps he did something and he was summarily dismissed, we can, depending on the gravity of the offense, we can talk to the head of that entity to reduce that summary dismissal to termination, so that at the end of the day, that staff will go home with his terminal benefits. So that's just a picture of what negotiation can be. It can take various forms. And of course, we have another tool called conciliation. With conciliation, we try to bridge the gap between the belligerent parties by making peace. You know, sometimes it's not all about who is in the right or who is in the wrong, or who wants to win or who is not winning. It's about bringing people together, ensuring that they have a cordial working environment. They also ensure, by so doing, our intervention will cause the public entity or the institution to deliver on its mandate, and also have what they call effective public administration. Because, for example, the Slbc as a national broadcaster was set up to deliver a particular good to the people of Sierra Leone, that is, disseminate message information to the people.
We're on top of that.
Exactly. So if, for example, as the presenter of Podium, if you are affected right now with maladministration and injustice, the DG cannot come and sit here and do it. So we'll ensure that each and every staff is in place to get the work going, so that the chain of public service delivery will not be affected. That's why the Office of the Ombudsman was created in the first place. And this is how relevant we are. If you go to every country, almost all countries have Office of the Ombudsman. They can have National Ombudsman's Office, they can have Ombudsman or Ombuds institution for other things like utilities, ETSA and EGT and GUMA, or housing or insurance. Even in the United Nations, they have the Ombudsman. So it's very strategic, because it tries to ensure that people who cannot afford to go to court, people who want their matters resolved in the quickest possible time, they can resort to the Office of the Ombudsman, and we can give them justice within the quickest possible time, as opposed to the traditional court, where we know that, like my brother was saying, litigation is very expensive. Yeah. Had it not been for the presence of Legal Aid Board, most people will never get access to justice, you know. And we know, of course, cases in court take very long. So we want to try to ensure that, as an alternative to the court, we provide the people of Sierra Leone the justice that the case needs. And this is one thing I have to say. It's not the justice that you need. Because remember, when there is a conflict between two parties, there's always your side, the other party's side, and the truth.
Yes.
So we go into the merit of the case rather than what you're coming to explain to us. That's why we give every party the opportunity to explain their own side. If they want to produce documents to support their case, they can. If they want to produce witnesses to talk about their matters, they can. So that at the end of the day, everybody will be satisfied that justice was done and seen to be done. Okay. So basically, that's what we do.
Okay, so another thing, you know, sometimes to prevent most of these that you have outlined, like maladministration and the like, and complaints, you know, making your work mode, although we know that's what you're there for. What do you do in terms of educating institutions on their roles and responsibilities to prevent these problems?
Okay, so that is very good. In fact, that's part of my strategy in the next months to come. Okay. Because very soon, not only will we be also visiting MDAs in trying to raise awareness about what we do and talking to their staff. Now, this time around, it's only staff members. Okay. We'll also be working with the HR department and management to ensure that we put structures in place to address grievances that may arise in the course of administration generally. You know, that's why sometimes we advise parties that you need to exhaust your internal grievance redress mechanisms. Or sometimes we are not saying don't take disciplinary action against staff. We do not say that. You can take disciplinary action against any staff anyhow, not anyhow, but as per rules provided. You may have your staff handbook, staff rules and regulation, and the likes. So follow that procedure. So, for instance, for the revised Civil Service Code of Conduct, we did work with the Civil Service and the HRMO office in general, particularly the Director General. We made suggestions during the updating of the documents. I remember I went to 2 or 3 workshops so that we can get our inputs there to ensure that whenever issues of maladministration and injustices have cropped up in public institutions, they can be dealt with in a way that is proper, so that at the end of the day, the workload that comes to the office of the Ombudsman will be easy and easily dealt with. So yes, we are putting modalities in place to have prevention of maladministration and injustices. But as you know, with human beings, it's never enough. Yes, it's never enough.
Okay, so as we round up, let's talk about your plans for the future. You've outlined one,
yes. So immediate plans. Now we are working on our strategic plan to ensure that we get that. Number 2, we want to continue to collaborate and work with ministries, agencies, and departments of government. So we would want to meet, perhaps we're planning to meet with the ministers, the board chairs and their board members, and then of course permanent secretaries and their deputies. So we'll try to understand that we are collaborating as sister institution, not as enemies. Because whenever you hear Office of the Ombudsman, somebody will close his doors, frown his or her face, and that sort of thing. So that's for the immediate plan. And also we are working towards getting perhaps a free toll line. I've started engagement with the Director General of NATCA on that, and very soon we'll approach the Minister of Communication and see whether we can have telecoms company on board to ensure that we get, so that it does not matter where you are, you would have access, which line you call to make a complaint to us. And even if our staff are not there, we'll ensure we get to you so that your complaint is passed through. So that at the end of the day, nobody goes home angry, or people will not have the culture of impunity. You know, I do you this thing, you left by your buff case. You know, it's very rampant in our country. So these are the things we are working towards. And most importantly, like I said, we'll continue the public education and sensitization. So these are the things we are working towards. And most importantly, like I said, we'll continue the public education and sensitization. I will continue to do our work, or else we would fail in our mandate.
Okay, so finally, what do you do in cases where you've ruled in favor of a complainant or whosoever, and then like if there is any means of compensation and it's not adhered to?
Okay.
What do you do?
So this is what happens. So if we fail at the informal level if mediation fails, negotiation fails, or conciliation fails between the parties, we launch investigations. So after we've gone through all the details, searched through all the documents, watched the relevant laws, we then make our report and recommendation. Report as to what happened, what led to what occasioned the problem or the injustice or maladministration, and then we take it from there. So let's say the complaint was against the DG of SLBC, and the complaint came from one of the junior staff, and so we'll do our report and recommendation to the DG, and then copy the board chair and or the minister. So if the DG fails to implement our recommendation, then we'll call upon the minister to ensure that the DG implements our recommendation. That includes the issue of compensation. Okay. If you want to compensate, that person is saying, I've been injured in the process of my work, you have not compensated me. Or something has been done wrong to me and Ombudsman has approved or recommended that they compensate. So a lot of things will arise, including reinstatement and the like. So if that happens, then our recommendation will strictly say that compensate this person. This is the amount, or we can agree on the amount. If they don't, then we take it to the president.
Oh, okay.
The law allows the president for us to show the recommendation to the president so that he has 3 months within which he will have to implement it. Okay. And if the president fails, we report to Parliament. But we have never had a situation where the president has done. So that goes for ministers as well and their deputies. That goes as well for permanent secretaries and their deputies. So this list goes on and on, heads of parastatals and the likes.
Okay,
so basically that's what we do.
Okay, thank you so much. And now to Legal Aid Board. We know that people misuse some facilities, especially if they're free. Like, what do you do in cases of repeated offenders?
Yeah, well, given the number of clients that we have and the frequent demand or need for legal aid to indigent citizens, as per our own rule, we provide legal aid to an indigent Sierra Leonean once.
Oh, just so.
Just once, and after which we engage you, counsel you, and then tell you the importance of going back to society unharmed. I mean, as somebody who is not harmful, you know, the essence of, obeying the laws of our land so that you live peacefully with other peaceful citizens of this country.
Okay, so as we close, what more would you love the public to know about Legal Aid Board?
Yeah, of course, part of the success stories, we have paralegals who are across the country, and from time to time, these paralegals visit remand homes, correctional facilities, and they help the lawyers often a time, and they also help to dispense justice, because these paralegals engage most of our clients, educate them. They meet with traditional authorities and then, engage them on outreach activities. So these people help the lawyers of the board, because we have about between 20-25, let's say little over 20-25 lawyers across the country, but then we have paralegals at around 59 to 60 across the country. So their own number, is more than the lawyers, but they work with us, to provide or to ensure that citizens have access to justice. And of course, our 10th anniversary celebration, which is right, on the pipeline now. By the way, electronically, the executive director has launched the celebration activities. So we're going to have series of activities. We have divided the year into 2 halves. You have the first half of the year, which is ongoing now, on to the end of May. We will be having activities like fitness march, gala. By the way, my brother, we're going to ride them. We're going to invite them. They are going to play with us. And I think we've written to you. Okay. So we have 8 institutions that will be competing for this trophy, because the theme for our celebration is promoting the rule of law and access to justice. So the trophy, of course, will be labeled the rule of law and access to justice trophy. So being another, very important institution into as far as making access to justice, achievable for all Sierra Leoneans. We will write them, and we'll write some other partners and other institutions that will be competing in that particular competition. And after that, we have community outreach programs, we have town hall meetings, and then we'll have float parade. Then we'll have our church and our mosque, prayer services, and then we'll invite key stakeholders to join us celebrate the board. That's for the first half. Then you have the second half that will be spanning from November going to December. You have activities like dinner, and then we'll invite them. He will see me in his office, And one important thing that he mentioned here is the issues of referral, which is another entry door into the board. They refer matters to us, and then we have matters that are referred to us from the police station and from other MDAs even, who, within their knowledge, know that those matters fall within our mandate. They send them to us. So the last of the activities will be our award, the Champions Award, which will happen in December. And by the way, my brother will be there, and of course we will extend our courtesies to you all. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. That's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guest, the Ombudsman, Tijan Ahmed Israel Jah Esquire, and the Human Resource Manager, Legal Aid Board, Ibrahim Bangura Esquire. Our quote for today came from former head of the Catholic Church, Pope Pius X, and it says, to heal the breach between the rich and the poor, it is necessary to distinguish between justice and charity. My producer has been Salma Taban. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamar. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Goodbye.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television. This is Newsbeat with me, Dennis Fraser. The people of Kakumba in Warawara, but fully achieved on Konadogo district, are appealing to the government and health authorities for a proper health facility and other social amenities, including water. Kakumba is a community of over 18 villages, yet it can only boast of a tiny under-equipped health post, which is also struggling for essential medical supplies. The village itself is short of connectivity, making communication difficult, if not impossible. Patients from surrounding villages have to walk more than 18 miles to get there. Before the construction of the health post, people of Kakumba and those in nearby villages used to walk for miles to get to the nearest health center. A journey which is particularly painful and dangerous for pregnant women who will go into labor on their way to the facility. There are no proper beds. Patients have to lie on wooden benches, and pregnant women in labor have to be laid on mats due to the lack of delivery beds. Nurse in charge of the health post, Mary Kamara, said the situation was critical. Without internet, it is extremely difficult to communicate with the headquarters in Kabbalah during emergencies, adding that they sometimes have to climb up hills just to get a network connection. The Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, recently hosted a joint training session for international non-governmental organizations in Sierra Leone. The focus of the session was on the Finance Act and Pay-as-you-earn or PAYE system, and it provided a platform for dialogue, understanding and partnership between government and international NGOs operating in the country. The training brought together country director, HR managers, and financial secretaries from various international non-governmental organizations, offering them the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the Finance Act, implicators, particularly regarding thresholds for payment and other key provisions. NGO coordinator Eric Masali said the session followed a previous resolution made by INGO representatives, calling for such a training to address specific areas of confusion surrounding the Finance Act. The training also aimed to clarify some unexplained sections of the Act to help INGOs ensure proper implementation. Country Director for Gold Sierra Leone, James Reak, praised the session for its clarity and value, noting that it significantly enhanced their understanding of how to operate in line with the government tax regulations. He also expressed excitement for the duty waivers available to INGOs, which help streamline their operations and foster stronger collaboration with government. As part of efforts to strengthen financial accountability, Sierra Leone Budget Advocacy Network, with support from ActionAid, have looked at various audit transparency and accountability mechanisms in 13 local councils across the country. The survey identified transparency and accountability issues with proposed actions to address them in a position paper. The head of governance and gender, Sierra Leone Brahma Mansari, said the report underscored the need for public accountability and strengthen audit accountability at local government level in the country. The survey findings recommended that the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs and the Fiscal Decentralization Division in the Ministry of Finance should enforce their immediate formation of audit committees consisting councillors in all councils as required by the 2022 Local Government Act. Local governments play a critical role in delivering essential services and fostering community development, but weak accountability mechanisms have led to inefficiencies, corruption, and mismanagement of public funds. In alignment with the government's 2023 Safe School policy that underscores the importance of equipping educational institutions with the necessary tools to respond to medical emergencies, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has received 2,400 first aid kits from UNICEF. The Deputy Minister of Health, Professor Charles Senesi, commended the donors for the support, highlighting that they were building efforts on child health, which the provision of first aid kits in line with such efforts of theirs. For the UNICEF country representative, Rudolph Schwenk, The provision of the kits reflects partners' recollection and commitment to promoting a safe and healthy environment for school children. Receiving the first aid kits, Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, said the arrival of the kits was a significant contribution to enhancing student health and safety in the country. The delivery of the 2,400 first aid kits is the first of nearly 8,200 kits procured by UNICEF for the Free Quality Education Project, funded by World Bank, FCDO, ActionAid, and the European Union. And finally, as a way of motivating Muslims to be reciting the Quran during the holy month of Ramadan, the Know Your Quran Foundation has held a Quranic memorization competition for various Quranic learning centers in the east end of Freetown. The competition was graced by prominent Islamic scholars who engaged Muslims to imbibe the culture of reading the Quran extensively during the holy month of Ramadan. The competition among the young people was intense as they demonstrated knowledge in various chapters in the Holy Quran. Islamic scholar Sheikh Ilal Amin Toure encouraged Muslims to be engaging in reciting the Quran during the month of Ramadan. The holy month of Ramadan is considered by Muslims as a month in the Islamic calendar when Allah sent the glorious Quran as a form of guidance to mankind. In this regard, Muslims are encouraged to recite the Quran extensively. And that's the end of News Brief, which came to you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on Channel 31. Keep watching.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and humanitarian stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Bismillah, au nom d'Allah. Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. I wake up every morning, say God is the unique. I'm hungry, I wash my hands, but before say Bismillah. I wake up every morning, say God is the unique. wash my hands, but before say Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah, Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah, Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah, Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. When I'm ready for lunch, don't forget to say thanks.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله وبه نستعين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Yes, Papa de Mama dem, this na Separate Hour, a woman organization where it targets na for enlighten people them, man them, woman them, the nation on the values of individual, family, home, and national stability, when at the aim of the values of Islam and a Separate. Inshallah, with me today, we get only one person. Unfortunately, the other two sisters them they get exams at the university, and they will come hopefully inshallah tomorrow, similar time, we go there back by God's own power. What we will discuss today, very important issue on Ramadan. Now, we begin a graduate from Multimagai Technical University in the field of education. So inshallah, one column with Muhammad Amin Barry, like tell people I do.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Now ask Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Amin, inshallah, lay recite for we key verses them where the help we will take for analyze and talk about the issue at hand. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون أياما معدودات فمن كان منكم مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر وعلى الذين يتقونه فدية طعام مسكين فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا عدة ولتكملوا عدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون صدق الله العظيم.
Boku take it to Allah, we tell Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, thank you once more that Allah will give you another chance, another rare opportunity for see this month here. Some people they see they're not able fast. Subhanallah. Some them see are not able fast at all. We for able see at the same able fast, we want to tell Allah thank you. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for help for tell and thank you for giving another rare opportunity with the help as individuals them, help families them, help communities them, help nation and help the group as a whole. Ramadan a package of values them. But for them past this year, since Ramadan starts, inside this wonderful institution where I can always tell you about a new institution, Slbc, alhamdulillah. Pray for them, the leaders them of this wonderful institution, the cameraman them, all the record, very good people them. So they are for talk about Ramadan, so that it will sink in our mind to the believers them, and also to the one they way not to Muslim them. They will understand the Islam Muslim position, because we understand person position. Now it will make you talk about tolerance and living together with him. So we need complete enlightenment. Thanks to the CPED. Now we'll break this material like how we started. Before we talk today about a very institution, very important institution where they inside Ramadan, where they call prayer, how prayer starts, how they do them. Now we'll go back quickly. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykum siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum. Then chapter 2 verse 183. Chapter 2 verse 183. Now common verse when they can bring. What in the ya ayyuhalladhina amanu? And what is significant to this way? Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Before you talk about even fasting, what is the implication? Where Allah says ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Oh, una believe. Yes? No, Yaliba.
Alhamdulillah, wa salatu salam ala rasulillah. Rabbi ishrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah, we tell Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala thank you as we don't begin the Ramadan. We still continue for push-up. We ask Almighty Allah, we good deeds them, we effort to they make, may Almighty Allah accept them for we, and also we fall short, may Almighty Allah forgive we and rectify for we. Amen. Alhamdulillah, Almighty Allah start off for call and batter them. People them we elect so much, where the people are then special Torah. And Ibn Masud radiallahu anhu, we established the first school of tafsir na Iraq. In say whenever una hear this particular call, ya ayyuhal lezina amanu, he say make una tinap, make una listen keenly. He say because message they come to una them people and they we believe we will benefit una. And then people here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala they special to Allah. So now the more Almighty Allah care about. Now that make you know say ya ayyuhan nas. This is not to the general people they call. You say ya ayyuhal muslimun. But Almighty Allah call say ya ayyuhal lezina amanu. Because what Almighty Allah can tell we, not to every person they take them. Not to every person go do them. Series of excuses they come based on what Almighty Allah can tell we. But the people that we get faith in Allah, we believe in Allah, we they know say Allah na created the naya. And then they are for certain time, and then give for komoya to certain time. We that time they nobody know no. Then people are then special to Allah. So Almighty Allah say, ya ayyuhal lezina amanu. Oh, una we be una God conscious, because you not just call on believers them. The people who are saying God conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they know say Allah na bring it in naya. Allah na get them sustenance. Allah na get everything within the do now this world. Allah they take record of them. Then people are then special to Allah. So you see, ya you are lezina amanu. Oh, una be say una God conscious. It's a kutiba alaykum siyam. Allah don't can tell them people that we believe now say He don't prescribe for them within the month of Ramadan. He don't prescribe for this particular month here. Then believers here they not get excuses. They need to go take medical paper for give excuse for the month of Ramadan. No, because they know the values. They know what in this particular month the goodness we entails. What in this month they can do in their life. So therefore them people here then believe in Allah and they want to work with the prescription one metal I don't bring down to them. They say kutiba alaykum siyam. I don't prescribe for now the month of Ramadan for fast. Allahu Akbar. Allah say, Kama kutiba alal lezina min qablikum. So for you see, not to the Prophet ﷺ start this month, begin the issue of fasting. The Prophet ﷺ not to start time. Prophet Musa ﷺ, Prophet Jesus Christ ﷺ, Prophet Dawood, Prophet Ibrahim ﷺ, all them prophets there, where they precede them, they all them fast. Now, one matter Allah we call the believers in. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Hashr. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu. He say, ittaqullaha. Oh, una we be say una God conscious. Una know una responsibility. Una know say una there to time bound. Just like how somebody in a university. You know, so you did it with, if in a degree to go do, you did it within 4 years or 5 years or 6 years, based on the different courses where people get from various universities. You know, so you did it within time bound. So, Allah say, itakullaha, be God conscious, not only for fast, but you can't forget the taqwa of Allah inside the fast, with the fast. Because secretly you can be alone. Nobody know they with you. But we get the consciousness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you mindful of what you do. You phone and you get them. You deal with your phone. You can do anything you want to do with them. But when you're conscious of Allah, you know they watch what's in the point you fast. When you're conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know they look what's in the weaken you fast or what's in the weaken you iman. So therefore, Allah say, itakullaha, una be God conscious. Wa tazul nafsul ma qaddamat li ghadin. Make every soul, every mortal man analyze yourself. Let for the analyze about people then. Let for put more to other people in your issue. Yourself within yourself, you get issue where you're not able to rectify it. You get fault within yourself where you for work on. Rather for work on yourself, you work on other people in you. All you aim an objective. Now for the look at people in your fault, you left your own fault where you get. And the Englishman say, he say, every person gets skeleton in a young cupboard. Work on yourself, analyze yourself. Now this one matter like they tell me. Say if you left people and you focus on yourself, you will be a better person.
One tell you boku chenki. Now come back to what you na doyeri una Pekin talk. When Barry, when I graduate na Miltimagai Technical University in education and sociology na they specialize. Alhamdulillah, I learned the Quran well. He say Ramadan na a call, na a mandate from a personality from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to a beloved one them. You call the bate, we also have the language there. To the people the way that the most valuable people in society, people the way elect. Now what are they? The people of faith. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, He say, one other people here will know the purpose of existence. For say life that transition. And una God one can talk to. The people they know say they get for pass. Now go they go, not to come they come. You don't make a prescription for them for fast for 29 or 30. It's normal. My prescription, which means if they come in so many problems, we allow subhanahu wa ta'ala know what is the solution for fast. He say, well, fasting not only is such a way prophet bring. Like how it be mandated to similar people the way God be like. People when they believe. You see, before, when they believe, they prophet them, they believe. Jesus, alayhi salam, they believe. He fasted. Moses fasted. All the prophets they fasted study for come closer to God. See, so that when we get package of values them. So in summary, say fasting is about faith. It takes a lot of faith for mortal man for it. Stop for it. Stop for drink for sake of Allah. It take a lot of faith. It take a lot of faith. Mortal man for seafood. It can self-control. So you say Ramadan about self-introspection for look at your life. All the 11 months which I've been doing yesterday, it's about self-analysis. This all it tell me. It's about looking at yourself, not looking about others. Where did I go wrong? What I do when they give me problem? Na me I no control the foot, I no control me private, I no control me motor, I no control. I know people to eat, I know people to dress. Na every wahala for me. So Ramadan gives person opportunity. Decide other values of honesty, faithfulness, commitment. Where unconsciously it is not the issue for love for others. Eating together, the issue for hate, evil unconsciously. So Ramadan can say you can stop it. That bad. You can stop for drinking, stop for smoke, stop for do bad. You have the ability. Say Ramadan. So but don't go back. Still, while analyze for we The next answer. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, Ayaman ma'adudat. Ayaman ma'adudat. So kinda like I tell me, Ramadan for everybody, this na issue we don't discuss, but it good now hear it again and again. Because everybody believe na true. But now everybody will believe na for fast. Would they exempt for fast? And what are the possible logical reasons them where they put for fast? What are the wisdom of Islam? For say some people say yes, na fine thing. But say no do am. And what you get for do? No, we that package back. And the second package we discuss na here. Now they go. As a good teacher, we all are teachers them. You get for before you go up a new topic, you will go back and reinforce the first topic. Tell me about this issue. Yeah, but I do that. Would I know when? Would I this? Would I this? Tell me about that. Everybody moving for fast?
Alhamdulillah. First of all, let me know say Almighty Allah, He don't tell me inside the same verse. He say, Yuridullahu bikumul yusura, wala yuridu bikumul usura. Almighty Allah no want difficulty for una. Allah want easiness for una. Islam, the Prophet ﷺ tell me in one beautiful hadith inside Riyadus Salihin. He say Islam easy, simple religion. He say, but the person you can make bagbati, you can total religion, you can to agbagba pandidin. He say then it go turn load by you, it go heavy for you. Allah don't make it easy for me. First of all, let me know say we get 12 months. 12 months. Inside the 12 months, we eat 11 months. People they do what they want for do. Go inside they want for go. Any activity we want for engage, they engage partner for satisfy them desires them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He put 1 month inside the 12 months. He bring them for the ummah. Inside the ummah for the believers them. Inside the 1 month again, Almighty Allah give you a certain time where we dey fast for. The time, you know, say when I fast within 72 hours, or when I fast continuously. Almighty Allah make a with the fast from 6, from 5 something, to 7 when I break the fast. All this, Almighty Allah want easiness for we. You don't want difficulty for we. So therefore, for any person now, we one can become an extremist, then make you know say the religion go heavy, for it go difficult for her. Then inside 10 days then day, for the 29 or 30 days who they fast for inside the month, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He exempt certain people then for show we the kind of love we Almighty Allah get for in creation. Allah they show we the kind of love, however we parent the lequi, you know, equivalent to the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to in creation. Subhanallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala start off for saying any person will say a day on a journey, the person they travel. No matter how the distance we they go, how far it might be. If you, according to your strength or your ability, you think say you will fast from here for go Kailao, for go Kenema, you know, without not disturb you fast, alhamdulillah you can fast. Because Almighty Allah creates we, but inside this creation here we all varies. It tell you this, he say we all different. Some people what are you able for do, some man not able for do. So if me think say from here to Kenema, I'm not able to fast, maybe because of the diesel sense, they disturb me or they feel upset, then Allah don't make it easy for you, not fast. Not fast at all, because me no go one for inconvenience yourself, make this difficult for you, they inconvenience another people them. Allah don't want this at all for you. But for you, we know so you able for fast, don't intend the way you travel, as we Ustaz been tell me, it's when they come on Nigeria for Sierra Leone, ain't been fast because you able. So for the for you know able, Islam not become incumbent upon at all for make it fast. Another group where they look at again, we look at the old aged people them. This all we don't look at them. The old one them, you know, but all past old. Certain old parent day, certain old mommy day, still them strong past some young boy and young girl them. So young boy in the way some during the day, the way they make as if he a Malikan mouth, they don't be so rude. No, so mommy day is strong, is still strong, still able fast. It can fast. But maybe this person don't old, maybe don't fall sick, you know, and he get for go through medication. Allah don't want to make you fast at all, because may not kill yourself, and that if you kill yourself, now suicide. For say I'm fast for please Allah. Not true, but you know, so you're not able. You will be able for doing. Now we're not able. Alhamdulillah, you not can fast at all. Another category what we look at the young picking them, the small one them, underage picking them. Islam no incumbent upon that at all for make them fast. Ramadan no be pop up and naked picking in them. But today for you don't do 5, 6, 7, you can encourage them. You fast from morning to 12, you know, small, you take now for make it used to, you know, but you're not incumbent upon at all for make it fast. You know, mandate you upon them. Another group again what we look at, say now the ill people because we get sick and we get ill people. The people ever say they're sick, somebody just say me hit the heart, you know, and they feel weak, you know, malaria. Like there are sick people in that one day. But get the ill one, they will go to hospital. Even for grabbing, able for grab say done. Everything pass the help them for make it grab, for make it go do them for himself. So therefore they get people in there, Islam exempts them for make them not fast during the time, because you need medication, and medication they go with food. You need food as well for make it sustain you safe. So we're not going to say power papa and that sick baby you go fast unless if you die for Allah. No, that's extremism that one day, you not for do them at all, because you need medication and you need food for make you continue your medication with the take. Now another people in again will be look at that at the female side who say my sisters have been touched. Among them the one for say it is so cool, you know, woman for say it is so cool, you know, though some people in the way they so cool is still able fast, alhamdulillah. So in the way they so cool you need able, because you need beaucoup food for it, and you know go able to deprive the pikin for the girl dry breast, the pikin need milk. So the food where they eat, alhamdulillah, it help for manufacture more milk than the breast for the pikin, and the pikin need that nutrient for make himself go survive. So you know go suffer yourself and can suffer the pikin. Then you know Islam no accept them at all. Another group again will be look at the somebody for sleep and belly. You know, certain not to like say at that young one. So the way young, you see it is sick too much, enable. So the back if you young, you will fast. Alhamdulillah. You go fast based on how you inspect yourself. If you inspect yourself, you see say you able, alhamdulillah. But when the pikin don't begin to grow at the belly, enough for fast at all. Because the reason is the pikin need food for make it sustain at the womb. So if you they go take if you they fast, the pikin will be able to survive, and you go not disturb the pikin, you go discomfort at the womb. So therefore Islam not be incumbent upon them at all for make it fast. They can woman in day. Another group again we look at the woman they for say they hand the day power water. If you hand the power water, alhamdulillah, you know for fast. This is clearly stated inside the Quran. Because on Metal Senses Surah Al-Baqarah say they can ask you, where woman, yes, alunaka il mahidi, woman they see the moon. You know, woman hand the power water, yes, how is it? On Metal say, cool, who are Azza. Tell us that a difficult time that one day. You know, it's at all, we sisters, we mama them, we until them, they see the moon. That moment, the difficulty, the torment, the stress, pain, you know, doing them, sending them. So Islam exempt them for making our fast at all. You know, so all the category they are, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exempt them from fasting based on how Al-Metal want to make things easy for them and no one difficulty for them.
Yes, Boku thank you. You must ask questions 079-183-183 079-183-183. You can text, I don't know if it's just there, you can call by God in power. Get a message for try for answer you. When I do it now, one way this education is time for mention for say Islam and extremism, not to don't it together, the enemy. Islam make Islam in religion very easy for person. Early understand the situation. God no want people to do things to the extreme. They call it ishraf. So they tell you this. So now for that you need to understand Islam the way I come, not to the way I think. Otherwise it will blunder. Prophet say like I read this religion and they bring it easy for you. They don't make it become difficult for you. Except if you want to make it difficult for you, it will be difficult for you. So now for that we don't see the mercy of Allah. Yes, they were not believers them. That woman we get better than believer. That woman get menstruation a believer. That beginning a believer. Because believe not a prerogative of one person. So that person they travel a believer, this Ramadan here. But you know say we travel in the morning. You need medicine, you need food. Yes, they're not fast. You the belly woman, you serve the way you know, you get for need a lot of energy and food in the picking way they say the belly. God concerned about her because now they present to you, they present the future. And then the future of the nation, not fast. Now the HPK, no, not for make you comment for fast. Because they need again food. And you don't tell you for say the one they travel, will not say the one way in the for travel, the driver, in a keke driver, all of this, you know, inky fast. Yeah, because now your profession. But that one where they travel, well, you know his situation. So inky fast for the whole agent, the very important society. Therefore they get a lot of control for me because they know history, they know the environment more than the picking the way they come. We just work as it quick one, they cause problem. So the old people them not check, so we don't go to them, no because they commit suicide. So in brief, we don't fight for say, we scholar, we brother, don't tell me the way our God is merciful. But not ask a question back, we go help you. We should take one ask. There are people that so we know the fast. The woman with the menstruation, that woman with the pambele, that person will travel. That person is sick, the mother pass to take medicine. That kind of person, waiting for do. In that for she don't know now. Enough for make it well. Yes, if that woman they you get for what you get for do, but I'm mentally. And after when the period pass, what the person get for do, let tell you back para side. Because one cap at the top be proper now. When good law they enforce what we don't talk, you know what I'm meaning for anything over and over for understand. What did they do? That's be part of the Ramadan.
Alhamdulillah. Now let you know, say first of all, inside this month of Ramadan, mortal man for idle at all. No waste your time. The reason is the people in the barzak, the people in the grave, if they ask them now, subhanallah, if they ask them now, what do you wish for? Then we'll say we only wish for a day inside the month of Ramadan.
Allahu Akbar.
For tell you the huge barakah within inside this particular month. And a lot of people in the day yesterday with we all did together, we all fast together, we all recite Quran together. A lot no meet up this particular month of Ramadan.
Allahu Akbar.
And who knows, next year would I get for meet up, would I not get for meet up? All this day in the kudrat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So therefore no ideal time inside this particular month. All the category we just mentioned, so Islam give them an option, when a very good option. For the aged we not enable fast at all. Allah make say make you feed one person.
Allah.
Feed one green person. For a day we enable fast, feed one person until the month end by the will of Allah. Now for the woman they for say they pandi the andi pa water, you know, in the circle, midi pambele. Now let we know say uge zikrullah. The Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam say there are two words in the way light now with tongue, but then heavy in the scale of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If I then two words no more you will talk, you earn much barakah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What are the words there? Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim. If I don't want there no more, you will the pambele, you see them with the talk, call Allah, you know, talk to Allah, talk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That moment we the pambele, that moment in a very critical condition. A lot of women when they lost their life, the time they give birth to we. A lot of women then get problem that then legs them, that then foot them, the time when they deliver them, picking them. How many women then they today when because of picking, in not safe but the picking safe due to born picking? What are able to save you from that problem in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Talk to Allah inside this particular month. Sit down, left eye will talk. As for metal I say, no focus about people, focus on yourself. Sit down and talk to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If na subhanallah, no you would make subhanallah, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, Allahu akbar. Talk to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah na ina who was Sami'u. Na the going for say na inna the most hearing you. You know you need talk to Ram. Close to Allah. Make zikrullah plenty one. Zikrullah kathira. Make boku zikrullah inside this particular month, because the reward of one zikrullah inside this month is not equivalent to any other zikr outside this particular month. So I want to go amass the goodness of this month of Ramadan. Today you meet some youths, them sit down, then they play draft, then they play ludo, they say then they kill time. No, brothers, you are killing your iman, you are killing your fast. You did you fast, you weaken you fast. You weaken your iman. If you need to strengthen your iman inside this particular month here, how are you going to strengthen your iman inside this particular month here again, brothers?
So what did that people when for do? The woman, they are not the woman. This not lactating mother what they say they give or big. So this person they travel. What if for do? We don't know for say now if we make zikru, not true. But when Ramadan don't know, what if for do? If we pay the debt of the fasting and prayer or not?
Now, after the month of Ramadan, all the belly woman, the woman with the circle, the woman for say Andy Pawata, of course, in a very short time. So you go continue fast, but after the month of Ramadan, make all them people there know say they get debt to Allah. Therefore fast. The days they for say not being fast, then for fast time after the month of Ramadan. If at the rest of the month the person not being fast, they make you know say he gets a whole month again. We for fast before the coming of the next Ramadan.
So we go. Thank you very much for this very important.
But sorry, but let me know say the prayers the one for say yandi pawata, the prayer for say not being prayed, then they you know get for prayer at all.
So you not get for nafila at all.
They not get for nafila.
They never pray them 5 days prayer.
No, not at all. For the one way for say yandi pawata, you not be able to pray. Or for that one for say just born, doing anything the Islamic say that one not for pray because of what you go on like system. But after you don't stop for the woman for say you don't born, after that time for the suckling mother in Islam say for pray. The prayer in they upon them still. But for the fasting after the month of Ramadan they will continue for pay the month for say not be fasting, but the whole month they for fast time again. But the prayer for say they miss, they not get for repair them again.
Very thank you. Thank you. When I see now how Islam is very merciful, it still say Islam no idleness. They can only say an idle mind is a workshop of the devil. So keep on engaging spiritually in your life. Let's see how Allah they come to you. Because if you don't make Allah a paddy, Satan could be your paddy. And Satan be your paddy, you don't get worse paddy. If you don't get light, it is by darkness. If you don't by darkness, look you to get much under. But if you don't by light, look how they enjoy, how they work out in security. So now, so it is for mortal man. The more you come closer to God, the more you see spiritual calmness. The calmness of the mind, the calmness of the body. So we don't see those exempted from fasting in the month of Ramadan and what they for do any category of the day. This brings us to another very important topic where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say the month of Ramadan, that the month where they reveal the Quran as a guidance for humanity. So Lord, go back first. Tell me how the Quran come. Whose age will the prophet be when the Quran come to them? Yes. And what is that Quran? Like tell me how Quran be it come. It can't know like how see today bulk so give me the answer the first bar. So now people them if you ask them, they will understand. So that we all go understand, we get confident. Because once we get confident by the Quran, we get confidence by everything.
Alhamdulillah. First of all, we don't say the Quran in mean a book for say they read again and again and again. Now, this particular Quran we will see so today, it not become bulky to the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. It become on piecemeal. Half of night become on to the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will send this Quran to Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam. Then Jibril they bring him to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. For the period of 23 years, It take the Prophet ﷺ the period of 23 years, 13 years in Mecca, 10 years in Medina, for make this Quran come to them. Now, why make the Quran not become bulkily, as Al-Metal say in the Quran, it say, sabit bihi for adaka, so that this Quran will steady down the heart then. Allah made the Quran steady in your heart. But how the Quran will steady in your heart, we don't make the Quran you paddy. We don't make the Quran you paddy, then other things will say, carry you away. And then can people in the that the Al-Metal say, umul khasirun, that people will say, don't losses. And for any person who say, he losses this dunya, you know, will profit in the hereafter. Wallahi. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say again in chapter 59, verse 19. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they tell me about the people that will forsake them forget Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He said, wala takunu kalezina nasullaha. Will not be like the one who forsake them forget Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Who are them people in him? People that will not agree for learn Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in book. The Ramadan, or matter bring unto me for ask we, who say you day we no agree for learn Quran? What you day on, we no want for learn Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in book. Because at the month of the Quran, so may the Quran be your companion. Left any other companion for now is not important. Make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala your companion close to Allah. You get so many things them for tell Allah, and you get so many things them for tell Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala thank you for. Because for the past years, what Allah don't do for you to now, subhanallah. Imagine the accident the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala don't save you from, the problems one met Allah don't save you from. So don't bad. Think about them things then they. If that need to all be happen by now, who say for day? So therefore, take the Quran, make a your companion. Read the Quran. No matter how many surahs they sabi, sit down, read them. Make the Quran you party because it's the month of the Quran. So therefore, Almighty Allah says, "Wala takunu kalezina nasullah." No fiber, no time like the one they forsake them, turn them back from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because they don't want they are then turned away from Allah. Allah says, "Fansahum anfusahum." Allah subhanahu make themselves, even they forget themselves, they don't get time. We see 4 o'clock, you don't come out. You know they can take 12 o'clock. Subhanallah, you don't get time for us. Even for it, now small more you eat. Why? Because you don't become so attached with the dunya. Before you attach yourself with Allah, you attach yourself with the dunya. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell the dunya not only create you, he say bala, he say yes. He say any possible person yagba for you, yagba yam, muntu, he say wutu wam, ton am. That makes some people like when they run after the dunya. If you look at how you not get time for anything, body not fine. Oh, they run after the world. He say dunya not only create you, he say bala, he say na you. He say any person for say he obey me, commandments, you know, they worship me, they for him. Put yourself down for him.
Now, no, Kampa, you tell me say the Quran, in no kind of bulk, a kind of small through in Jajibulu for a period of 23 years. Now, we will ask a question. Now, how the Quran now then present, whose method will become, how be the kind of, whose method will become, wait till you can't get the Quran, can't get so. That compilation, what happened during the time of the Prophet? Tell me small bar.
Alhamdulillah. The time when the Quran be the canon to the Prophet alayhi salatu salam, you read them. When you read them, you memorize them. Now from this, it tell in Sahaba them, it teach them, then say they read the Quran. They command the one who say then Sabi right when I elite them, it's a made them right. But the question is, who said them be write this Quran? Because we all know say by then, China not be don't invent paper. So they be write up a back of trees, pan makanda, pan leaf, pan board, pan stone, pan bone. Now they didn't be write this particular Quran here. So therefore the Prophet ﷺ, before he passed away, he left in personal copy, give in wife when a Hafsa, when the daughter of Omar radiallahu anhu. So after the Prophet ﷺ don't pass away, would have become into power. Now Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu, inside become a rule for 3 years. He became rule for 3 years. So by then Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu become it up huge trial, huge test. What are this trial here? The people that they be just accept Islam. When they come into Islam, they come into this issue of zakat. So then tell Abu Bakr Siddiq, make you exempt them from zakat. I say zakat not to me you prerogative that one day. He said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then put them, so not to me for Kampula. So this been lead to a riot where them be killed 70 who fast them. This are during the battle of Yamama. You know them be killed and 70 who fast them. The people of us don't memorize this particular Quran here. But Umar radiallahu began to Abu Bakr Siddiq. He said, this alone not sit down. The people of us don't memorize the Quran and they kill them this way. He said, let me set up a committee where we will collect what in the Prophet be done left, and we side them in the right panel things then they make them bring them so that we will be able to compile this particular Quran here. So they never called Zayd ibn Thabit radiallahu anhu, when the Secretary General of the Prophet ﷺ. So they all they come from that committee. But Umar Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu, he not been ruled for long that he can pass away. So Umar been take over, in been there for 10 years. So then the guy called the Secretary General, they begin for compile all them things and they. But during that 10 day again, Umar radiallahu anhu himself can pass away. So Uthman bin Affan radiallahu anhu, we can inherit the power, we can take over now the mantle of leadership. He still form again another community when they call this particular Secretary General here, when Zayd ibn Thabit, call them, they can compile and finalize the issue of pronunciation, because in that the issue became the issue of pronunciation, how to pronounce the Quran. They want to pronounce exactly like the Prophet ﷺ be the pronounced and then like how it be left arm. So it became it of this particular one, and by then in come it up block which China be don't invent paper. So in be able to collect all in the and the personal copy the Prophet be left to Hafsa. It's guy for the compiler and then put them into book form during the 10 day. So after they don't put them into this book form and we bulking also they see now they going to take all them half thing and they burn out. Now why they can be burning things then they? Because we don't want to make the Quran get first edition, second edition, no, like other books then they. So therefore they burn particular things then they. And now if you watch at the back cover of some Quran them, you see Birasmi Uthmaniya, that this will be compiled on Uthman radiallahu anhu.
One tell you boku thank you well, you see for that hope day now we own country. This now youth will graduate from the technical university, Mitamaga Technical University, in the field of education, good sociology and education. So you see now you able to get a comparative knowledge. Now I tell you about the issue of the Quran for Sinai Bukwe, now for read again and again, for listen again and again. The more they eat that, the more they understand them, now the more they become ajaba. Now the more it surprise you, now the more they give you material. They say the Quran will become in bulk, it can piecemeal. But two ways the way they preserve the Quran which are the prophets. They say prophet they memorize them, chapter, verse as they come, and so they teach other people them. Yes, at the end of the day, you find for say, beaucoup people them they memorize the Quran because probably they motivate them. So, but when Senaba can come, they come with a challenge. The challenge of people them where no one pays a cut in lead to a battle, but that battle is 70 verse. Of course, never say, but people they really belong Quran, 1,000 they really have Quran. So the time for Syria they put her in the book form. But during the time of Usman now a problem of pronunciation of the Quran, because the Quran belong completely to the Prophet. So luckily China don't invent paper and the Quran they put her inside paper. They send that to all institutions in the world. Now so Islamically. Now for if you meet at the back of the page, you see Ala Rasmi Usmaniya through the authority, through the work of Sayyidina Usman. So now he gets that kind of opportunity that day. So briefly we find for say we don't know so much about Ramadan from beginning to day. So by God in power, if Allah give the health, He give the will, give the chance, CPED, continue the program tomorrow. But tomorrow work starts. Now look about prayer. But they start first what they call prayer inside Islam. What is the benefit of prayer? We want to talk about the issue how to make al-wala. We want to talk with the demonstration how to make al-wala. tell God thank you to CPR, tell thank you to SLBC. I remember that time they will bring the partner here, who also want to show how for us Janaba. Muna carry way post on the Utiman for Janaba. Not to Janaba, Nabu, on a Kenema, na Janaba, how for us Janaba. But they can't know if in all that time they will give us Janaba, not to man, husband and wife, by God in power. They will regard to what you pray to do for you. It's our prayer come. Whether na Sahara, Libya, Kenya, their former terrorists sitting everywhere we say prayer by God in power. Man, tell Allah, thank you once more. Tell Sipel Boku, thank you. Tell the Islamic branch Naira, thank you. The administration, thank you. Who ask Allah forget the word, who asks you back. Then you make a dua for prayer for me. Inshallah, make dua for me, for this wonderful institution, for Sipel, for everybody, for the minister himself. Inshallah, we give you this opportunity and help you also for pray for the country, the young man that Allah put them for a good life. Then they make them is a time like you and even more. Bismillah.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد وسلم كما صليت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى كما باركت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم في العالمين انك حميد مجيد ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة وهب لنا من أمرنا رشدا اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا وأنت تجعل الحزن إذا شئت سهلا اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا وأنت تجعل
الحزن easy except to make easy and not too difficult but to make difficult. Allah make things easy for me.
اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة
give me the goodness of this world and the hereafter.
وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب القبر وقنا عذاب المسجد الجام يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله.
Yes, Papa, me, the coordinator of this program here, tomorrow inshallah we'll get with Sister Ngudira, Dr. Ibrahim Saliu Kamara, acting dean of the Faculty of Education at the Milton Technical University, with my alma mater, and me, the chief imam of Jami Jalil, Jimmy Central Mosque. And me, now also a member of SLBC. Naya day, and a blessing for me. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All what you do.
Bismillah, 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 au nom d'Allah. Bismillah, Bismillah, in the name of Allah. I wake up every morning, say God is the unique. I'm happy.
Of Guma Valley Water Company gearing towards improving access to a sustainable and affordable water supply to the people of Western area.
How can I add my voice to the issues discussed in this program?
To add your voice to the program, please call or send text messages to the following numbers: 033 430 946 or 075 015 133. Or better still, follow us on the Guma Valley Water Company Facebook page. Together, we can improve access to water. So, tune in every Thursday to FM 99.9 between the hours of 1 to 2 p.m. and listen to Guma Hour, because water is life.
Good afternoon, viewers. I want to use this opportunity for welcome you to Guma R program where they come to you on Slbc TV. And inside today's program, we get for talk about issues where you get for do with deforestation within the water catchment areas. And for you, we the watch we for the very first time, I want to make you know say Guma Valley Water Company and a water utility company where government don't charge the responsibility for make sure say they're able for harness water and process them and send them down to you, the customer, where they within the western area. We coverage there within western area, and that mandate say we don't do over the years, and of course we want to make sure say every Sierra Leonean where they within the western area get access to safe drinking water. So inside today's program, we're going to talk about the thing that we don't see say the stop or the unbugging that mandate say we go prevent we not for able to fulfill that mandate we government don't give away. So inside the program today, we get speakers them we don't join with, we panelists that work for come talk about deforestation issues and the impact where it gets on water supply. And inside today's program, we get the National Protected Area Authority representative, we come in the person of Mr. Ansumana Baba Ture, we're in a tertiary manager for NPAA. Inside we'll talk to we, but the work where they do to make sure say they protect the water catchment areas and the Freetown National Park. Also inside the studio, we go for talk to the engineer, we're the engineer, we're in charge of water production. We're engineer Mohamed Aikoma. Engineer Kuma is production manager for Guma Valley Water Company. Inside we'll talk to we, but the work we do for make sure say they're able for produce plenty water. We will carry inside Freetown, we will go to other places in the western area where people know they actually get access to water. And what thing go about that in work day, it will talk water inside the program. We also get the president for Conservation Society Sierra Leone in the person of Mr. Charles Showers. Instead they with we in the studio we will talk to we, but the work where they don't do and waiting now their own view about the deforestation where they go on now the national park, and also waiting then see as the problems where they go on within then protected areas and how it will able for affect water supply inside western area. We also expect another panelist who will join me from the Disaster Management Agency. But for start with the program, I want to welcome we studio guests them. So Engineer Kuma, you're welcome.
Family, na viewers them out there, good afternoon, do.
All right. We also want to make the man will come up from the National Protected Area Authority for also greeting.
Family, good afternoon. Thank you for listening and watch we this afternoon.
All right. We also get the president for Conservation Society Sierra Leone, Mr. Charles Showers. You will say family do.
Family do.
All right. So as I said, inside today's program, we therefore talk about the thing that we are unbugging water supply inside western area. More or less the things that we see where they happen within the Freetown National Peninsula Park, where we only see people they go a burn bush within the protected area. We don't see encroachment. We don't see people they go grab land within the protected area. We said they go build houses and structures and where they unbug water business because their water catchment areas and then we rely on as a water utility company for make sure say we will for harness plenty water for treat them and go down to you as a customer for make sure say you get access to water and the water you get access to for be a sustainable one. So we want to start the conversation. We want to start with we engineer for water production now Guma Valley Water Company. Engineer, we want to make you tell the viewers or the public what's the current state of water catchment within western area and also the state of the dam.
Viewers them out there, I do once more, and thank you very much, Mr. Piaro, Guma Valley. Interesting. we get the kind of discussion there now,
right?
As we don't use for the getter, but I use the word say interesting because within our critical situation, we if we not try manage this critical part of, we'll find ourselves. We go wake up one morning, we see people in there, they run for go up line.
Right.
Voluntarily, all man they gonna go up line. Why? Water not there. So all man they go fair water up line. Because the nature, how God give me natural, as you see the whole Freetown there, you see the hills, down, it goes down to it in the estuary, this river, the sea. The other parts go to the Atlantic Ocean. We get the bush right almost at the center of Freetown. If you watch the map good, this bush will get. Now it harnessed most of the water, or I host most of the water catchment they will get. You know, water in itself, where we do in the engineering terms, we get different types of water. We go to call conventional water systems, where the source most times can be surface water. What's surface water? And that water how they come through this forest, come from the rain. They go through the forest. You see they run as streams and they run as rivers. You get the springs, you get the spring box system, just as like Nandi. Then we get what we under the same conventional water, we get what we call groundwater.
Okay.
This groundwater, where you dig, you go see and down. You go see and down there. What are they down? Most times we get one particular terminology we can use. We say the water table. That the water in level down the ground.
All right.
We get other word them we when for manage meals on there you have to map put a local way, but they call it aquifer. We get 3 levels of aquifer on the ground. But one thing we're very interesting, this rain where they come, where they pass through this bush here, where the Freetown, or where if the bush there, it reduce in speed, it slow on, maybe it go down the ground, you go build up the aquifer, full up the water table, down the balance, then they run down, they go down the river. You don't understand? So then 3 aquifers here, they be in different levels. Each gets its own quality. Most times, the second and the last one are the best. The first one is prone to contamination in some areas. It not easy so, but prone to contamination because of the ways we can manage with septic tank and other wastewater. You get
so what are the states of the water catchment?
And they come. Now something that they build.
Okay.
Now, so when the catchments, what I mean the catchments, this forest, when they catch the rain, when the rain they come up the candle. Right. Remember I tell you say it is slow when it is slow the speed of the rain when they come, when they allow it pass the good up. It build, will get in the where or down, now they flow now, it goes small to the dam. When they make we get water with the supply. But what did happen now? We don't do this habit because not now. We don't do this habit for the cuts, this them share. To an extent, that's also to look down how it gets that everything. All the hill they don't turn around. Green not again. As a result, what's in happen? When the rain comes, that's also breeze. Right. What's in happen? The breeze they fly the rain outside, go free by the river. And not get speed again for the waiting. You know, we get that tendency again for reduce the speed of the wind. When they make it candle naturally.
And the forest they do that.
Fine, and the forest they do that. Now this I will say at the time for build out something.
Right.
And they go down, you don't get high again. Yeah. So when you see the breeze they carry, don't they fly the water. Before they mire, you don't see big enough. Now they say, hey, bail overflow. You don't get big flooding. Yes, because the forest will be the only thing they did. When they make it slow the speed of the rain, allow for go down, it's down inside the reservoir. It don't go.
Right.
We get this with National Peninsula National Park. We call it now for NPA and they manage that park for me.
Right.
It will tell you say before we got about 18,000 hectares. But now they don't wash and become so worse. To an extent, now they see the only Sunday, heavy one. Now they make the water they lost. Because they want terminology we call evaporation.
Right.
As a result of when it hits Boku, they lost the water and they can't go back. So when the rain they come, not enough for me because they go through runoff, the temperature come back inside, I can't go back.
Right.
Then before you might also not dry. We get some streams that will be used for the flow right throughout the year.
Right.
Now they're not again. In fact, so now beer grown on in the one forest not again. You begin to talk about the Thunder Hill, talk about the blue water. Talk about, in fact, Charlotte in done. Charlotte would have abandoned her, would have mogi, but now it's ever go fair water back for go give people in Highland Town. You don't understand? Go up there, hill there, the Gloucester Saddle. We get the National Park, we get the Gloucester Saddle. Gloucester Saddle, now in this eastern, we cover this Gloucester, Bathurst, and they go there, Highland Town, or Busayanda.
So what are the causes where they make we lost them forest and
nah, the cuts, the deforestation.
Okay.
All my one billows. All my one billows at the detriment of its real existence. Right. Why make us say at the detriment of our existence? We all know say what's waiting. Life.
Right.
If you go tamper with the water, how will exist? You dey introduce me just not that production manager, yes? Yeah. Now why we go to markets now they can't cook? Yeah. If markets not they are the cook. In other words, I mean, cook for woman.
Okay, so quickly, so what are the status of the catchment areas there? Is it that we get all the catchment areas intact, or we don't lost some?
Mark allow play.
Yes.
You can just try for jam.
Right.
We don't lost a lot.
Okay.
I will not begin name for you blue water, white water. In fact, it in a very poor state right now. We manage no more. Yeah. Thunder Hill, don't they go? The Regents. See right now, the Navy Department goes na Kakumba. Because the thing not so worst. Even with family where they help with it, we get a sanctuary them babu there under. And the place all side all back. Yeah, now in fact, you know they ever member for one city, they ever been hosting. Because we get monetary always enough for ever been hosted on that side. What do we use over there back? Look at what we glad you the book news there. But now the existence of the house is there versus waiting. Real existence of real life.
Go what's in our life?
What's in our life?
Okay.
So what choose?
So you can tell me quickly the number of water catchment areas where the company get and the one where they are lost.
Okay. For put into perspective, we get about over 50 water catchments within the Western Area Peninsula National Park.
Okay.
Very viable. It reduced to 46, down to 42. Now we get less than 42. You know, and they put on this way because some they still they flow year round, but majority don't go seasonal. In other words, they call it guys season don't cancel, the water don't stop. You don't even ask for no. Where they pass that Freetown, guess what area they will use for no say throughout the year. You see water they flow at the bridge, under the bridge. Yeah. But right now, go to some bridge there. Water not there. Water not there. So for it's difficult for me to tell you say this because we already see. Most of them don't become waiting seasonal. Right. Now that position they would do now, with the grapple, demand they increase every day, people in the car filter every day, we go for the supply there every day, people in the supply, then they can't apply for get new water connection, we get for the gide, with this small one we get for the boiler back. So now the status now.
Okay. When we come to the green belt, we don't hear say government gazette that one day for make sure say people we they go and grab land. May know say within this line, this point to this point, now protected area, nobody know for course. So tell me what is green belt, what it actually mean, and how you don't take that time like over the years.
Okay, much as I will give small answer, but you always get the mandate for speak to you don't know that will come because now they work that for protect the green belt.
Right.
The green belt, not of us in a green belt you take your time and transition. No.
Okay.
Now imaginary demarcation where they use for protect the forest where the benefit within the forest is so boku, but one key part the water.
Right.
And the way Freetown structured in so much that all the water were economically viable. You know, I therefore stress this.
Right.
Were economically viable. Yeah. Now that's of the water where they cover the forest.
Right.
Yes, you go and say, but I will get ocean. Right. You know, we do that desalination. You never pay for the water.
So it costly.
Super costly.
Okay.
You understand? Right. In other words, we get other sources. But the most economically viable, we're easy, we will improve access. we will make all man get water easily. Now that's of footing. This one within the forest.
Yeah, we don't get.
So now these belts that they use for protect them,
yes,
we will get sustainable water.
Yeah, talking of these belts, we don't observe say the belts they keep for move. It keeps moving. What think they cause that?
I will tell you for free, say never move.
Okay.
You know, we get what to call gazette. Until they change that gazette, you're not moving to.
Okay.
There are people when they talk there, you don't move.
Right.
But for what you know, the last gazette we get, no 2020, sir. 2013. Now 2013? Yes, 2013. You never change it.
Okay.
So until the no parliament they change, I mean they just will remove themselves no more, but the belts never change.
Right.
It's still there now coach and I coach go inside, but not change it. Now nobody did.
Okay. So before I leave you, make also ask this. So all this deforestation will take place within the water catchment area, the bushfire. What's not the impact where you get on water supply?
Oh, negative. Make I put on this way. I tell you just not say, I mean like you already cook and go.
Right.
Maybe production, I mean the cook. Don't get transmission, distribution, in any pull it. See, I take your pan, I mean the cook. But what ready for cook, what I do first? I go by market. Also, I go to market. When the forest, and then I will market.
Right.
You don't get me? So what if you burn the forest? What it mean? I don't get market for my buy. I go cook. What's that body? Now just the bottom. I think that the best analogy this I can put. Why I'm gonna market and I get it for buy for can cook? How they cook?
I mean no cook.
Nobody will eat.
Nobody will eat.
Who don't eat will die.
You die.
Simple.
All right. Well, we'll come back to you. One for come to the NPAA representative here, with the person of Mr. Ansumana Babature. One for welcome you again to Guma, and one for make you just start for tell we within us some power now work them as NPAA.
Okay, Fambulia, thank you once more. Basically, the National Protected Area Authority, we commonly known now as the NPAA, being created by an Act of Parliament, 2012, and this Act, when I say Act, you know now what it means. Then sit down, then formulate a law. They go through cabinet take them to Parliament. Well, through law officers, then go to Parliament watch them, then debate them, then send another law officers, then put the legal language then together. They become law.
Right.
So it become law, say, then for create this authority. And this authority then create initially being part of Forestry Department. Okay. Forestry Department may get 3 C's, they may get 3 directorates. Okay. They may get conservation forestry, conservation and wildlife forestry. It been get commercial forestry, then we get community forestry. So now the 3 C's that we been get.
Okay.
So but because of all this deforestation, they get the concentration being too much for law, we just get money from the forest and forget for conserve the forest, forgetting that if we not conserve the forest, to not get the money, so we won't get. Right. Some laws them internationally, and we say we own thinking, government in your willingness and so on, based on, and we own partners they advise based on say we think they need to follow pull the conservation and wildlife from forestry and lawmaker and authority. We kind of become a kind of government agency. So now so the National Protected Area Authority. So one common or one simple mandate we been get now that for make sure say all the tick animal them where they in that area the way they don't government don't mark where they call designate as protected area and as alone then for they in the natural state, not enough for touch they in the natural state, then for maintain as the natural state. And therefore when they create this authority now for being protect them particular animal and plant them now that state and make sure see whatever benefit they get it for be sustainable benefit for be benefit we no more way day today no for eat them we done them. For members say whatever they eat, for eat them and no able disturb the way we naturally they, so that we picking the grand picking the way they come after we then say for able benefit and continue for able benefit from. So generally now that no more I go say now that's now the common thing what they do now the National Protected Area Authority.
All right, thank you. Like when you explain this, you make mention of the protection of the protected area. And the protected area, of course, the Western Area National Park, it forms part of that.
Yeah.
And of course, within the Western Area National Park, and they will get the Guma water catchment areas. where go able source water from and treat them and give to the people where they live within Western area, because they go mandate tap. Over the years, we only see people that go grab land at the protected area, they encourage, they go set the forest ablaze, the bushfire, and of course we see some people even build structures within the protected area. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, you totally right. Anytime we motorman and you always get the lawless people, and then we always try for bypass the law for let them get under your way.
Okay.
That's natural. It's not correct, it's not good, and nobody no go support them, but people then go always do them. The police all pass the National Protected Area Authority. To date, they find it difficult with crimes. Other institutions then but because the criminal things for always they ahead of the police, if always they ahead of the law enforcers, they go always find a way. So people that way naturally they do that one day. It began really during the war. When the war push people them, it gave huge number of people that will just come inside Freetown.
Right.
You go notice say Frobe College, my brother been the talk now about catchment area there. The Bambara stream will run at Frobe College. You go notice say now water will be always there. And the supply Frobe College good one.
Yes.
Inside 2 months now before me now in that one old forest candle. The one old botanic garden. It can go one time because they block the road for go up line. But cook people that can inside Freetown, not being get wood, they not being get this, they not being get that for cook and so on. So they just go inside that forest, they just cut her. So when me they grow up, me a small boy, if they tell me by 5 o'clock for left Wilberforce, for Lago Regent, it's not possible. I know a thinker. Because I'm in deep forest. So the more you get people them, the more you get, the desperation for people that say, no, la get places are the limit. And the housing don't become expensive. We all, and they say we all, because we are in our government, we know they diversify the way we for able to attack issues them. And this city, the Bilam, look the hill tin up, look forest there on top the hill, you get the lowland, you not get better flat land like other side, like Conakry or other country, the way the city they get more flat land. Right. The only flat land we'll get now from Waterloo now Tego Mashaka. And we don't prioritize for low concentrate na rapade, for low concentrate building and they will still there around this hill no more. And this hill, nine house, all this water where my brother be they call the catchment. So if we all they around this one hill and around the one for also build, now they one for cut wood, now they one for burn charcoal, now they one for do agricultural activities, all the one they bring down the forest. And once we bring down the forest, would they expose them water them, would they expose them catchment area then? So the retention capacity where the soil get the for they able hold that water they not able anymore. Even if you hold them, when the sun can they able evaporate easily, they all go like how my brother been they talk. So you get all the issues them. And so it don't be a thorny issue when you broke people that host them, then call on a broke host government or call on a broke host institution. When una block people them, then say people they need lay down place, una they go left place for animal then babu them. So you get all the issues them. And therefore, we as a nation therefore take a tough stand, we therefore swallow the bitter pill for make sure say everybody concentrate towards that part of the land way flat and left this hill. If you not left this hill, like how my brother say, it will be mass migration. Because as the urban sprawl, as people that they extend into them places and they for build, the more they reduce the forest, the more they reduce the amount of water where they even get a clean water. They're not the only reduce the amount of water, it pollutes the water. Because people that they do agriculture right inside that forest, Jabba farm and so on, and when they take all them dirty them from them beaches and so on, now inside it then they go swamp. In fact, I get a program, I don't want to talk now, but we very soon will go inside that forest again for make sure say whatever step we get for take law take them. Because some 5 years ago we don't take the same step for law, we will make sure say all them plantation and they will burn them and make sure say waiting to go take a die down because you get some top votes the way also the hand can inside and and so it can be difficult for waiting. But this time we don't make up our mind that.
Yes. Just like we say, whatever step don't for take, not go take them. Well, these are the views of a lot of Salon people. They say there are laws, they are very good laws, but the enforcement of those laws is not the challenge, not the problem.
I totally agree.
Yes. So this time around, which different approach we use for make sure say we enforce those laws to the fullest?
You know one thing what I always say, when the Ebola begin, now Salon, when they may say all man stay in house, people them in the tower. Until when people then see their own relatives, they really begin dying before them.
Right.
Now that time people then know, say, no, this don't come and see us waiting.
Right.
The same way they talk now, yeah. Up to now, a lot of people, they just think, say, oh, they talk about water, they talk about this for that forest. People, they still think in a play. Well, we don't pray for Lord reach to that level, where people then go begin die because of they not get water. We don't pray for Lord reach to that level. But Salon man, they feel say always pass to reach that level before they even take up, say, ah no, this is serious. The rebel walk come now, they say, people that they say, hey, rebel get tail, he get this, he get that. Until when people then see how they die, people then die in a Freetown, then they know, say, no, this we need for do something. Right. Then the peace talk begin. So, this time we don't want for allow to reach that level. And therefore, we don't care in a bad name, they get the bad name. Right. But once we do it for the public interest, because as they say, normally we can always say the tragedy of the commons, few people then that they go enjoy, now they go benefit, but the masses they suffer. And so we don't allow that tragedy of the commons anymore. So, the few that way they go benefit, we don't mind for cut off them if they want. Let them go over the radio, tango, social media, they let they advertise, waiting they advertise. But this time we don't ready for low sense challenge them. Okay.
Yes, when you explain just now, you make mention of some big guns or some people, highly placed people in society, say they can interfere with our work them. You know, so this one self, the part of the challenges one they face.
Yes, but the good thing we will get now that. The one way Naim big pass all my way Naim the president of this country. Right. Don't make a declaration say if Naim Wef, sorry for calling Wef in him. If Naim Wef Fatima, Naim go destroy that forest and build it, it's a law broken. Right. And so once he don't get that order, and thank God, Guma them in there, all man in there, big partners them in there that day. Right. I think say. Anybody who want to take we go take we beyond that level, but we know say the way big pass all man, don't talk and say we need for protect that place.
Right. Just for clarity's sake, you know, some people don't misunderstand the statement of the president. They say, well, a makeshift structure. They want to just not start for bill and body, name presidency for book. So I want to make you make it clear so people will listen now, because one is Salon people get them clear. They get the pronouncement of the president very clear, because of course Guma was part of that particular delegation where President from that pronouncement said whatever structure we then build within the green belt, within the protected area, is a let in wife bill and the for demolition of broken candle. So just want to make it clarify. Now, is it just makeshift structure or any building within the protected area?
The president, like I say, be very clear. They be very clear. He say any structure. Yes. And the difference no more way go get small. Now that to get laws in this country, for like broke a structure way na big structure waiting up, you get a process. Okay. So I think in that process people then they misinterpret. Okay. When it be a makeshift structure, you don't get that process for go through. However, that not being give any other say for say because no not to makeshift structure. Na big structure somebody build they're not in broken. No, that not to in the president. The president be very clear. And so now make we all guma them and so on, we all work on foot for go and mark them places and the houses, this and that way in them protected area. Right. So at the end of the day we know the structures them, we don't mark, we for broken. So I'm sure that report it don't go through several stages. My brother there something he know now the level side. As I talk, I know we remember exactly the level side that mapping there, but we do all the mapping and we identify all the structures. Right. And I'm sure the structures that will be inside this forest, way inside the protected area. Now law them broke before they go building. And so nobody not broke any law for like broke them structure then. Nobody not broke any law. Right. Because you don't broke the law already. You don't go inside a protected area. They not gazette a place. Gazettement means in a law. Okay. Don't establish that place. They say, now for protector. And so if you cross, you go inside, you go build it, you don't broke law already. So if they broke your house, I don't think they broke any law.
Yeah, I think the demolition exercise did not start last year. And so what make you do a quick update? They don't done now?
No, they're not done now. Like I say, the makeshift structures they went broken. Okay. Then we begin the main structures then. Okay. But if they get this process wherein it be need for be approved and so on, because that one they need for go through lands, country planning. Okay. Now they really need for give approval and so on, because now they really supposed to them before. Okay. However, they may not join force with we and the military and so on, will be not begin broke back this year. Okay. So now they don't continue in some areas. They also don't continue in Takugama area. And as I say, everybody will matter. We supposed to be as part of this enforcement, being did it. from the IG of police to the head of the military to even the president. Everybody been there. And so, as I say, we don't take off. Very soon we'll go into full.
So now all of the houses within the protected area when they demolish or as by selection.
If the moment he begin get sacred cows, they don't probably want no law.
Right.
Me and me don't believe that, and another one me on law tell me.
Right.
The moment he begin get sacred cows and begin to talk say this one no, this one for left, oh this build the finance one. When people that go build a grammar school, na that land, you see the kind of structure they will be there, right?
Right.
Me and you Tinapu see 3-story buildings and so on. Then bring them calm down because they're not in at the right place.
Right.
So similarly, if structures and they obstruct public utilities where they serve the one whole country, over 2 million people, you want for your own house, now they can give you another place, you can go build other side, but for sure, you know for the day, you know for the day.
Okay, so tell me about the party business between or among NPAA, Ministry of Lands, and Guma. How you don't like?
Like how you say, we all do work for one government, and if we objective now for let the country benefit from what they do, there are things that we're not supposed to get any problem. And we and Guma, of course, we don't work for long. And they get project them with me directly. Now me they represent the institution now them project then they get the workshop project and so when me they directly why they represent the national protected area now that Panda project and several other project them. But also the waterway that they protect, the catchments now inside the forest, they will they protect.
Right.
And so that automatically make a rhyme.
Right.
I mean the difference is small now that lands get a your mandate where shows the amount of land we then give people them na part of their achievement. However, there's a no see then land they where the outside the area they will them forgive if it inside the protected area they know say they not forgive and they know that very well. So we and them are not thinking we'll get problem with that. You get corrupt people that will go use lands then most times and forget paper and say na lands and so on. That one day they happen. And then most times where you check them not to lands at all. Sometimes they get a young bobo they will also be connive with some of them but they like how we say young bobo some of them can connive. So the one they know they don't bad eggs they always they inside the bunch but we always be able to take care of them.
All right, thank you. I will let you just now, but I just want to make you also respond to these concerns from certain citizens. They say the NPA more reactive than proactive. It's when I wait something don't happen now within the forest, they can go solve the problem. They're not able to prevent the problem. So what do you got for say?
When you enforce law, most times now when you take the action, 9 people they see. All the planning where they go to the background, all the arrangements and so on, people know they see them because that one they not into public domain.
Right.
Now normally when you go into action, 9 people they see.
Right.
Me I always sit down. I don't do fire management training. I don't do a fire assessment around this protected area and identify all the hot spots that outside fire can come out dry season. And once you don't do all them plan then very soon we go into action. We don't plan for do training them for people them. Gengade as well as the community people them who sign them will come on board. Let us get a fire brigade and community fire brigade them. Fire fed fire. Because this not to host fire, this not forest fire. And the fighting completely different, the two different. So people that can talk that they get right for let them talk so because truly they know they're at the office, who's how they work, and most times they know where there is on tell what they do. Now only when you grab follow acts, now that they go see and so then we'll talk so we'll reactive. But really are not things that will just reactive.
Okay, finally before I left you. Also some stakeholders that can also the complaint say the forest guards the owner gets we actually for protect the protected area or the forest, they say they can connive certain people them for grab land and for sale. So this is an allegation that they come. What do you get for say towards this?
Yeah, they're not wrong at all. And allegations the way we self don't get.
Okay.
The problem we will get most of them now that when you tell them say come forward, let's show